studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Game 3 tonight in Arlington. RJ Choppy will be there. And, of course, you will hear first pitch and everything else on your home for Rangers baseball. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. 24 hours later, after covering the massacre, you feel any different? Feel the exact same? Feel a little bit colder?
I feel generally the same. It's acceptance? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
That's where we are. It's just, they win, they win. They win the Super Bowl this year, they win the Super Bowl. I don't expect it to happen.
That's not going to happen.
No. So, let's just try to make the most of it. And by the most of it, we mean maybe win the division. That'd be the most of it. That's an improvement.
That's not going to happen.
Probably not.
Yeah.
What
else you got? What else you got?
Make the divisional round of the playoffs again. That could happen. That could easily happen. Mm-hmm. Maybe you can get lucky and you get into the NFC Championship game. That could maybe happen. Doubtful. Could. So, I don't know. Not a whole lot to be thankful for this morning.
Jerry Jones live at 8:30. Got a text from my buddy Eric G. In Oklahoma. He does a radio show there, and he says, the ears of the world are going to be on your show at 8:30. This is the most important Jerry Jones interview you've ever had. And I was like, well, the kneel down one was pretty important.
We were at Men's Tea Clinic or something like that day.
Yeah, we've talked about firings. We've talked about hirings. We've talked about, big stories like that. But Jerry did not talk after what happened in California. He will talk this morning, as far as we know. Didn't get any last-second notifications of a rescheduling or a cancellation. So Jerry Jones live at 8:30. How did you all divvy up last night between Monday Night Football and the baseball?
Considering the matchup, I was mostly on the baseball. That football game was pretty atrocious.
It was pretty atrocious. Let's play the two highlights from last night. Pepe, let's start with the go-ahead home run as everybody's favorite, the Atlanta Braves. ESPN, when they did their baseball previews, the final section of each preview for all the teams was how they take down Atlanta. So it was like a foregone conclusion that the Atlanta Braves are in the World Series. They're down 0-1 to Filthy. They're down in this game. They're about to be on the ropes, and then craziness ensues.
3-2 pitch. And he hits a high fly ball, deep left field, back to the wall, and it's gone! Austin Riley hitting him where it hurts, and the Braves take the lead in the eighth. The Braves have erupted. They've taken the lead, and this place is an insane asylum.
So I sent this to the guys after Riley hits the home run. I was on the football. RJ then writes back, that was Braves radio. RJ then writes back, yeah, but did you see how it ended? I did not. Here's how it ended on TV.
2-2. In the air, out towards right center field. Harris going to go back. Harris back to the warning track. He leaps. Michael's got it! He's got it! They fired it in, and it rolls across the infield. Taken by Riley. He throws to the bag. They double him off. Ball game over. Braves win. I've never seen a play like that. Oh! Braves even up the series.
That was unbelievable. First of all, I can't believe he threw a slider there. Riley was so behind on his fastball. Like, he was blowing it by him. And he farts around, tries to give him a swing and miss. Then he throws a slider that Riley basically one-hands to get out. And he hit it. I mean, that thing was well struck. And then you get Castellanos sending one to the wall. Harper's on first with one out. And he's like, I guess it was a calculated risk. Like, if he doesn't get to it, he scores. Otherwise, it's second and third with one out. And I get Harper in that situation, but man, he went a little bit too far. Like, go to second base. If he had just gone to second, he gets back. He was almost a third, and that play, and then he makes the catch, throws it in. They double him off. What a finish! What a finish!
That would have been a home run in 5 ballparks. That was part of the game recap.
Just 5.
Yes.
Okay.
That would have been out of there in 5 ballparks as the Atlanta Braves dodge a humongous bullet, and they tied things up with Filthy at 1 game apiece. Patrick Walker is going to be on cloud 9 at 9:20 this morning. And then the Dodgers getting ready to be on the brink, just like the Baltimore Orioles are. Jeff Bannister and the Arizona Diamondbacks double up LA 4-2. The Diamondbacks lead 2-0.
Yeah, and the Diamondbacks scored 3 runs in the first in this game. And they scored 6 runs in the first in game 1. So in games 1 and 2, they have outscored the Dodgers 9-0 in the first inning of these games.
And you had a Kershaw defense for the other night, too, that I thought made a lot of sense.
Yeah, you could go at Kershaw for his previous playoff performances. I don't think this year you can. That was the most fraudulent 2.45 ERA I've ever seen. The last time he went more than 5 1/3 innings was June 27th. He is a 5-and-dive pitcher at this point. He's not a game 1 starter. He's only there because the Dodgers pitching's a mess. They had Urias. He's done. I mean, he can't keep his hands off women. Walker Buehler had his second Tommy John, and he opted not to return this year. Who you thought there? Brewster Gratterall, who went yesterday? No. So, it was Kershaw or nothing. And again, he had a good year, but that's a fraudulent 2.45 ERA. He's not a lights-out, shutdown pitcher anymore. So, I'm not going to – I can't kill him. He's he's a good third starter now, in the playoffs. Now, in the regular season, he's fine. But in the playoffs, when you're going to face the top competition, I just don't think he's got it anymore. So I'm not killing Clayton for the other night. You want to kill him for his other playoff performances, go right ahead. He's just not that guy anymore.
Allowed 6 runs in the first inning.
Without getting an out.
That was historic.
Yeah. Yeah, he's bad. He was bad. He was terrible.
They're calling it possibly the worst postseason start in baseball history. And now the Dodgers are down 2-0. And a lot of people around the sport are starting to focus on this rest has equaled rust. Mm-hmm. When it's supposed to be to the benefit of the higher seeds.
Well, I know, and if you look at it, the way it's gone is they've completely neutered the better team. You're giving these guys 5 days off. And we talked about this a little bit and yesterday with Bassick, but this is what happens when people that aren't the athletes playing the game are making decisions about the athletes who play them.
Yeah.
Rob Manfred could have asked any former Major League player or current, and they would have told you that the drawbacks outweigh the benefits here. And what has happened is, last year, 2 of the 4 division-winning bye-week teams, 2 of the 4 lost. And this year, you had Astros tied at 1, they lost game 1. Braves tied at 1, they lost game 1. Orioles down 0-2, and Dodgers down 0-2. I'm sorry, Astros won game 1, they lost game 2. But that was it. It's a bad start, and baseball just chased profit, and they that's what they did. They chased profit, and they put that as their number 1 priority. And they said, we don't care what happens to the product. The product has suffered. Baseball doesn't want the Twins. Let's be fair. They don't want Twins and Rangers in the ALCS. They probably want Astros, Rangers,
right?
Astros, Orioles, Twins, but they don't want both of the Wild. And they don't want Diamondbacks, Phillies in there either.
No.
They would love Philly, LA, Atlanta. They don't want that. So why would you do that to kill your own product just to squeeze a couple of more games out of a wild card series that people may or may not be watching anyway?
Meanwhile, you had Monday Night Football tonight, by the way. It's going to be a 6:30 pregame. And first pitch at 7 o'clock in Arlington. Choppy will be in attendance for the Rangers, looking to move on to the American League Championship Series by sweeping the Baltimore Orioles with Nathan Eovaldi on the mound. Inside the Star, man, we are loaded today. You cannot miss any of the discussions, any of the segments, in my opinion. Inside the Star at 6 o'clock. But last night, you had Monday Night Football and another loss for the Cowboys, and one that will definitely bother Jerry Jones, who joins us at 8:30 this morning. 2 losses for the Cowboys and Monday Night Football next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it is a Tolo Toxic Tuesday. We're live at the ball.
Love out of the pocket, throws downfield for the end zone, intercepted! Amik Robertson in the back corner, picks it off in front of Watson, and the Raiders defense just seals the victory here in Vegas.
Vegas radio with the call. Pretty ugly Monday Night Football game as the Raiders ended an 8-game losing streak against the Green Bay Packers by winning in Las Vegas 17-13. The Raiders improved to 2-3. Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers fall to 2-3. Jordan Love threw 3 interceptions, and Jimmy Garoppolo threw his NFL high 7th pick.
Ooh.
So 3 picks for Jordan Love. 17-13. Jimmy Garoppolo was itching to come back from his injury, and that's what happened Monday night.
Man, some of these quarterbacks, they want to come back too soon from their injury. They're whatever. Carr did that last week.
Oh yeah, get that gurgle out.
Yeah, it didn't work for him. Now this week it did, but the week before it didn't. And then Jimmy coming back. I mean, he's been banged. He's always banged up. I mean, it's just, they want to come back, but dude, like that's an unwatchable game. I don't know whose idea it was to put those two on TV.
Two legendary franchises.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt they got fan bases. That's for sure. But man, I mean, watchability has got to play in this at some point, right?
Well, let's see what the numbers are.
Yeah, fair.
Let's see what the numbers are. You're saying the numbers were not fantastic for the Cowboys beat down in San Francisco, but last night Troy Aikman decided to give a little bit of love, then get called on it, then tried to get exposed by Joe Buck when Troy Aikman was trying to love some Rangers.
Speaking of October, how about my Rangers?
Now they're
I'm on that bandwagon.
Oh,
You bet I am.
I'll give you $100 if you can name 4 players for the Rangers.
You know, there was a time when I didn't have to work with you in October. I don't know. I don't know what happened to those days.
Those are long gone. You're stuck. My Rangers.
That was great.
Wow.
That was great. Joe Buck called him on it. Goes, name 4 of them.
Name 4 of them.
Name 4 Rangers right
I wonder
there.
if Joe can name 4 of them. I mean, he's so removed.
Oh, Joe can name them. Joe can name them. I miss Joe calling games.
Yeah, I did too. I mean, Joe Davis is good, but I mean, Joe Buck was just. Look, and I know half the world hates him because they think he hates their team.
Right.
But he was really good at. I hated him in the beginning, Nepo baby. But he's solid, man. He's so good. He's so good at baseball. I think he's better at baseball than football.
Meanwhile, the ratings loss also adding to Jerry Jones' misery today.
Yeah, it is. I saw the Cowboy ratings. Sean, I'm going to tell you, you're stunned. You're stunned. The Cowboys this was their least watched game of the year. What game was the week? What time was this game on?
This game was on at 7:15, 7:20.
Sunday Night Football.
Supposed to shatter and break all the records.
Sunday Night Football blows everything else out of the water. In DFW, at least, this is the least watched Cowboy game of the year.
Wow.
It got less than the Patriots blowout the week before. My guess is people went to bed when it was out of reach. Whereas if it's noon or 3 o'clock, you stick with it because you're not going to sleep. What are you going to do? You can't go to another game.
But it was 21-7. Okay, so it was 21-7 at halftime. You're not totally done then. Everyone probably shut it off after maybe the third quarter. It was 28-10. Or maybe some point in time in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Like, there's a point in time when you know it's over, but, we kind of have to keep it on in case something happens, in case Micah Parsons wants to, play patty cake with the enemy and switch jerseys with Christian McCaffrey. You get a nasty handshake moment or a brawl or a fight breaks out. But least watched Cowboy game of the year according to your numbers.
Yeah. So 1.317 million.
Mike McCarthy
watched this. 1.317 million. Last week against the Patriots, 1.414.
Wow.
And now this one had a higher number of adults 25-54 than that one, but lower overall. And then if you continue to go back to previous weeks, the game against the Cardinals, 1.424 million.
Ooh.
And a higher number of adults, 25-54. So
Jerry truly might be fired up today then.
Over 100,000 people, more people watched last week's games against the Patriots, and 110,000 more watched the game against the Cardinals.
Bobby says he is raring to go for this Jerry interview at 8:30.
Oh, good.
He's saying gloves off. What type of mood do you think Jerry will be in? So the only times when he gets truly, truly hype anymore is after that season-ending loss and he goes on KMC. And he makes you want to feel like he's threatening everybody. He wants you to think that he's coming on saying, this is unacceptable. We don't tolerate this around here. People are on notice. People are on watch. So I know for a fact if this eliminated the Cowboys at the end of the season, Jerry would be coming on furious or fake furious, whatever you want to call it, at 8:30. What do you think he'll be today?
Listen, I think honestly, I would be okay with this. I think this team is in a better state of frame of mind than we give them credit for today.
Oh,
I think they know, and like I'd rather.
I don't know if that means you're in a better state of mind. if you know the reality.
Yeah, I think better said in mind, maybe the wrong way to put it. I think what happens is that you know exactly like how far you are now away, and at least you can work. You have a plan, or you can devise a plan. You couldn't devise with the way this team and we were all completely delusional about where this team was, and that delusion's gone, and it should be gone for Jerry. And it should be gone for Steven, and it should be gone for Mike. And Jerry could take it's a good roster, all he wants, and stick it. Because, yeah, it doesn't matter how good the roster is. It is a good roster, but it doesn't matter. You ain't on their level. That team, at least.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. What's your plan for Arlington today?
So, the reason I'm here today is because we're going to the game. I had wicked diarrhea yesterday. And I figured, you can't skip work and then go to a baseball game that night. I mean, I guess I could. What the hell do I care? What are they going to do, fire me? But, I mean, maybe they are. I don't know. I guess I could have, but I chose not to. I was like, yeah, I got to be here.
Human fecal matter.
So, we're going to go. We were going to get down there probably around 6 o'clock. So, we want to make sure that we're there in time to get rid of all the BS from all the amateurs that are going to be going to this game.
Amateurs?
The people who don't show up, April to October. The people who never go to games.
Oh, God, here we go.
No. Playoff games.
They had great attendance.
I know. But
you're going because you got free tickets.
But the people who are going to this game?
Yeah, paid.
No. People who go to playoff games are corporate people. People who go to playoff games are the fans who can afford it. The people who went to 30,000, the 30,000 a night that went to these games, I mean, half of them won't even be there because they can't afford it because the teams and baseball just screws them. And all the corporate tickets that are given out to this thing, the guy I'm going with has never been to his seats. 3 years he's at these seats. He's never been to them. He's never sat in these seats in 3 years. So,
you're saying he's a fraud?
No, he's not. Everybody else is. It's amateur hour today, so I'm expecting traffic to be as bad as ever. Like awful traffic. So we're gonna get there early because we want to see, the anthem and the everybody lining up with the first baseline, all that crap.
Now this was Jared over the weekend saying Game 3 tickets very limited availability. Obstructed view seats remain for Wednesday, and then if necessary, no. So obstructed view seats remain. And then for Wednesday, this was as of the weekend, if necessary, less than 2,000 reserved seats remain. So my guy, Robbie Loomis from Mr. Electric was texting me yesterday, going to the game. What time do we need to be down there? I'm trying to think who else I know that is going. Michael Todd. Mike, hit me up with the latest in terms of the ticket. Yeah, because he's wheeling and dealing.
He is wheeling and dealing.
Wheeling and dealing these seats. So he'll give me the update up to the second as to what the remaining availability is for Game 3 in Arlington. The G-Bag Nation will be there broadcasting live until pregame at 6:30. But let's go inside the Star. Bobby Belt has walked into the studio. We got bad injury news for Van Der Esch. How long is Turpin out? The Tolos have decided what to do with this offense moving forward. And Micah Parsons with a big, scary threat back towards George Kittle and the F Dallas t-shirt. Inside the Star with Sean and RJ next.
Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, Sean Sharif, Ralph James Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Bell, with Jerry Jones live at 8:30 this morning. We start off with a lot of bad injury news. Special teams ace CJ Goodwin tore his pectoral muscle. He is out for the season. Bones Fossil yesterday, speaking at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco, saying is bad. He's a special teams player. CJ Goodwin out. Leighton Vander Esch, it is looking like 4 to 6 weeks. So you're already thin at linebacker. Losing our boy Overshone before the regular season even started. Of course, you cut Jabril Cox. And now you're going to have Vander Esch missing after that injury that scared a lot of people in San Francisco. Cavante Turpin, high ankle sprain. Mike McCarthy said definitely has a chance to practice this week. And Micah Parsons, as a result of Vander Esch, could see more time at linebacker. Bobby, what else do you think we need to know?
Linebacker, exactly where he belongs, by the way, Micah Parsons. Because as you'll notice, the more that
don't put him across from Trent Williams. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, that didn't go well at all. No, here's the thing. First off, on Turpin, I'll say this. I saw Turpin walking out of the stadium in San Francisco, and he was not limping or not to say he's not dealing with something. It's clearly something that hampered him.
Because normally when you hear high ankle, it's not like, oh yeah, he's practicing this week.
You'll see a boot a lot of times if they're in a high ankle. Now, I would be stunned if he practiced this week, honestly. I think that's just the McCarthy thing. They're just like, yeah, he's got a shot. Oh, he's got a shot. Everybody's got a shot on Monday when he talks about him. But I think that he didn't look like somebody who was completely hobbled by it. So that's positive. But you got to remember, this is a guy who makes his living with the shiftiness and the ankle flexibility and everything else. And so that's something that if that's impacted, that's a big negative. Parsons at linebacker, I think that definitely will make a lot more sense. And that may honestly be where they're more comfortable moving him around instead of just saying stand up off the edge. Dan Quinn's had a lot of fun with the creativity of trying to figure out how to use him from the linebacker spot. That may be a fit for them. But
I heard Atolo bring up a very interesting point that I think I agree with in hindsight, saying, look, against San Francisco, if this happens again, play Micah a lot more at linebacker. You're not getting to Purdy anyway. You're certainly not getting to him if Micah is lining up across from Trent Williams. You need help defending their run, McCaffrey, all the other things that they do. And I thought that was an interesting little tidbit from Atolo, because Brock Purdy and the Niners, it felt like they didn't sniff him.
No, and look, part of that is they blocked it up really well, especially Trent Williams. Trent Williams didn't give up anything. But the other aspect of it was they get the ball out fast. It's quick. It's the system you're trying to get in place. Brock Purdy's been in, and Brock Purdy's completely comfortable in, or not the exact system, but the same timing, get the ball out quick. Purdy's been involved in that. He's comfortable with it. Losing Vander Esch is big because even when he
had a good game the other night too.
He's played well. He's gotten better as the season's gone along. Vander Esch's thing though is also just what he gives them in terms of the IQ stuff and the way he sees the game. He's a smart football player and he's really good at figuring out where to put guys. Last year, routinely, Damone Clark did not know where to stand pre-snap, and you would see Vander Esch physically move him and like stand here and then point like you were going to go here. He is the quarterback of the defense in a lot of ways. So that's a big loss. And then it's outside of just the special teams stuff. We saw how much when Diggs went down, a lot of people just were reeling, like emotionally, from losing a guy like that. Goodwin is a big-time special teams player, but he is a massive presence as like a leader in the locker. Like when CeeDee Lamb was going off on the sideline this past weekend, and not going off, a lot of times it was just isolating himself. The only guy who would engage or get CD to engage for an extended period of time was CJ Goodwin. Goodwin was the guy talking to him the entire time, trying to like, hey, you could tell definitely trying to keep him engaged and talk to him. That's when CD would get the most animated and start trying to explain things, was when he was talking to CJ Goodwin. So Goodwin's a massive loss for them leadership-wise at a time where they probably need a lot of leadership.
Mike McCarthy was peppered with some CD questions yesterday. He said he's cognizant of player body language in a loss, said, I had a great visit with CD. If he's not pissed or hot for not getting the football, then I'm pissed off at him for not being pissed off. He's an impact player. Stephen Jones yesterday on the KMC Masterpiece was asked if there are any issues between CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott.
No, that's just, I'm sure the result, I think everybody had that frustration, as that game was coming to a close of just, feeling like we can be better than that. And whenever that happens, emotions run high. You want to see emotions run high. You want to have that competitive spirit come out. And certainly when you're not getting the job done, then, you see those type of frustrations. But those are all things that we can learn from.
So I'm looking at CeeDee Lamb and the targets. I wanted to see where he was in terms of targets this year. I also had a Tolo bring up a great point. Well, I got to see how great it is. They said, look, if Jamar Chase can get, 16 catches, and everybody knows that he's getting the football, he had 15 for 192 and 3 touchdowns, then there's no excuse not to get CeeDee Lamb the football. My counter to that would be, do you remember what Jamar Chase said to the press the week before?
I'm always open.
I'm always open. He was ticked off. He wasn't getting the football enough in his estimation. So guess what range CeeDee Lamb is in the NFL this year in targets.
Tough.
It is tough.
Yeah, because I think also part of the problem is that they've had 2 major, massive leads and they weren't throwing as much in.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say he is outside the top 18.
Correct.
Yeah, and I mean, week 2, he got targeted a ton, so he's probably 28.
You just looked it up.
Is it 28?
He just looked it up. I
didn't. This is all I have up. I have his route tree.
You probably looked at the heat. Now, Bobby looks weird things up all day.
I saw him doing work on the computer.
He ignores his family.
God.
He just looks up
28th with 35 targets. So here's been the production for CeeDee Lamb to start the year. 4 catches, 77 against the Giants. 11 catches for 143 on 13 targets against the Jets. 4 catches on 7 targets, 53 yards against Arizona. New England, 4 catches, 6 targets, 36. They blew them out.
Wow.
And then 4 catches, 5 targets, 49 yards against San Francisco. And I will say this, I didn't look at I studied the tape, but Collinsworth in doing their detail on CeeDee Lamb getting open, the early little montage and highlights they showed in that game, CeeDee Lamb was not wide open. He was not open against who San Francisco was putting on him. That was just early on.
Yeah, and they could take. I mean, you could take Parcells. So you said you could take away anybody on the offense. You could take away. You literally take anybody out of the game. Now you're going to have liabilities elsewhere, but you could take anybody out of the game. Look. I mean, it's going to be hard for him to crack the top 15, according to Arlovsky, if he's not getting targeted this year. I don't know how he's going to do it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. So
Jamar Chase's targets by game. 9, 8, 15, 9, and 19. 19 targets, 15 catches against Arizona.
But we also don't want that either. Like, unless he's open 19 times. I don't want them to force feed. Sometimes you want them to force feed the ball. But this team's got 3 quality wide receivers. Maybe 1 or 2 is a bad fit, but whatever. Like, you want to find the open guy.
Yeah, I mean, now on Sunday, I was desperate for just throw him the ball.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care what's going on. You need to get something going. You need to get him going. And so just throw him the ball as much as you can. The targets are down. What was it? He was averaging 9.2 a game last year, so they are down by a few.
Brian Schottenheimer said San Fran had more success in man-to-man coverage than he anticipated. Quote, I would expect that we see more man-to-man from future opponents. It's a copycat league.
Yeah, that was the thing that was surprising me was early on. Now, I know CD talked after the game. He was like...
Did you go back and look at the game?
I haven't watched it back yet, but I know watching it live, especially in the first couple drives, they were playing some straight-up man on the guys, and they weren't getting separation. Like I was, and it wasn't just Ward. It was like Lenore and Oliver. They weren't getting separation on, and so I'm perplexed by it. I have no idea why it was something that they weren't able to break through on when other teams have been able to have some success getting some separation there. But
what would McCarthy prefer teams to play against their offense? Man or zone? Would they have an obvious preference?
They probably would say man just because of how little they seem to trust Dak Prescott. And how they'd rather just, hey, let's make it straight up man,
easy,
beat the guy in front of you. Let's try not to look for linebackers sitting and.
Because I think I remember Belichick telling Parcells, if we play zone against the 49ers back in the day, they won't have a drop ball. They'll complete every single pass. So we have to play more man. That was against Joe Montana.
Yeah, well, the zone is.
Or Brock Purdy.
So with man, the thing is that you will. It's obviously it's the guy in front of you. It's just execution. That's what it's all about with man coverage. With zone, the thing is that there's always you cover the field, you've got your bases covered, but the thing is that there's always just naturally pockets built in all across the field where it's not going to be covered. It's just you have to be able to find those and thread the needle and stuff like that. And that was something that, I mean, the Cowboys were in some zone a couple times where Purdy just zipped the ball right through the, threaded the needle and found the open spot. That's what they were doing on Sunday.
Steven was asked by KMC, great question, how well has Dak Prescott grasped Mike McCarthy's offense?
I think he's grasping it for sure. It's a work in progress. There were changes, and I was talking to Chris Collinsworth on the sideline. I mean, you don't just, get your hands around something, what you're trying to accomplish. In the first part of the season, we have to build. We have to learn from tough experiences like we went through last night. But I think this group will only get better as they continue to get their hands around everything that we're trying to accomplish in this offense.
And I agree with that. Part of my self-pact yesterday and not arguing with Bobby is, allowing for some growing pains. Luka Doncic, if Mark Cuban is correct, he's going to have some growing pains if the Dallas Mavericks want to play faster.
Yeah, he is. I mean, look, that's the normal. Anytime you change your style of play.
Yeah.
So we may be in for a long season with them, or at least a long start.
Michael Jordan had growing pains. He was leading the league in scoring. Phil Jackson's like, no, there's this thing called the triangle. You're going to go to class with Tex Winter every day, and you're going to share the basketball and share the rock. And Dak Prescott is not Luka Doncic or Michael Jordan, so he can change and adjust as well.
Here's the thing is that if that's the case, if that's the way they feel about it, if Steven thinks it is legitimate to be one quarter of the way through the season and expect growing pains still and getting your hands around it, despite an entire offseason of install, then what they're telling you is they're not a win-now football team. And they didn't feel like they were heading into this season. And their moves say otherwise. And
so you don't think any win-now team can have a change like this?
No, not this start. I don't think so. I don't think if you are that close, if you feel like you were right there with San Francisco, and you look at where the quarterback situation is in the NFC and how overall vulnerable the conference is, then for you to make a wide sweeping change like that feels like a longer play than this year.
I think it's much easier to change quarterbacks for a win now team than change schemes with this current quarterback.
Yeah, Rams did it.
Yeah. I mean, look.
But I applaud the Cowboys for that observation of saying to themselves, we're not really that close to the Super Bowl. The same thing happens every year when we watch the rest of the playoff teams in the Final Four. We watch the quality of play. We watch these amazing performances. We watch these teams not commit penalties, and we go, oh, that's what like a real contender looks like. So they said enough with the ceiling of the second round, and we're going to try something else. So I applaud them for it. They're right. They were right.
But I mean, that's still contradictory. Like the moves they made the rest of the offseason and the way they talked about this football team said otherwise. I'm saying that, if you're going to make those changes and you believe it's still something that you're going to have trouble grasping 6 weeks into the season, I think Steven is just sugarcoating how long it's taking for them to pick it up.
That's fine if you're sugarcoating it. I disagree with you on trying to undergo this type of change and that meaning that you can't contend. Bill Belichick takes the first 4 weeks of every single season to sit there and feel everything out, then the adjustment, and then in the final quarter of the season, we implement it and put it into play. So we just disagree there. We'll ask Jerry at 8:30 this morning. A lot of questions. Bobby's raring to go. He's on the edge of his seat already. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. The rankings have come out for the home field advantages in the baseball playoffs. Where is Arlington on this list? And can RJ Choppy singing help the Rangers tonight sweep Baltimore out of town? We get you set for Game 3 next.
Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
He deals a 2-2. Castellanos in the air to right center field. Harris is on the run. Harris at the track. He leaps and he makes the catch. Harper might be doubled up. The throw gets away. The throw to first. It's over. It's over. Harper never tagged. He couldn't get back. And it's a double up to end game 2. Wow.
What a call on Fox. Yeah. What an ending last night as the Atlanta Braves survive as they were this close to being down 2-0 to filthy.
Survive is the operative word there. They absolutely survived. Very fortunate to win that game. Zach Wheeler was wheeling and dealing all night. He had a no-hitter like in the 5th inning, and then he hangs a slider to Darno, who hits a 2-run homer to make it 4-3. And then inexplicably, they threw Riley a 3-2 slider when he had not caught up to a fastball in the entire at bat. And there it is. I mean, he gets barrel on it and it flies. And it's 5-4, and it's 5-4 bottom 8 now. So you only have 3 outs left. Harper leads off. He walks. They leave the lefty in instead of bringing in their closer. Harper walks, and then you get an out, and bam! All of a sudden, it's a double play.
You know, this playoff series, which by the way, it would have been absolutely hilarious if Atlanta would have choked this one away, because I
can't have Philadelphia celebrating this much.
That's
undefeated start, and now this, as RJ thinks they're gonna go and maybe even win the World Series. No, not for me.
Here's the thing with Philly, like this, the Phillies fans is everything that is good about Eagle fans without the Eagle fans. Like, they're very loud. They're very loud. They're very into the game, but they're not the jerks that the Eagle fans are. Like, they're the civilized few that go to the Eagle games.
That's interesting because, I mean, I just think of Philly fans as all-encompassing. They all root for the same team. And
I'm just trying to convince myself.
I
like this Phillies team. I like their attitude. I like their players.
Look, here's the thing. We're rooting for the Diamondbacks. That's what we're doing.
Banny, baby.
We're rooting for the Diamondbacks, not because of Banny, but because when the Rangers make it to the World Series, I want to make sure we have an 84-win team across from us. Although, you know what? Philly has to prove they can win in Arlington, because they couldn't do it in the opening series of the year. Got swept like a bunch of punks. And that was with Jacob deGrom getting rocked.
Yeah.
What are you going to do when you got to go up against the buzzsaw of Andrew Heaney for 2 innings?
Bryce Harper last night said, I made a base running mistake.
He made a good play. I probably shouldn't have gone over second base. But, made a decision, and, I'll live with that. Yeah, just taking a chance. Michael made a great play and doubled me up, so tough way to end it.
Clown base running, bro.
He took a chance. Like, he made the right move by going 2 second. He went further than that, though, and that was his problem. He was down near third base.
So tonight, 6:30 pregame, the G-Bag Nation will be broadcasting live all the way up until that moment. Rangers, Orioles, right here on 105.3 The Fan. If Texas wins, they move on to the American League Championship Series. Dean Kramer on the mound for Baltimore, 13-5 this year with a 4.12 ERA. His ERA in the month of September is a 4. Where is it calculated for the entire month? It was in the 4s, kind of in the low 4s. His last 3 starts, he gave up 1 against Tampa in 5 innings, 3 earned in 3 1/3 against Cleveland, and then he went 5 1/3 against the Massholes in Boston with 0 earned. So Dean Kramer against Nathan Eovaldi, and if you get 80% of what Nathan Eovaldi gave you against the Rays,
oh yeah,
I feel great about moving on.
I do too, especially because Kramer has not pitched in 12 days. Oh. And what was the Orioles' big problem in Game 2?
Walks.
That's what happens. Brian Snitker last night, the manager of the Atlanta Braves, talked about this very thing when talking about Max Fried.
Schmidt, was Max physically unable to execute or just didn't have his best stuff today?
Yeah, I just think it's a long layoff, quite honestly. You know, he feels good. It's just commands off a little bit. I think it's just when you miss like 18 days without pitching a competition, I think that's kind of the result of that.
18 days. Couldn't find his spot. His velocity was fine. He didn't know where the hell the ball was going.
Yeah.
This is you got like be patient here. Like, this is a patient night. He hadn't pitched in 2 weeks, this guy.
So I got the patented Mike Bassick phone call last night after this statement was made on the air. And Mike was bringing up the point that he's like, look, if the Rangers make the ALCS, there's a good chance, as Mike said, he said, there's a good chance like Max Scherzer could end up like throwing an inning or two, the way things are heading. And he's like, we need to remember that was just an 18-day layoff for Max Fried, and he was having real trouble finding the strike zone. He's like, just with Max Scherzer, we've got to have it's going to be great. It'll be a huge emotional boost, but this is not just step out there and all of a sudden you're Max Scherzer again. There will be probably a little bit of difficulty finding the strike zone early and finding your rhythm again.
What type of environment will there be at the Globe? The postseason ballpark rankings have been put out. Where are the Rangers on this list?
So there are 8 teams left in the playoffs, or there were 8 teams in the playoffs when everything was going on Friday, and they stacked it up as the most raucous atmospheres. This is over at The Athletic. And what I think is hilarious here is that they call the Globe Life Field crowd the Great Unknown. That they really have no idea that they opened the ballpark in the season without fans. They had 2 losing seasons after that. So there's not a great feel for what the crowd is like. And yet they still don't have them last. They still have the Arizona Diamondbacks behind the Texas Rangers for the worst crowd in the playoffs left. But the Rangers are ranked 7th out of 8. And they say it's not for any sort of, take on the Rangers crowd and the way that they are, that it's more just about this is a complete unknown factor. They could be a huge boost for the Rangers. They could be raucous. They could be ready for playoff baseball, or they may not show up. There's just no telling where they stack up. Because now for me, I know we've tried with the Section 133 thing to try and get a raucous atmosphere going in the corner. I still say that the biggest detriment that Globe Life Field has had in terms of intensity in that crowd is that it still feels so sterile in there. Like it feels like a museum at times. And I don't know how you fix that. You brought it up the other day, Chop, I think. I would love it if they just open the roof and like open everything up and try and get some more atmosphere in there. Because I just feel like when it's closed off and you can hear the hum of those AC vents and everything else, I think the intensity would be a little bit stronger if you got some outdoor baseball going.
That that is an issue. I mean, I went to a game in Houston a few years ago, and that's several years ago, and I was like, man, I don't want an indoor stadium. I was in that, and it sounds like you're in a mall. You're watching a game in a mall, and it's just very hard to get into the game now. Like things could change. You get a great performance, all of a sudden things change, but. It's just, and also the Rangers for a long time have promoted a family environment, and you're not going to get a raucous crowd in a family environment, and that's where
all baseball. All teams kind of.
Well, yeah,
they want you to family 4-pack and all that.
Yeah, they all do that, but the Phillies and the Red Sox, they're not saying, hey, bring your family out of the, they have that, but it's not the same. It's just different. It's like they're doing it to get people to the ballpark. Those teams aren't having to worry about it. Just a different atmosphere.
This was the most hurtful line in The Athletic. The old Rangers ballpark could drum up a Texas-sized atmosphere worthy of Stevie Ray Vaughan and Pat Green, but the new place feels very much like a multi-event space that happens to be hosting a baseball game.
Yeah. Here's what you need to know according to Sandler for tonight. The Rangers rally towels are red if you want to coordinate. So keep that in mind.
For the 49ers.
Bruce Bochy smiled when asked about the team's love of Creed. Said he's aware the team is listening to a lot of Creed, does not have a favorite Creed song, but is familiarizing himself with their catalog. And with that... And with that, since the 6 a.m. Club has taken over as our top radio audience of the show, we debut RJ Choppy's Texas Rangers Creed song to close this out tonight.
All right, Rangers, let's go, baby! We got a game to win! Man, time to get up. 2 strikes, get up. Stay up. Don't stop. Get up. Let's go, Razorback. Woo! We're doing this through Creed. Yeah.
Long intro.
This team, man, heading for another round. I hope it's first between. Yeah. Back globe life will put the birds to sleep. 'Cause we don't want to leave Texas for that blue state.
Politics.
'Cause Evan Carter putting on his cape, heading straight for the Hall of Fame. So it's Bo's van.
Oh no,
he lets Evan wear his cape. Come on, it's Bo's van. We trust and have faith. Everybody, Bo's team's on fire. Woo! Carter Young and Elma are me. Bo's team's on fire, yeah! On our way to the World Series.
Damn right.
One take, one time, one time.
And we will have that available on my
No,
Twitter for
we are
download.
deleting that.
Nope, we are putting that. That is. Look, there. I think that you've had some other songs that are better. You've had some other songs that are worse. No song has been truer to the original text than that one. I feel like
it was as bad as.
Hey, stop that! I'm gonna tweet out the Google Drive link so you guys can download this and play it on your way to the stadium.
Always respect the effort. Well done. Well done. Chuck Morgan, there you go. The song will be in your email. Let us know what you think. 877-881-1053 for the Choppy Ranger Creed review. We got a lot of trash talk audio and firing back. Tyreek Hill is defending Dak Prescott, and Micah Parsons responds to George Kittle's F Dallas shirt. The audio next on The Fan.
It's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Texas, it is Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks for the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's all gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Thanks to Tolo D, Diego, Tarek. We got breaking news that is bad for your fantasy teams and horrible for the Minnesota Vikings. Justin Jefferson is going to IR. So Justin Jefferson is going to miss at least the next 4 games. Breaking news here on The Fan is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. I went and just looked at Minnesota. I'm like, oh, who's going to catch a break in the NFC East? How bad could it get for the Vikings? When does the fire sale start? They're 1-4. Here are their next 4. At Chicago, you could still get a win. San Fran, at Green Bay, at Atlanta. So that's the next 4 for the Minnesota Vikings. When did they decide to completely blow this up with Justin Jefferson out for a while?
Well, blowing it up would mean trading Kirk Cousins, I would assume. Is that what we would consider blowing it up?
Fire sale in general. Move different pieces around.
There's teams out there that think they're competitive that could use quarterbacks. Someone out, maybe the Jets. Zach Wilson isn't playing. He's gotten better. He's gotten better the last couple of weeks.
Hey, he's been solid.
So yesterday it was revealed that George Kittle had a little Dallas shots fired wearing the undershirt while running into the end zone Sunday night. And he was paying homage to Gary Plummer. Remember him? Old linebacker for San Francisco who wore an F blank 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 Dallas t-shirt underneath of his 49ers jersey, while George Kittle did the same thing. Had the same F Dallas shirt, and Micah Parsons responded to that on his podcast yesterday.
George Kittle had 3 touchdowns on us, and he posted this thing to IG. He said F Dallas. I just feel like he's making it way more personal than it had to be. Kittle's my guy, but I'm going to say this. Laugh now, cry later. We got something for that. Just trust. If we see them again, just trust. And we're going to put it just like that. I ain't going to put too much on it. You're going to make it personal. We can make it personal. That's cool.
Okay, Jalen.
That's not even Jalen. That's I don't even know what that is. That's
Micah Parsons. I told you he sounds delusional. He does need to settle down just a little bit. We've crossed the line of when Micah said something. It's like when it was fresh out of his mouth back in the day. It's like, ooh, Micah Parsons. Now Micah is just saying things. It's a lot of hot air. When he made the statement that wasn't a loss the other night. That was a lesson. You should have seen Shannon Sharp's face yesterday on television. Like, people are, like, looking at each other like, is something wrong with this dude? What the heck is he talking about? I get what he's trying to say. You can try to support the overall perspective. I get all that, but it sounds foolish. It's just more hot noise coming out of the Cowboys defense. So, whoa, I'm sure George Kittle and San Fran is shaking in their boots. You just sound really dumb when you say, watch next time. It'll be 42-17. It'll be 40-20.
Are they changing play callers?
We got something for y'all. Hopefully they change quarterbacks. Hopefully Trey Lance gets his ass out there sooner than I wanted.
I can't remember who said it. A lot of people have said it. It's, you either win or you learn. Like, that's the
Micah.
Well, like it was a college coach that had said it recently. You either win or you learn. And look, and I get it. I get exactly what he's saying. Like, it's a lesson. And it was. I took.
They're going to learn today.
I think we all took way more out of that game than just a loss.
You know what I understand what he's trying to do as well, like you said, and he's trying to be uplifting and positive and a rallying point and everything else. I think the rallying point this football team needs is not, hey guys, we're going to learn from this. We're going to get better. They need Larry Bird after the Memorial Day massacre going to the media and saying, like, do we have guys that are really in it?
Yeah.
Like when you see Magic slapping high fives and running around, does anybody care? Like, that's what they need. They need somebody to just basically call guys out.
And he wasn't uplifting when he threw some people under the bus with that set the edge comment. after the game. What was that?
Yeah, that I tweeted that out yesterday, and that didn't get a lot of great responses from the fans. So he was asked about if the run D still needs to be addressed, and his quote was, "I don't know. That's something. It's just only so much I can do from where I'm sitting at. Like, I don't know what's going on inside. I just set the edge, bro. I don't know the things that the interior or whatever needs to get addressed. It's just something the coach has got to look at." Now, I will say that the way he said it sounded to me like somebody who's like, hey, if I say something needs to be addressed, I'm taking the spot of basically evaluating how my teammates are doing. And that's the coaches. Like, I'm not going to say somebody's not playing well. That's what it felt like to me, just the tone. He didn't sound like, well, it wasn't me. Like, that wasn't the way he sounded, but it definitely reads that way.
I want to know some of the PFF grades.
All right.
So, by the way, Kyle Shanahan used Tank Lawrence to hype up the 49ers on Saturday night. Played a video clip of Tank proclaiming, "You just witnessed the best defense in the world." That's what y'all witness. So Kyle Shanahan put that on the video board for his team in order to compare.
So I went here and I looked at team reports and I went to the Cowboys. I went to defense. And I was like, wait a second. There was an awful lot of 90s for this game. But then I realized I was for the season. And I had to click on the individual game report. So here we go. Individual game report for week 5. You want defense or offense?
Defense.
All right. That's good. That's what I pulled up. Starters. The highest graded starter was
Hankins, Jordan Lewis.
Hankins or D-Law?
Van Der Esch.
See. So starter, Jordan Lewis was not a starter, but he was the 4th overall. No, the highest graded starter was Osa at an 83.
Okay.
Then Deron Bland at an 81.
I don't think Deron Bland played particularly great.
His coverage was an 85. Wow, his tackling was terrible. 50.
Just go down the list.
Next starter, Stephon Gilmore, 69. Jordan Lewis is in between at 71, 75.
We need to have a future Gilmore conversation, you and I, Roberto.
Okay.
Damone Clark was the 4th highest graded starter with a 62. It's not very good. It's in the yellow. Then Malik Hooker, a 61. Then Hankins, a 58. He had an 81 pass rush. It's probably his only pass rushed on 17 of the 40 plays. His run defense was not good. It was a 46.
They do not know how to grade one technique tackles. It is stunning how frequently they get nose guard play wrong.
Van Der Esch was next. Then DeMarcus Lawrence with a 54.5. He had a 60 coverage, a 68 pass rush, a 72 tackle, a 55 run defense. And then Micah was next with a 54. A 28 tackle grade, 71 pass rush grade. Curse, Donovan Wilson were the bottom 2 on the starters.
How about these safeties?
Yes.
How about the safety play after Jerry Jones said, I think this is the best safety play maybe we've ever had, or at least since Darren Woodson.
37.5, 37.7.
Jinxed it.
Yeah, he jinxed it. Speaking of safeties.
Real quick, right below them, Mozzie Smith with a 32. He had a 29 run defense, a 67 tackle, a 78.5 pass rush.
Oh, my.
Should we bother with the offense?
No, not yet. Dante Whitner, former top 10 draft pick, was on NBC Bay Area. And he was on there, post-game analysis, firing shots at number 4.
What is your overall first take about this 42-10 butt whooping by the 49ers?
Dak Prescott sucks.
Oh, my God.
Period. Right? They talk so much about Dak Prescott being a top-tier quarterback, franchise guy. I don't see it. I see them trying to cover up for what he lacks. A lot of quick throws, cutting half of the field off, and giving him easy throws. Other than that, he's not a quarterback that can drop back and really take advantage of a defense and carve it up. And today we've seen it. The 49ers defense made him look like a tier 4 quarterback.
So let me ask you this. Could they do better without him with Cooper Rush?
Oh, no.
So
he's the best they have over there. And then if it starts to get too bad this year, you'll see Trey Lance. But other than that, Dak is the best they have, but it's not good enough.
So what do you think about the Cowboys, though, as a team, specifically their defense? Because that didn't look like a pretty fearsome defense to me.
All talk.
Okay, that's where I wanted to go.
All talk, no bark.
You know, let's see what type of response there is after the Rodney Harrison, Zach Wilson thing. Garbage. Sucks. Over the line. You don't have to go ahead and say that, but, you know, that's the local broadcast. So Dante Whitner is sitting there taking his shots.
Isn't talk and bark the same thing? All talk, no bark.
It'd be all bark,
all talk,
no
no
bite,
bark.
right? So all bark, no bite.
So Tyreek Hill decided to chime in here and say, "What's up with the old heads?" And Dante Whitner said, "You're fast, but you're lucky. I'd have killed you on that field. Mind your business, homie. Old head, you'll be here one day. I said what I said." And then Tyreek's like, "Why'd you delete some of your previous tweets?" So that's Tyreek Hill stepping in for Dak Prescott after Whitner said he sucks.
The difference in Whitner and Rodney is that Whitner's on the local broadcast. You can get away with saying somebody sucks.
Yeah.
If he was on NBC and he said the same thing, where it's a pregame or postgame show, that's more difficult to get away with than this. If he was on FS1 on whatever the hell their show is with Shady McCoy, he could say he sucks. By the way, that's what these guys are trying to do.
Yeah.
He's trying to become Shady McCoy. He wants to get on a FS1 or another national TV show.
And Bassick followed through yesterday. He did ask Stephen Jones, are there any plans to give Trey Lance first team reps this year?
No, those things will evolve in time. And I know Mike and Coach Shotty, we all have a plan for him right now. The most important thing for the Dallas Cowboys are to win football games. And certainly we're focused on that. We certainly understood when we brought Trey in here what the situation would be like, having, our starting quarterback established in Dak Prescott, to have a good solid backup in Cooper, and knew he would get most of his reps, if not all of them, in the scout team. But the bigger thing is learning week in and week out in the meeting rooms and, getting your hands and embracing, our offense.
Okay, if you say so. I still think if they go out there, if they lay an egg against the Chargers, I don't know what they will be. There will be changes by the time the Rams game rolls around.
Like, what are you inferring?
I don't know if it would be personnel or if it would be play calling or whatever else, but we will come out of the bye week if they lose this game, and we're going to be hearing about stuff is changing because they can't just continue the status quo.
I think the likelihood would be maybe they go back to the old system.
I don't know.
What I mean? Because we have recent precedent for that with Brady in Tampa. They started with Arians, bye week.
Get ready for a Mike McCarthy war then. That would have to be a Mike McCarthy war. Jerry at 8:30, we'll ask him about it. Here on Sean and RJ, his first public comments since the San Francisco beatdown. Vegas thinks the Rangers are now winning it all. We continue to get you set for Game 3 next. But look.
is live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Empty set for Garoppolo. Shotgun snap. Quick throw. Over the middle. It's caught. Touchdown Myers. The quick slant to Jacoby. And he leaned across the goal line. Touchdown Raiders on a beautiful drive.
Pretty ugly game last night. Phillies, Braves, much more entertaining. The Raiders stop an 8-game losing streak against the Green Bay Packers and Jordan Love, who threw 3 picks. They lose to the Silver and Black. 17-13. Jimmy G returns to throw another interception. He leads the league with 7 picks. The Raiders are 2-3. The Packers fall to 2-3.
Yeah, it was a nice run, Jordan Love. It was we had a lot of fun there for a few weeks. Sean looked like a genius for a couple weeks. I was ready to cede the throne as the football expert, but it's come back down to earth. No, honestly,
no Aaron Jones either.
That was a brutal game to watch. Like I popped in on it a couple times. It was so incredibly difficult to watch. This is a bad Raiders football team. This is a Packers team that's just not a lot of fun to watch, especially when Jordan Love isn't clicking. If Jordan Love isn't playing well, there's nothing of real interest with the Packers.
Some around the NFL, Deshaun Watson was cleared a week ago, and he's still not practicing?
Still not practicing. This is very, very odd, and I don't know why he's still not practicing, but they had a bye week, and now they're back on the field getting ready for their next week of games. Good ones. It's Kansas City, I think, this week. And they don't have Deshaun Watson practicing. Very, very interesting. And I think you brought up last week, one of you two did, it was Bobby, talking about how this impacts guaranteed contracts, right? If you have a guy that you're paying a guaranteed money to and he's not playing, he's not practicing, even though he's been medically cleared. Because the thought is that if you have your guarantee, the reason you're not playing or practicing is because you don't have your bag. But when you've got your guaranteed money and there's no fear of getting cut, maybe you do play through something. But Deshaun Watson's not right now. And it doesn't look like he is. That line has already jumped. Let's see San Francisco they have this week.
Look, normally I would say, if he's not ready to go, you can't really question a player's health. With Deshaun Watson, when it comes to anything, I just don't. I'm not going to give him any benefit of the doubt. I don't want to. I want to root for the worst case story against him. So there were questions, well, there weren't questions. It was obvious. He's like, I'm quitting you, Houston. I'm not showing up. So just wonder. It doesn't make any sense, though, because he was starting to go up. He was starting to make a turn with the really good play. So this doesn't make a lot of sense. Did the Browns do him favors by announcing that he was cleared medically? It's just not adding up right now.
And maybe that's it. Maybe he's finally starting to turn it around, and he's like, I'm not stepping back out there until I feel 100% right. I'm not going to do anything to jeopardize the confidence that I've rebuilt over the last couple weeks. It's the Zion Williamson. I just don't feel like Zion.
Yeah, and he may have seen what happened to Dak because they play San Fran. They may have seen what happened to Dak on Sunday night, but I don't want any part of that.
Anthony Richardson, they play San Francisco?
Yeah, they play San Francisco.
Anthony Richardson is likely to miss significant time with the right shoulder injury he suffered on Sunday. So the initial diagnosis, a grade 3 AC joint sprain, meaning he would miss a month or more, according to Ian Rappaport. So Anthony Richardson is going to be out for a while, and it'll be Gardner Minshew quarterbacking Indy, who got the new deal done, by the way, with Jonathan Taylor. 14 a year. First running back deal in forever, averaging double digits. And you know why they made a humongous mistake? Two reasons why they made a big mistake giving Jonathan Taylor that money. One, the Colts are not a contender, so a stupid team-building move. And the other reason played out right in front of their very eyes on Sunday. And you know this, where I'm going if you had him in fantasy, Zach Moss. Zach Moss had 23 for 165 and 2. That's why you don't pay Jonathan Taylor.
There you go.
They gave him 14 a year. Bam.
There you go.
Done.
Look, the Giants.
A-Chain in Miami is why you don't pay him.
A-Chain. Yep. Go look at the Giants. The Giants, they could go back in time, would have franchised Daniel Jones and just let Saquon walk. instead of signing Daniel Jones and then tagging Saquon, who can't. I mean, when's he play? Of course they would have.
Absolutely.
But teams are dumb. Who do we? Oh, Zolak for the Patriot game. Just let teams be stupid. If you let teams be stupid, they're going to show you how dumb they are, and the Colts are showing you how dumb they are.
Yeah, I don't know. I would think they would go back in time and they would change it, but the Giants have consistently shown they value weird, dumb things, and so they might still do it. Like, they, for some reason, do think Saquon Barkley is, like, their version of Patrick Mahomes. It's bizarre.
Yeah, I wonder how much of, like, being a general manager in New York City is about playing to the callers who call into the radio station.
Yeah.
I mean, I truly do wonder that at this point.
CJ Nitkowski will join us at 7:20 this morning to tell us his favorite Rangers, will tell us his favorite Creed song, and tell us whether this is real Nathan Eovaldi that hopefully we get for tonight. Game 3, the G-Bag Nation will be doing their show all the way up until 6:30 pregame. Choppy will be there. Are you going to this game as well?
I am. I don't know what time I'll be out there, but I'll be there. I'll be mingling. I'll be looking for. I'll bring. If I see any Tolos, I'll bring the Firehouse stickers that Promo sent me with, and I'll give you a sticker if you say hey.
We have more for the Firehouse tour in Mansfield this Friday.
Firehouse number 3 in Mansfield, 5:30 to 10.
Texas Day Brazil.
Texas Day Brazil. They'll have the steak, the bacon wrapped chicken. It's all going to be there.
And it's brought to you by Central Roofing and Restoration. Yesterday, Bet Online made the Texas Rangers the new favorite to win it all. Are you serious? Rangers 13-4. Philly 4-1. They had the 4-0 lead yesterday to go up 2-0 on the mighty Atlanta Braves. They end up blowing it. Then Atlanta, Houston, LA, Minnesota, Arizona, and Baltimore. The Vegas odds with the Rangers on top. I'm stunned.
Don't be. This is not an odd that you read into. The Rangers were the closest of any team to the league championship series.
Okay.
By default, that means they're also the closest to the World Series.
Okay.
Because they had a 2-0 series lead and nobody else did.
All right.
So
if Houston was up 2-0, the Rangers would not be on top.
Right. So they had to be number one. If Philadelphia won last night, they may have jumped to number one. The Braves this morning jumped to number one. On BetMGM, FanDuel, and DraftKings, they're plus 275, Rangers plus 350. Houston plus 500, Philly plus 550. You want some value? Let me get the Dodgers at 18-1. If you don't buy that Arizona's going to win this series, which after the first 2 games, I don't know why you wouldn't buy they're going to win this series. But if you said, you know what, you got an extra $20 laying around, I'll take the Dodgers at 18-1 to win $360. It's still a really good team. They're still good.
Yeah.
They're good. I would not count on them winning, though, because we've seen so many consistent Dodger collapses over the years. So,
and here's what happened to them last night.
Yeah, with 2 outs, brings home the 1-0 pitch. Wong swings, a drive to center. There's Thomas. He's got it. And the Arizona Diamondbacks have come into Los Angeles at Dodger Stadium, winning tonight's ball game 4-2.
That was the call on Diamondbacks radio. So Arizona's up 2-0 on the LA Dodgers. Yesterday, Cowboy injury news is not great. CJ Goodwin tore his pec muscle. He's out for the season. Leighton Vander Esch is out 4 to 6 weeks. Micah Parsons could see more time at linebacker as a result. Kevontae Turpin with the ankle has a chance to practice this week, according to Mike McCarthy. And the KMC Masterpiece yesterday asked Stephen Jones how much responsibility to be consistent. Because yesterday in the press conference, Mike McCarthy said, yeah, I'm disappointed in the consistency of, did he say the players?
Yeah, just the exact word was the consistency of the execution, I think is what he had said. It was something along those lines. Basically,
I didn't see a bus out there. Was there a bus out there?
A bus?
They just rolled over the team with?
Yeah, that's what basically he was essentially saying, not me, guys. It's not me.
Stephen Jones asked how much responsibility is on Big Mike.
Yeah, I think it falls on everybody, from ownership to management to the coaching staff to the players. I mean, everybody should step up and be held accountable. And we certainly like our football team for the long haul, but we've got to bring consistency to our game. We've got to bring execution to our game, and we have to be better if we want to be the type of team that wants to compete for championships, and certainly we fell far short of that last night. And but at the same time, there's a lot of football left to be played, and we certainly believe in this team and believe that we'll rebound from this, and like the resiliency at the end of the day of our team, and think that we'll do what it takes to bring the consistency and execution to the field that we need to do week in and week out if we're going to be the type of team we want to be.
Dan Quinn said about the defensive performance, certainly I'm bummed. The conversations since have been constructive, no finger pointing. We're not going to let this game beat us twice. Jerry Jones live at 8:30 this morning.
Yeah, let's it's going to be tough, I think, for anybody to buy rhetoric from this football team for a little while.
Yes.
Just because of what was talked about leading up to this past game. I will say Brian was talking yesterday, I heard G-Bag, that when they were listening back to Stephen Jones cuts, he was like, I've been in enough meetings with Stephen Jones to know that was angry Stephen Jones on the radio yesterday.
Really?
I love, though, the comment about not going to let it beat us twice. Because that is, those things can happen. You lose a crushing game and you come back the next week and you lay an egg. You lost that game 2 times. It literally beat you twice.
The Cowboys no longer have the third best odds to win the NFC. They're now behind the Lions to win the conference. The Lions are plus 700. So we took a step back.
Yeah, they did. Now, Detroit's, I think Detroit would have to have home games to win. Their offense at home is insane. On the road, it's, kind of 50-50.
Now, you're going to argue this is a good loss for the Cowboys.
I do think it is a good loss for the Cowboys.
Can't wait to hear this.
Well, you've got to hit rock bottom. You hit rock bottom before you grow. You got to. Anybody goes through rehab, therapy. I had to hit rock bottom to quit smoking. I did. Let's go through these teams that hit rock bottom, though. They couldn't get over the hump of the team. The Colts in 2006. They had lost to the Patriots in the playoffs, 2 years prior, and then 3 years prior. They had gotten beat by them every year in the playoffs.
Look on TV, it says rock bottom, but it's for Belichick.
It's for Belichick.
That's rock bottom.
And in that game, they had to get down 21-3 at half in that game. And they had to come back, and they win the Super Bowl that year. And for Manning, he hit rock bottom. He goes over the hump. He goes to like 4 Super Bowls in his last 8 years. The Red Sox, 86 years in a row of never winning a World Series. They had to get down 3-0 to their nemesis, a team that had just basically won 4 titles in, 6 years, 8 years? And they're down 3-0 in the series. They're down to their final 3 outs. Stolen base hit, win game 4, win game 5, go on, come back from 3-0 down, win the World Series. LeBron 2016, his career is he had already won 2 titles, but he had lost like 3 or 4 at the time. He's down 3-1 to Golden State, basically rock bottom, comes back. In his mind, he said that win made him the greatest player of all time. This is rock bottom. Like this is rock bottom here.
I don't know, because I know that team has felt like each of the last 3 times they've lost, that's been rock bottom for them.
Doesn't this feel worse? This feels a lot worse to me.
Yeah.
Even though they got a game next week
worse.
And the season isn't over, this feels way worse.
See, a lot of those instances you gave, though, were like they were on the brink of rock bottom and they stormed back. Like Dallas got on the brink of rock bottom and looked like they quit.
Fair.
I'm going to be, like I said, I'm genuinely interested to see what this team's mentals are like this week.
Jerry Jones live at 8:30 on this radio station. The first comments since the embarrassment in California. Let's check in with the Rangers analyst, good friend of the show, CJ Nitkowski. Can the Rangers end this tonight? Let's preview Game 3 on the home of the Rangers with CJ.
Fan, it is the Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by QC Kinetics.
The 3-1. Swinging a high fly ball deep out into left field. Hayes going back. Mitch Garver, can you take me higher? You most definitely can. A grand slam for Mitch Garver to give Texas a 9-2 lead.
That was Hicksy with the radio call, and throughout the season, what?
No, just, I got fired for doing something like that. Now
well, you didn't do it one time. You did it 100 times.
That's okay. That's okay. Now it's just, now it's cool. It's going to get the blogs now. I started that whole damn trend.
Trendsetter. So. That's what you were.
10 years too early. I was ahead of my time.
Rangers television analyst CJ Nitkowski joining us to preview Game 3 here on Sean and RJ via whatever, the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, CJ.
Morning, fellas. What's going on?
Favorite Creed song?
I don't have one, and I wish I would have thought of one ahead of time, but I do not have one. I'm sorry.
Okay. When's the last time you worked something like that into a call or a broadcast, if you've ever done it?
Yeah, it's a good question. Dave and I, more often than not, it's going to be a Seinfeld quote or something we talked about earlier in the day. Inside jokes, never a really good idea on television, but we'll have our moments for sure. But I don't know if we've ever done anything musically based, being that both of us, that's not our forte, but we have our fun for sure.
Top 2 Seinfeld episodes all time.
Ooh, top 2, my goodness, right off the top of my head. Festivus, still love Festivus. Okay. We have a Festivus Friday every Friday on my radio show on XM. And it's just really a nice time to complain and just go ahead and air it out. And then the contest, you can't go wrong with the contest.
Seinfeld or Curb?
I watched way more Seinfeld than I did Curb.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
Same here.
Yeah.
How surprised are you or shocked that we're sitting here in this situation? That the Rangers have not lost a game in the postseason, and you're 1 win away from the LCS with all the injuries. Are you stunned?
I don't want to say I'm stunned. Maybe put me at like a 6, pushing a 7 out of 10. I mean, what we're seeing now is the team that we saw the first 2 months of the season, right, where they could go out and they could dominate and they could win a couple of different ways. I know they were carried by the offense early in the season, and they have been a handful of times here in the postseason, but it's just that kind of feeling of winning, right? The way that they were going, I know they were in first place for 4.5 months, but the first 2 months in particular, there was an unstoppable feeling to this team, right? We were talking about projecting out win totals for the year and saying, well, gosh, at this pace, they're up over 100 wins. They're going to set a franchise record for this and for run differential and all these other things. And so the feeling is familiar at the level that this team is playing right now. I think maybe a little bit surprising to see them get to some pretty good pitching, not that they're not capable, but limping in after that Seattle series and seeing them show up the way that they had. We were all concerned about Tyler Glasnow in Game 1 of the wild card round. We know how good he can be. We know how good his curveball is, and he wasn't sharp. The Rangers took control of that one, and they really haven't looked back. I mean, it does feel like, as I try to stay away from it to some degree, but it does feel like they have some serious momentum going their way right now.
What was your feeling on Baltimore coming into this?
I was concerned just because they're a good young team, and even though they're young, you say, well, they're young, that means they're inexperienced. But what they did this year was really impressive. The way that they were able to hold off the Tampa Bay Rays, once they got control of that division, the series that they had with Tampa late in the year where Tampa seemed poised to at least tie them and make it interesting, and they held them off, and then they continued and won that American League East. That's not an easy thing to do. I know the Yankees were down, Red Sox were down, the Blue Jays didn't quite live up to expectations, but it was still a really deep division. And, of course, throw Tampa in there as well. So the fact that they were able to do it with some really, really good, young, talented players, like they're opening in a window right now in Baltimore that's probably going to last here a little while despite how good that division is, because they have really good players and more players coming. The fact that the Rangers were able to hold them off the way that they did, some big plays in the first game, a close one, then the offense showing up in a big way, it's impressive because it's a good team.
Has Baltimore played to you like a team that hasn't been here in this kind of moment before and it just isn't ready for it?
It's interesting. I would say that first game, obviously, with the missed sign on the hit and run and Gunnar Henderson getting thrown out in the ninth inning, felt like it was, some inexperience, but it was Aaron Hicks that was hitting at the time, right? He's not inexperienced. He was the one that, missed the sign. And so then you have that combined with Grayson Rodriguez, who we have seen now the Rangers have 3 times. He made his big league debut against the Rangers, did okay. They had a chance really to knock him out early, didn't quite do it. But you're like, okay, you could see why he's a big-time prospect, but he wasn't there yet. Then he struggled against the Rangers, goes to the minor leagues, comes back, and he dominates. And I was like, oh, you know what? Maybe this kid's figured it out because he certainly has top of the rotation kind of stuff. Is this going to be a problem? And they handled him really well. Like the at-bats they had against Grayson Rodriguez, some people will look at what he did and say, oh, he wasn't up for the moment. I look at the approach of the Rangers, the patience, getting to pitches, getting to some fastballs when he missed in the zone. They did a really nice job against him. I thought that was going to be a much tougher game than it actually was for the Rangers offense.
CJ Nitkowski joining us here at 105 through the Fan. I said yesterday I want to sell out to win Game 3. I am scared to death of Game 4. We don't know we don't know really a great idea about what they're going to do. I assume it's going to be a lot like Game 1. But if you get to Game 4, that is a total crapshoot, probably even in the advantage of Baltimore. I don't want any part of Game 5. Am I crazy to want to sell out to win Game 3 and just end it?
No, I don't think you're crazy. I think if the opportunity is there, Bruce Bochy will do it. Right? If there's an opportunity to win that game, when you talk about selling out and pushing your bullpen or making every move, not as if it's a must win, because I don't like using that phrase unless you're going to lose. If you lose, that means you go home. And so I don't feel that way necessarily where you're going to see them panic and, if your starter is scuffling a little bit, you're going to take him out in the second inning. I don't think we see that necessarily with Nate Eovaldi. I say that at the same time watching Bruce Bochy all year. He's not afraid. Right, if he senses something with a pitcher, whether it's the regular season or it's the postseason, he does not wait around. He doesn't let you figure it out. Now, Eovaldi's coming off a really nice start, and it was good to see. It was his best one by far since it came off the IL. But could Bochy potentially, treat this? Again, not panicking, but really kind of go ahead and finish it off. And I don't think he's going to hold anything back. And like you, of course, we all want to see them wrap it up here tonight.
CJ, were you thinking that Eovaldi was capable of turning it on like that, or were you like us and we're like, okay, we've seen the last 5 starts, we've seen the last month, this thing is not going to turn around?
So, yeah, easy to say now that I thought maybe he would have been able to do it, only because he's really good, but he also has a good postseason track record. Right, so is there something about that, right? It's almost like, well, hey, games are games. Aren't they just games? There is something about stepping it up and getting into that postseason atmosphere, and I don't doubt that for him and some of the struggles that he had, as you mentioned, those last few starts after it came off the IL, like, man, he might not be right. Can he really, it's just, it's the postseason, he's going to turn it around. Doesn't seem logical. At the same time, it looked like that's exactly what he did. He had really good command of his fastball, which is important, obviously, for everybody. But I think for him, because of the way, especially his split, plays off of it. And so to see that was really encouraging. So who knows? Maybe it was something mechanical. It wasn't physical like we might have thought just because he was coming off the IL. Whatever it was, it worked. It was really good to see. And I don't have any reason to believe that he can't do that again tonight.
How do you handle the pitching in Game 4, if there is one?
Yeah, so, I kind of like what they did. I think they understand what's going on here with the Baltimore Orioles and using the lefties, right? We haven't seen Martin Perez yet. Cody Bradford was fantastic in Game 2. He can be a guy. How you do it exactly all depends. We still love Dane Dunning and his ability. And so the fact that those guys, I get it. Like for a guy like Bradford, at 3 2/3 is a lot with only one. I guess it would be 2 days off potentially for Game 4, but it's the postseason. So I think I doubt it's Bochy's favorite. But what we've seen a couple of times when a starter hasn't been able to go deep, they can piece it together. And we've seen this bullpen all year long be heavy left-handed, and this is a series in particular where it could really play to their advantage. So I could see that's the way that they would go about it. And it doesn't scare me as much as it might because we've seen that philosophy come into play now over the last 5 to 8 years in Major League Baseball, and it can be a winning philosophy, and nobody runs the bullpen better than Bruce Bochy.
CJ, speaking of that bullpen, there was a lot of discomfort, a lot of anxiousness when Aroldis Chapman came out on Saturday and just couldn't find the strike zone the first couple batters. What is your comfort level if you're in a one-run game and you bring Aroldis Chapman into the game tonight?
Yeah, it's it's a great question. We know what he's capable of on both sides, quite honestly, right? We know that he can dominate the way that he did when he first put on that Ranger uniform. We know that it can get away from him a little bit with the command. Again, it comes down to Bochy's comfort level based on what he sees. And the reality is for this bullpen, the one thing about not having the dominant bullpen is that you've had to take some chances. And that's kind of the situation the Rangers are in, even like the other day, right? When they were in that spot and Chapman was scuffling, quite honestly, everybody allowed the leadoff man to get on. We saw Josh Sborz, throw 7 straight balls, and then it was Chapman with his couple of walks and even Jose Leclerc with the base hit, right? You have a one-run game and the first batter of the inning gets on 3 innings in a row. it's shocking that nobody scored. But going back to kind of, how you look at it for me is you got to ride him out just because there's not a ton of options that there's a lot of confidence in right now. And because Chapman has the huge fastball, because the arm is still live, his two-seamer is really kind of unbelievable. We talked about it a lot during the season when he came over. If you sit here and watch him pitch, right, you're thinking, okay, you got a guy that can touch 100 miles an hour. Of course he's going to throw that four-seamer right top of the zone. Nobody's going to get to it. He is backwards compared to just about everybody else, where his two-seam fastball is much more dominant than his four-seam fastball. The numbers are staggering. And I was talking to a couple of buddies of mine and going through some numbers. And like, man, I don't even know why he throws the four-seam fastball anymore, because his two-seamer is so good. And when it's on, it's dominant. It's the pitch he uses to finish off hitters. He's been using it more than any other time in his career, and it's still triple digits. So keep an eye on the two-seamer. But I have confidence. You have to have confidence based on what you have in the bullpen. He is still a go-to arm.
You obviously don't want to look ahead too much, but if you manage to win, any of these next potential three, what do you think are the odds that Max Scherzer's on the LCS roster?
Yeah, that's a great one. It's sounding more and more like it's a real possibility. He is a very unique human being for sure, and unique pitcher, and the idea that he's even gotten to the place where he has already faced some hitters that he's feeling good, that he's told Bochy he's good to go, right? And it's really smart, too, when you're having those conversations to keep it short, keep it simple, and get your point across, and I think Max Scherzer has done that. I think it's sounding like it's a real possibility. Now, they have time, right? Game 1 is not until Sunday. First things first, of course, you have to win this series. But here we are on a Tuesday. That gives you an opportunity for at least one or two more live throwing sessions, or whatever version the Rangers want to see, and how the recovery then goes after that. And then you can really make a decision. So you obviously don't have to make it today. You have some time to do it. It does seem like he is headed in that direction, and it feels like he could be a guy that, maybe gives you a couple of innings, every couple of days in the next round of the postseason, assuming the Rangers get there. That is feeling like a real possibility.
Snitker talked about Max Fried's command last night after having like 18 days off. Would that be a major concern with Scherzer then?
That's fair. I think it's certainly fair between that and the adrenaline, and kind of knowing that he is a high-intensity kind of guy. Now, again, he's got much more experience. Max Fried's really good. Max Fried also had the blister issue and the time off. It is difficult to stay in the competition mode that you need to be in during the course of a season. Guys don't like having too many days off. You have the adrenaline that comes along with it, and then usually feeling really strong, right? That's the other part of it, is that when you have a lot of time off, especially if it's a elbow or shoulder injury, say in the case of Max Fried, where he's just dealing with the blister, chances are the arm was feeling really strong. His fastball was cutting a bunch. Last night he couldn't really put it where he needed to. Could Max Scherzer be in that same spot? I guess it's possible. He's so excellent with his command, and has been, that would surprise me a little bit. But certainly always something that you would want to keep an eye on.
CJ Nitkowski, Rangers analyst here on The Fan. What do you think of this theory as a former player that the buys and the layoffs have hurt the higher-seeded teams?
I think there's some validity to it, right? I mean, you think about the All-Star break, where we are now with the full 4 days. It's never ideal. I mean, you need some time. It's nice and all, but you always worry about guys catching their rhythm. Now you're talking about the full 5 days off, especially for a team like the Braves, who clinched so early. Right, and so they have all this other time. In the case of the Astros, it was last day, right? So they were playing really important games until the very last day of the season. Then they get their 5 days off. It's worth examining. I really liked what we did in 2020, and I hope we get back there eventually, where it's we have, first of all, I think we expand, we get to 32 teams, and then 16 go to the postseason, and everyone's playing right away. I know people they kind of tease the Dodgers. It was a Mickey Mouse World Series. To me, that one was way harder to win than any other, because you had to go from the very beginning with 8 teams in each league and playing that 3-game series, which anything can happen in that short series. So there's something to it. I don't know what the science is behind it. It is a little bit concerning. At the same time, if you want it the very last couple of days of the season, you get that time to rest, recover, line your pitching up the way that you want it.
Who's Evan Carter remind you of, and do you keep him at 5 or even dare move him up even more?
So this is super fun for me. So Josh Boyd, of course, who's in our front office with the Texas Rangers, I texted him when Evan Carter came up, and I said, hey, man, what do you think, comp-wise? I said, I know, I'm looking at the body type, and I'm like, he kind of looks like Kyle Tucker. I'm like, I know he doesn't have, necessarily that pop and didn't hit the kind of home runs that he hit in the minor leagues that Kyle Tucker did. Brandon Nimmo's name has come up a little bit. He's like, yeah, probably closer, to that. And all of a sudden, here comes Evan Carter showing some home run prowess that I don't think anybody was expecting. And so I just text him every time Carter hits a home run, and especially when he hit the one in the postseason. And I said, Kyle Tucker's first season in the postseason, he had 0 home runs. And here comes Evan Carter with 1 already and significantly less at bats. So I would say that's probably a good place to go if you want to set the expectations really, really high. A guy like Kyle Tucker might fit the mold. Again, he had more power coming up, but so far the profile says that, listen, you hit 5 home runs in your short time in the big leagues. Why can't he hit 30, 25 to 35, even on the high end, over the course of a full season? I think it's a possibility with his approach. As far as the spot in the lineup, we've talked about this a lot. I was surprised to see him pushed up to 5th the way that he was. I think there's a really good chance, this is pure speculation on my part, that he'll be your leadoff hitter next year. And as good as Marcus Semien is, Marcus Semien's racking up RBIs like crazy. He's got tremendous pop. He loves hitting leadoff. I get it, and we'll see how the offseason goes. But based on where we think it might be headed with this lineup, you could see Evan Carter hitting leadoff. That plate discipline and the on base is so good. And having Leody Taveras at 9 to go with Evan Carter, and then maybe getting to either Marcus or Corey after that, that could work out really well.
Who's the best eye that you ever faced at the plate?
Oh, that's a good question. Probably Bobby Abreu. Bobby Abreu was really disciplined, and he would mess with you too, right? Because he would always take that first strike right down the middle, unless it was later in the game. Later in the game, RBI situations, he changed his approach, but he was tremendous. I would say that's probably the first one that jumps off the page. Just could never get him to chase anything, even just a couple of inches off the plate, just wear you out.
CJ, did you ever feel like a guy was so good with the plate discipline that if he took, you got the feeling the umpire would say, okay, well, that must be a ball. And if so, how long until you think a hitter can gain that reputation of, all right, this is a 50-50 call and he took, then it must be a ball, or is that a nothing factor?
No, it's a really good question because I do think that happens. Right? We watched the momentum of the game. 2 guys that stick out of the current game would be Alex Bregman and Joey Votto. Right, these are guys that have incredible plate discipline. They don't chase, and whenever they get a pitch called a strike, they almost look back at the umpire like, how dare you?
Yeah.
You know me, right? You know I don't.
Right.
I swing at strikes and I don't swing at balls, right? That kind of thing. So could he get there? Yes. I mean, listen, the reality is, I shouldn't say the upside, but kind of to take a phrase from Donnie Ecker, the tax that you pay on his approach is that you're going to have some bad calls go against you, right? We've seen it already. We've seen pitches, especially away, that are off the plate called strikes. Why? And why I say a tax or the penalty that goes against you, because he's not going to swing at that, and he's not going to swing a lot. His chase rate was under 10% during the regular season in the short time we saw him. That would far and away lead Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
Like 15 is absurdly good. League averages into
he doubled the rate,
20s.
I think.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was just unbelievable how good. Now it's picked up a little bit here in the postseason, understandably so, and showing that he's human. But as far as the reputation goes, it's a fun one. I think it takes a while, and, of course, it really never should happen, but it does happen. We've seen it in the game with certain hitters, but it'll be a while before Evan Carter gets there. And who knows? By the time he gets there, we may have the automated ball strike system in place anyway.
CJ Nitkowski here on The Fan. Is it clearly, if they advance, Minnesota the preference for the next round?
I hope so, man. I'm so tired of Dave Raymond being like, "Oh man, I want the Astros and I want to beat the Astros." I'm like, "No, I want the Astros to lose every game 100-0. I don't want to see them. I don't want to be in that spot. Because it would hurt so bad. It would hurt so much to lose to them in the championship series. They've been too good. They're still really good. They have all the experience. Now, would it be equally as fun knocking them out? Yes. And so maybe in my fight or flight scenario here, I'm saying get them out of here. And maybe the right attitude is, hey, bring them on. But I'd prefer not to see them. Would be absolutely 100% my preference that the Rangers move on to take on the Twins.
You got any game day responsibilities tonight? You going to the park for the game?
So I am doing some post-game stuff for Bally's have been. Obviously it's national TV at this point. So I'll do some post-game hits. And, and that's about it, man. I'll watch like everybody else.
Hey, brother, thank you so much for the time. We appreciate the education as always. Enjoy it tonight, and we'll see you on TV.
All right, take care, guys.
The great CJ Nitkowski on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline here on your home of the Rangers. G-Bag doing their show at the park all the way up until 6:30. Choppy and Roberto will be there. Let us know if you're heading out on the fan text at 877-881-1053. Jerry Jones live at 8:30, but it's Tuesday. This is the Expressway, commercial free for 40 minutes all the way up until 8 o'clock, and that includes this.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
That's right. It is Tuesday, as Sean Sharif just said. So it's time for Ask Reddit. This is where we take a look at the most viral questions over on the Ask Reddit forum from the past week, where they dive into all of the interesting things about life. You can weigh in on the truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. You can also weigh in on the Twitch and the YouTube chat. First question here. Sean Sharif. What's no longer worth it because of how expensive it has become?
What's no longer worth it? Because, I mean, I could argue, I know this is weird for me to say, going out to dinner.
What? You are the king of going out to the fancy dinner.
Yeah, but I also cook a ton as well.
Yep.
I don't know, man. The value of buying your own steak
compared to
going out to a steakhouse, like the margins on that, it's pretty insane. Going and buying some chicken wings versus ordering wings, you can't even order wings anymore. It's insane. So that's what I would think of. Going out to any type of meal is very, very expensive. There was, and you can fact check me on this as well. Go check out the prices throughout the Metroplex. I double checked before I decided to say this. There was an article, I think Daniel Vaughn, who heads up like all the barbecue reviews in the state. He had this article on just how crazy. I would even maybe say barbecue or going out for steak. He had an article on just how ridiculously expensive going out for barbecue is, and it's not their fault, right? Price of meat, like they're not just deciding, I'm going to rip you off. And I was like, when I went to Crossbuck, and I am affiliated with Crossbuck Barbecue, I noticed on their board definitely lower prices, and I hit up Crossbuck the other day just to confirm, and I was like, y'all's prices are lower than other places, right? And Chef Tim wrote me back and he's like, yes. So if you're looking for a little bit of value, I suggest Crossbuck Barbecue, but I would say barbecue or going out to a steak dinner, man, it's insane.
Little prices, big flavor.
It's gonna sound bad, but I don't like. I'm stuck. I don't look at prices when I go out.
Whoa! He's not like Nick Eatman reading right to left.
It's just like I'm already there.
Your debt.
No, it's like I'm already there. Like I don't look at price when I have no idea what the cost of gas is. I need gas in my car.
I do. That is me. Right? Kristen was talking about how cheap some gas had been, and I was like, "Is that cheap?" I genuinely don't know how much gas costs. I know there's a 3.
I'll generally go to Costco because it's cheaper there. Like I know it is, but I have no idea what the cost of it is.
Yeah, but that's
because I have to get gas anyway.
Yeah, but if you're going to a steakhouse, I would look at the menu. If you're going to get Mexican food, I'm not price comparing.
Right. Yeah, steakhouse, like I know I'm getting the
If you're going out to a nice fancy restaurant, you may want to look or be like, okay, is someone else picking this up, or is it $55 or $60? I mean, I went to with Chicaline. Well, it wasn't our first scheduled stop, but we went to it was unscheduled, but we went.
You want to talk about it?
No, I would like to, but I'm deciding to right now whether to or not. But I went to Dean Fearing's place that everyone has talked about. I mean, holy crap! You talk about a ripoff.
Oh, and now
this is a classic, legendary chef, but like, come on, $60 for 3 scallops and some linguine.
See, I would never go there. Like I'm talking, if I go,
I'm talking about those types of places.
Yeah. I know I'm getting a steak at the steakhouse. I like the filet. I'll get the small one, middle one, whatever. Yeah. Like, that's what I want.
And plus, you pass out in the bathroom, you miss dessert, you don't got to pay.
I don't worry about that. Yeah, I just pass out in the bathroom on the toilet. For me, my answer is Vegas. Vegas is out of. I'm sorry, like Peyton.
I just bought my plane ticket. Thanks, RJ. Booked my hotel. You told me this 3 weeks ago.
When are you leaving?
So expensive.
Next Wednesday. Flying out.
Is this your first time there?
We got training. We got training going on back there.
You have no idea what you're in store for.
Oh, my friends who have gone, they've told me. I said, you know what? I'm just not going to make a budget. Just whatever I spend, I spend. No budget.
There you go. It is so crazy money. Thank God they still give you free drinks.
Overwhelmingly, the most popular answer on the truckwreck.com fan text right now is concerts.
Yes.
That was just the concert price, the ticket fees, everything. You could say, honestly, any sort of ticket processing fees for anything that you want to go to. That's why, for me, it's Netflix and or any other streaming service that keeps going. It's like every 3 months I get an email saying the price is going up.
I don't know whether this is spam, but I got a Direct TV. So I just paid for like the sports package upgrade just for the Red Zone, and I was pretty happy with it. It was like $15 a month. And then I got an email the other day from Direct TV saying, no, your bill's going up $7 a month. Like, it doesn't matter what you agreed to. We're just changing it. We're increasing it $7 a month. I'm not sure if it's spam or not, but holy cow, it's getting out of control. What was the number one answer on the fan text?
Concerts.
Insane.
Yeah.
So, again, back to Chicoline. This fool, what a businessman shark he is, he, like, buys out suites and then sells the individual tickets.
Smart.
So, like, who does my wife wants to see?
Luke Combs.
Luke Combs, already.
Yeah.
Joe Trahan, love you. Thank you for that. That's the only way she's going to a concert because I'm not paying for it. But Kane Brown and, man, this legendary Hispanic artist, Luis Miguel.
Maluma.
Luis Miguel, $700 a ticket.
Wow.
If I want to go ahead and sit where Big Dog Armando sits over on the Grande.
My gosh.
They're crazy.
We don't have time to get into it. I did see Cody last night at the concert that I had manipulated him with earlier in the week. He was still furious. He wanted
What was the
nothing to do with me.
concert?
The 1975. My favorite
Never
band.
heard of them.
So they're great. Peyton, real quick, what won't you pay for other than margaritas, queso, and everything else?
Yeah, basically any date I go on. But yeah, basically we just go to mom and dad's house. Mine is Six Flags because they made it where like you can't just go once. You basically have to buy the season pass because it's just like $20 to $30 more. But then you have to go multiple times, and it's the parking, it's the food you have to get because I have to get food and drinks every time I go. So it's like you're trying to go multiple times, and it's too expensive for really an overhyped amusement park.
He is the cheapest person I know, really. Because I mean, I think the bulk packages, man, with the parking pass and like I think the fact that season pass you pay for it in 2 trips is awesome.
Great.
That's what I love about it.
Yeah.
I don't know. We're doing Ask Reddit here on Sean and RJ 105 through the fan. RJ Choppy, what happened by a total accident but changed your life completely? So butterfly effect type stuff. And if you need it, I'll give you a sec to think about it.
No, that's
you got it.
It sounds sappy. It's just me and Sarah. That was it.
Oh, was that an accident though? Wasn't that literally somebody orchestrated it?
Yeah, somebody set it up. But that was I didn't go out looking for anything like that, and she wanted no part of me, and he just happened to lie to me and say that she was into it. So. And then I text her, and then she's like, "What is this clown doing?" And
Yeah,
then
she was telling us in Oxnard, she's like, I really wasn't attracted to him.
No, she was.
She's like, still not. I'm
the
just here
photo
for
I
Aikman.
sent, I did a duck face. Apparently, according to her, it wasn't a duck face. It was more of a circular,
Sultry,
blowing into the camera kind of face.
I bet
it
you
wasn't
were.
a duck face. She's a loser.
Honestly,
that's it. And I know it's sappy, but whatever.
Yeah, honestly, the answer for me is like the fact that I'm married to Kristen. The reason we went on a first date, I was doing it just to piss somebody else off. Like that's the whole reason I asked her out.
Yes.
Like I just asked her out to like
How?
just because it was somebody that there was some tension with at the time that we were going back and forth. It was will we, won't we type of thing. And she had made me mad by, blowing me off to go out on a date with her significantly older manager at her job. And so then I was like, all right, fine. I'm just going to go out with somebody that she sort of knows. And so I did. And then I was sitting at dinner and I was like, oh, this isn't just a jealousy thing. Like I actually like her. She's cool.
Oh.
Yeah, it was sweet. Sean, what do you got?
I'm having a hard time coming up with one. So much of my life is it's been by design. So like, I'm like, okay, this is the design, this is the plan. So like, job wasn't. To me, this question is about luck. Like the amount of luck that everyone in life needs. Sports teams. This San Francisco crap just ticks me off even more because they lucked into Brock Purdy. The Cowboys lucked into Tony Romo and Dak Prescott. You have to get a lucky break in your career.
Yep.
But what was the exact phrasing of the question?
It was what
changed your life?
What changed your
That
life?
happened by accident.
That happened by
Yeah. So like, career.
Yeah.
Was not by accident. Wife was planned. Kid was planned. So I'm having a hard time coming up with this one.
Yeah, the number one answer on the fan text is the kids.
Yeah.
Unplanned.
Yep.
Yeah. Mine's a little different.
Follow. Thanks for texting.
Mine was, I think I was in 7th grade. I was just going through the pantry. I saw a little newspaper flyer in the trash, and it had a picture of a dog. I love dogs, so I picked it up. There was some dog needed a shelter. I begged my parents to to go get him. He was 1 year old, and we had him for 13 years.
Oh, that's good.
So he was my best dog ever. So if I hadn't been there at that moment, that trash probably gets taken out. We never get the dog.
Dog someone literally threw in the trash. And then you were just. We have found, by the way, Peyton
like
sort
all
of
shelter dogs.
Peyton is sort
that
of,
was for spittle.
Peyton sort of is the crazy cat lady of the show, just with dogs. Here you go. This is a great one for Peyton. Peyton, what's your kryptonite? And you can take that any way you want. Either the thing that you have no self-control over, or the thing that just sets you off. For me, by the way, this is easy. It's
being told you can't do it. You won't do it.
So
a dare.
That's part of it. Yeah. Because I'll dig in really aggressively. But like you've said before, like whenever I'm just told, like, well, you have to. Like if I get told I have to do something, even if I kind of want to, my immediate snap reaction for some reason is, no, I don't want to. And I'm going to just kind of fight it as much as I can. I do have a problem with you have to do this.
Right. Authority.
Yes.
So I took it a little differently because, I'm a big sports guy. Mine is my kryptonite is continuing to believe the Cowboys would win a Super Bowl. Every year I get overhyped about them. I say, you know what? This is the year. I'm part of that crowd that says this is the year. I won't say it out public, but I'll think it to myself every single day as August and September rolls around. And that's my kryptonite.
Metabolism, confrontation, height, hair, Jared Sandler. I mean, there's any number of things that have effed with my life. So
a couple neck vertebrae.
Yeah, 2 or 3 neck vertebrae that I don't have anymore, or that I've decided to fuse as one, and I have no neck.
My kryptonite is like always wanting I have to know what the top, best, most expensive option is. Like, I'm not always going to get it, but I have to know. It drives my wife crazy. We've budgeted for this. I get this from my dad. We've budgeted for this. We can't spend over. We shouldn't spend over, but just tell me about it. And
just want to know.
If you can get in my mind enough, and I'm like, oh, no one else has that? That's my dad's like, you're such a show off. It's true. And I'm like, oh, no one else has that? Like, ooh, like that's what I'll be thinking about. When you see this pool from Emerald Pool, you'll understand. Like my bank account understood. But that's my kryptonite. I have to know what's the best sound system, what's the speaker no one has, what's the biggest TV. I just have to know, and then I see how long I can talk, how long it takes to talk myself out of it or into it.
Yeah, and see, I'm the other way. I always talk myself into it.
Yeah,
I'm just always like, nah, come on, this is the best. We should pay for the best. We're going to pay this much money anyway.
Jerry Jones live at 8:30. Why Bobby is talking real big before interviewing JJ and RJ Choppy's college football kegger next.
Let's get you some help and better help. What are you dealing with? What struggle right now? Maybe.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
College football! Anderson in motion. 23 seconds. Gabriel has the football. Looks to throw. He's under pressure. He lobs end zone. Touchdown! Nick Anderson! Touchdown! Oh, mama! Dylan Gabriel, a legacy-making drive!
Sooners radio with the call.
You don't say.
Oklahoma 34-30 over Texas in the Red River Shootout. Don't care. That's not what they call it anymore. That's what it is. They win the final one with these two teams, members of the Big 12 Conference, before they head to the SEC. And this was a classic. What a way to end the series from the Big 12's perspective. Robert, you have the floor.
Yeah, you will not be able to convince me, I swear, and I mentioned it yesterday, but this is going to be the catch for me, where there's no chance Dylan Gabriel knew Nick Anderson was back there. There's zero chance. He was trying to throw the ball away, and Nick Anderson just happened to be standing there. Don't know what Sark was doing. Just go for it on fourth down. You don't lay up at Augusta, as we say in the golf world.
As we say.
What we do say, yes.
Grade Quinn Ewers season overall.
B. Like, I mean, he honestly, he was getting a lot of Heisman hype just for
being undefeated and being
undefeated, the quarterback Texas, and the fact that he was so big in the second half against Bama in what was at the time probably the most notable game of the year to this point. And so that was where his hype came from, but he's been pretty inconsistent still. It's still not clean.
This loss was peak Texas. They had everything going for them. They went out, and they're probably going to be the number one team in the nation. They probably were. If they won out, I mean, there's a chance they may not have jumped Georgia if Georgia continues to win. But if they went out, I mean, they were clearly going to be in the Final Four. They had everything. They would have everything they possibly could have asked for ahead of them. They controlled their own destiny, and they gave up 34 points to a team that scored 20 against Cincinnati and 28 against SMU. And this is Texas. They underachieve. They are the most underachieving team in this
They're the
sport.
Cowboys. They're the same thing.
Yep.
But
it's a parallel.
You know what, though, is that when you say, like, it's the most Texas thing to lose because if they win this, they would have won out. No, the most Texas thing to do would have been they won this and then they'll lose to Tech or something like that. That is what, and that's the thing that's going to happen. There's another loss on the schedule. I don't know where it is, but there's another one because that's Texas.
Look, congrats to Brett Venables, who has silenced just about everybody. What he has done and what his team has done this year. Dylan Gabriel. Hope you got him at 25-1 a couple of weeks ago to win the Heisman, because you'll be lucky if you get him beyond 10-1 right now.
Who would have thought that Brett Venables would lead the actual turnaround locally faster than Jimbo Fisher? No one had that on the bingo card.
Nobody did, because I was like, oh, you're going to hire that dude? We're in an offensive world, man, and you're going to hire that guy? I mean, way to go. You'll be Nebraska in a couple years. But he has done a great job. Credit to him. He has done a fantastic. That program is on autopilot, and that's a lot of that was Stoops. I mean, Stoops made it on autopilot.
Stoops.
Well, there was another game in this state with big time implications, and that was A&M at Alabama.
Milroe stepping up with the play clock now at 4, at 3, waiting on the snap at 1. They just get it off in time. Fires, quick slant. Burton, 10, 5, end zone, touchdown Alabama. Jermaine Burton on the 19-yard reception and run after the strike from Jalen Milroe, and Bama is back on top.
Bama radio with the call in a game they win 26-20 over A&M, and they keep their hopes alive for winning the SEC West, then maybe beating Georgia, then sneaking in to the Final Four. And for Jimbo, look, that once Wegman went down, this was going to be a tough road for him.
Yeah, I mean, if Wegman plays in that game, they beat Alabama, I think. And that was a game for a lot of the day that A&M felt like had control. But Milroe played much better in that game than I've seen him play most of the season.
It seems that they're running him more, so that maybe that be played into it. A&M goes on the road to play my boys this weekend, Tennessee, in Knoxville.
Is this where you guys are wearing those jerseys?
Yeah, the checkered ones.
Yeah.
Yes, what do you guys think of those?
I think they look like something straight out of Alice in Wonderland.
They do look like somebody was on LSD for those things.
Yeah.
when they designed them.
I like them.
Yeah, I don't hate them. I'm just like, that kind of threw me for a loop. All right, USC. I'm sorry, you guys are frauds. You don't deserve to be in the Final Four, even if you do go undefeated. It took triple overtime to beat an Arizona team that can't get out of their own way. Not in Tucson either. It wasn't in Tucson. It was a home game. Home game. And that fraud Lincoln Riley, 41 points. You gave up 41 to Arizona? You're not one of the 10 best teams in the nation, let alone one of the 4. Put them to 15. I would have ranked them 15 after this week.
And some of the plays that it took in this game, I mean, it was crazy. The weird formation they had with Caleb Williams basically having to beat 3 defenders to get in the corner of the end zone. Now, it did take a missed kick in order for this game to continue.
Sure.
So, USC got unlucky from that standpoint. But, man, they cannot defend.
No.
But Caleb Williams, what a treat.
He's a star.
What a treat. And I love his Wendy's commercials.
He's such a stud. These last 3 weeks have really troubled me about USC, though, because I've been really high on them all year. Like, that was who I picked to win the national title for the year. Grinch is just the worst defensive coordinator in college football. I don't understand how the dude still has a job.
Is that his last name, or he looks like the
That's
Grinch?
his name, Alex Grinch.
Wow.
So that's what he does.
And I honestly, I'm gonna be truthful. When I was watching like a little bit of Caleb Williams with the Red River game at the Cotton Bowl, and he was just running, I didn't think he had this throwing ability. I didn't think this was a possibility. But I mean, this is mini Mahomes. That's what this is. Watching in college, this is mini Mahomes that we're seeing. Someone yesterday was like, "Oh, would you take Micah and your next 2 firsts and trade it for the rights of Caleb Williams?" And I was like, guys, no team would accept that trade. Period. No one is trading away from Caleb Williams. Nobody, if he comes out.
No one's trading away from Caleb Williams, but I also think that's one of those things where both sides would be too nervous to give up what they had. Like, that's a huge gamble to give up an established pass rusher and a bunch of picks for a projection at quarterback, which he still is that. Caleb Williams is still a projection.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I would do it.
Yeah, I mean, you got to take a chance if you don't have a quarterback. Absolutely. Colorado, man, they barely beat Arizona State, a 1-5 Arizona State team whose only win was like Southern Utah. And you go, Shador, and you go to the student section and you show your watch off and you taunt the student section after it took everything you had.
Okay, is this watch like a $2 million watch? Like, what is up with the watch? I know he's showing off the bling and the NIL, but I'm like, is this a watch that like was only made for him?
It's a fossil.
Is he doing? Is he doing a "It's time"? What's the slogan that's going along with that? Because that was very off-putting.
He does that. I mean, that's
I know
his
he
thing.
does
Yeah,
it, but
I don't know why. I don't know what the.
I'm guessing. My guess is he's doing prime time. Like, that's what he's doing with the watch.
Okay.
That would be my guess, but I have no idea.
But you don't. I mean, I'm sorry. You don't get to taunt 1-5 student sections when you beat them by 3.
I mean,
you don't get to do that.
And
I'm
then
sorry.
Dion talking about I liked your rant last night with Dion kind of talking about their offensive line issues.
I mean, look, they have terrible issues on their offensive line. They have terrible issues. Now, I did love what he said this.
But his quotes and comments.
Yeah, where
you sent this.
That was him.
That was me. I didn't know if he had one in there too. No, he said he was talking about how he's mad, he's upset, Shador's angry. Of course, you'd be angry too, as much as he gets hit. Wouldn't you like it? My whole thing is like, at what point does the offensive line go, okay, this is coach's son. Like okay, this is daddy coming to protect you. This is throwing us under the bus to protect you. That has to naturally build up resentment among players when you do something like that.
Absolutely. Got anything else real quick?
One more thing.
Yeah.
The Brian Ferentz watch is on. He has to score 325 points this year to keep his job.
Who's this without Bobby interrupting?
This is the Iowa head coach's son, who was the offensive coordinator, Brian Ferentz. They have to score 325 points for him to keep his job. He is not even halfway there, and they are beyond the midway point of their season after they won 20-14 without completing a pass to a wide receiver the entire game.
Wow.
Okay, and he's got a long way to go. He needs to average out 28 a game the rest of the way for him to keep his job.
Troy Aikman hopping on the Rangers bandwagon, and Jerry Jones right around the corner next on Sean and RJ.
Let's get your carpet clean.
Weight loss, that's soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
He deals a 2-2. Castellanos in the air to right center field. Harris is on the run. Harris at the track. He leaps and he makes the catch. Harper might be doubled up. The throw gets away. The throw to first. It's over. It's over. Harper never tagged. He couldn't get back. And it's a double up to end game 2. Wow.
Was that Brian Anderson?
I believe that was Brian Anderson. Him and I think Darling was on the call with him.
Holy crap. 2 amazing calls on TBS as the Braves come back from down 4-0 against Filthy. They double up Bryce Harper back at first base, and they even up that National League Series, and the Braves were in danger of being 1 loss away from elimination. They are now tied at 1. Diamondbacks up 2-0 on the Dodgers. Game 3, Rangers tonight, 6:30 pregame. The G-Bag Nation will be broadcasting from the Globe all the way up until then, and Choppy and Roberto will be there. Cannot wait for them to recap the atmosphere tomorrow. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby, along with Peyton and Rai in the back.
Peyton's going to be here for recap, too. Peyton's going to the game as well.
We got the press pass.
Yeah.
Going up there.
Nice.
They are actually letting him represent the station professionally in public.
Are you gonna sit in the press box?
Yeah. I'll take a seat.
Gonna walk around. I'll take a seat.
I'll take a nibble.
First row, right? I get first row.
I'm guessing just from the way playoffs have worked
right next
in the
to
past.
Galloway's chewed up cigar.
Right.
I'm guessing they have the auxiliary overflow press box, which in the ballpark in the playoff time in the past used to be like a section of seats in the stands. Yeah. So I don't know if that's the same thing or if they'll have how it'll be set up, but I'm guessing they did not carve out any space for Peyton to sit right up there next to Evan Grant.
Yeah, I would think not. It'd be great though, if you guys were in the actual stadium, not in the press box, in the stadium where the atmosphere really is. Then you can, walk the halls and all that stuff.
I'll go hang out with Jared.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll love that.
He just sits in the back. He doesn't do anything.
He'll love that with all his frozen. Go take all the frozen grapes pregame and throw them in the trash.
Throw them out.
Eat them all. I'll throw them all out and see if Sandler gets you thrown out of the press box. Meanwhile, last night, pretty terrible Monday night game. The Raiders beat the Packers, and Troy Aikman was loving himself some local baseball.
Speaking of October, how about my Rangers?
Now they're
I'm on that bandwagon. You bet I am.
I'll give you $100 if you can name 4 players for the Rangers.
There was a time when I didn't have to work with you in October. I don't know. I don't know what happened to those days.
Those are long gone. You're stuck. Bye, Rangers.
Dang, Joe. Joe tried to call him out, put him on blast right there. Name 4 players.
Name 4 of them.
He would be able to name DeGrom, Scherzer, and probably Seager and Simeon.
I would think so.
Maybe Evan Carter.
But if he was forced to name 4 on the playoff roster, because DeGrom obviously, and Scherzer, that may be more difficult.
There's clearly Joe Buck feels confident Troy can name 3. And that's why he said 4, because he thought about it for a second. He's like, okay, I know he's met Seager. He sat there and thought about it for a second. That's got to be a drop, by the way, for moving forward is Aikman going, how about my Rangers? We've got to use that one for the playoffs.
Choppy's Rangers Creed song at 9 o'clock this morning.
Oh, please, we don't do this again, do we?
In case
it was good.
You missed it. RJ's Texas Rangers Creed song to hopefully get the sweep finished. 9 o'clock right here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll talk to Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com, about his Braves at 9:20. But Jerry's coming up in 10 minutes. And Roberto, I've never seen you so excited and hyped up for a Jerry Jones interview. Why?
Because, look, this is...
you taking your gloves off?
I was really excited last year when we got the chance to interview him about a lot of the Odell Beckham stuff, right? Because you had mentioned you were out. I remember the first day we interviewed him about it, and you were surprised he let it go 3 questions in a row. You were surprised he entertained it that many times. So there are certain times where you get these windows where certain things are going to be fair game, more so than they are at other times. And I just think, given how much they've built towards San Francisco and everything else, this is a day where there's a lot of questions about the organization that I think are fair, and that Jerry knows are fair, and that we'll be able to entertain today. So I just think it's a good day to air out a lot of questions that the fan base and the media and everybody else has about where this football team is.
I hope that he's pissed and angry and frustrated. I need that for my own fandom. I don't think he's going to be. I think I'm going to be very disappointed. I might half roll my eyes over the optimism and the sell job. That's what I'm expecting. Now, if this was at the end of the year, I think he'd come on here with the blowtorch like he does on KNC every year. But I think he's going to come on and he's going to say, long season, we've suffered this type of loss before. We can get better. The tools are here. We had a bad night. I don't think he's going to be furious and full of rage, although I hope that he is. What do you want to ask him? What's on the firing line, Bobby?
I mean, honestly, I want to ask him about, the fact that they were supposed to measure up to the 49ers. So what does it say that they clearly don't? How did the gap widen over these last 9 months? I want to ask him about CeeDee Lamb and everything that appeared to be going on the sideline there. About Dak, how comfortable does he actually look in this offense?
The coffee.
And I mean, honestly, just when does this evaluation become more about Dak? Because I know that's something that a lot of fans feel frustrated by right now, is that they feel like the evaluation is too often about the things around Dak rather than what Dak himself is doing. So just ask him, hey, when does that become the main focus?
What happens if you get run by the Chargers? People are speculating maybe Brian Schottenheimer takes over the plays. That's a separate discussion. Would Mike McCarthy seed that already? 5 weeks in, McCarthy, for the second time in his career, is going to give up the play sheet. When we need to figure out a way to ask, have you wondered to yourself, or have you had the conversation, is Dak the guy? When you don't score 20 points 3 times in a row against your number one nemesis, have you asked that to yourself?
Just keep changing coordinators, man. It's obviously working. Just every year, just change Linehan to Kellen, get rid of Garrett, get rid of Nussmeier. Who else? Was Kitna? Was he another one that they got rid of?
Well, I mean,
just keep getting rid of all the coaches around him, because, it's going to change. It's going to change, man. Everything's going to just keep getting rid of all these coaches.
Ooh,
the quarterback, he'll turn it around. It'll all start to come around for him. Just keep getting rid of all the coaches.
I love it. Chaffee he's triggering Roberto already, just in time for Jerry Jones live, answering for the first time after San Francisco, next on Sean and RJ.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell.
show here on Sean and RJ, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. Jerry's first comments after what happened Sunday night against the 49ers, and he joins us here on your home of the Cowboys. DFW Sports Station is 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Jerry. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Good to be on with you. Sorry we're on under these circumstances, and I'm still trying to get my voice back.
Jerry, just give us your overall reaction, if you could, to the San Francisco game.
Well, very, very disappointed, of course, because we do and can play better. Number one of the first things that I ask myself in any situation, can we do some things different than we did against the 49ers? Can we do it? Are we capable of doing it? Do we have the players? Do we have the systems in place? Should we have planned to do it, but in case we hadn't planned, can we do something different? The answer is yes, we can. We certainly can make adjustments and will make those adjustments. Have I seen our players do the things that we have to do to play that game differently if given a chance? Absolutely. I see we have the players and we have the systems in place to do it. We have, in my mind, make no mistake about it, we have a quarterback that can get us there. And so I feel very strongly there. We have coaching on both sides of the ball that can get us there. We're 5 games into this year. This was very disappointing. It was if you will, it was a stunner. But we've got to approach the thing from a piece by piece, put our head down and step out there and go to work. And we're not going to have a better chance to go to work than we do against the Chargers here Monday night.
So, Jerry, at the end of the seasons, you're normally a little bit more fired up. And during the season, you're very optimistic. What's your emotion about this loss today? Where are you emotionally?
Resolve, because in a manner of speaking, we're just getting started. We did view this game as a game that would tell us where we are, and nobody likes where we are. What you're asking me and what I'm asking our mirrors and what I'm asking ourselves, can we be different? Can we play different? Can we play potentially different against a team the caliber of San Francisco? And I feel strongly the answer is yes on all fronts. We can do a better job on offense. We can do a better job on execution. We can do a better job on what we want to put out there, what we want to try to do. So again, without being redundant, we've just got to go to work. We've certainly had some key injuries, but everybody has those. Everybody has them. Can we have players out there that can get what we need to get done to, at the end of the time, be potentially sitting there ready to compete at the end of the year? Do we have players on the field and on this roster that can do it? And we certainly do. Those are the kinds of things that have been going through my mind, and I've been scribbling on here for the last 12, 13, 14 hours.
Jerry Jones here on 105.3 The Fan. Obviously, you want better execution, but what do you think are some of the things that you think could be different, done differently, if and when you face San Francisco next time that maybe you would have liked to see Sunday?
Yeah, well, that's a good point you did at the last, bring in San Francisco. We're not going to be playing San Francisco every Sunday, and they're a good team. But this one we're playing this weekend's a good team too. And so I think that we can do some things differently in how we attack them, our strategies. Some of the things that we tried to do out there Sunday night, on hindsight, we'd do it differently. And so I think that we, first of all, let's just take offensively. We could go to the interior more. Well, with our physical, with our running game, we could go to and on the same hand, we could do some things by stretching them out a little more. We could do some things in our route running that was differently than we did out there Sunday. All of those things are areas that we can get better in. Do we have the ability to do this? I think that's the question every fan you should be asking. Do we have the players? Do we have the healthy players that can get this done? Do we have the players that can do the protections and the blocks? The answer is we do. Do we have defense that's capable of taking those quick throws and those quick throws in the middle of the field? Do we have the ability to just something as mundane as having your players get their arms up more? When we got our arms up, we knocked a couple of them down. We've got the way to make those kinds of adjustments.
So, Jerry, you're not too panicked in thinking that the gap is really this large between you and the 49ers when this was such a measuring stick in the offseason?
I'm not panicked, but the gap is, I don't want to, when something tells you what it is, don't try to dream that it's something else. Now, what I'm trying to say is we can do better than what we did out there Sunday night. That's a given. We can do better. We have the potential to do better. We have the preparation to do better. We didn't do it at all, to be tried about it Sunday night. But can we change? My life has always been working for myself. And consequently, when you work for yourself, you have to change what you're looking at in the mirror. That doesn't work anymore, or that's not working, and you have to go change it. In this particular case, we have to do some changes from within, and I'm talking technical things now. I'm not talking about the will and the attitude and the work ethic that's with this team. This team's got that. And do we have players in place? Do we have it at quarterback? Let me be very affirmative. I completely believe that we have the quarterback that can take us where we want to go. Do we have the coaching staff on both sides of the ball? And I certainly do. Did Sunday reflect that? No. Is this the NFL where every team on any day has got a chance to beat the other team? Yes. It isn't a given that every time San Francisco will line up this year that they'll come out of there with a win. This thing's as even as any sport, as any league there is on the planet. And you can lose a game in the NFL against anybody you're lining up against.
Jerry, you mentioned that we have the quarterback. You know, in the past few years, you've changed out Linehan and Kellen and Coach Garrett. Why all these changes and the results are still the same? Why are you so convinced that the quarterback is the guy?
No, the results are very obvious. We haven't won a Super Bowl. We've had good. Would you agree that we've had good games over the years?
Absolutely.
Okay, and we've had some bad games. Do you know any team that hasn't had that happen to them?
Nope.
Now, consequently, I will say that we haven't gotten our big years when we should have. We've been real close a few times and haven't gotten our big years. That's not excuses. That's not anything. But if you think for 1 minute that there's any particular thing that I could put my finger on that basically says we need to do that differently, we need to do that differently, then it's combinations of things. Dak Prescott is a quarterback that can get us to the Super Bowl, and that's the way that's going to be. We have other quarterbacks on that roster, and players that certainly, if something should happen to Dak, but I want to be real clear, Dak's very capable of making this team be where we want it to go.
Jerry, do you think that the changes to the offensive scheme, do you think that's the right fit with Dak and McCarthy?
I do. Yes, I do. I think we've, as a matter of fact, do you think getting the ball out quick, do you think it can be effective? It happened against us the other night. That ball was coming out of there so quick, and frankly was able to get it in lanes right in the middle of the field, get it down through lanes, and it shows what good quick throws can do, and they can be very effective. We've got more of that than we've had in the offense. It just happened against us, but we have that in our offense.
Jerry,
and we're going to put it in there. We're going to have it in the games as well.
Jerry Jones here on the Fan. Jerry, I personally liked and understood what Coach McCarthy was trying to do with some of the changes. There are those that say Dak is being limited. These short passes don't allow for enough explosion down the field. Brandon Cooks is not in the right type of offense for him. What do you say back to that criticism or question?
I like for Dak, I like what we're doing. It didn't show against the 49ers. That was very disappointing. It was surprising. But I like what we're doing. And from the standpoint of what we're going to see ahead of us, you'll see some balls down the field. No question you'll see them down the field. You at least saw one the other night when we all know that that ball was just what it was at the time it was. But still, he was have balls down the field. That was a pretty good down the field throw that he made to Turpin.
Jerry, when you talk about, we're going to eventually see stuff down the field, things are going to click into place. It sounds obviously like.
Wait a minute. I'm saying that it's capable of being there.
Okay.
Let's be real clear. It's very capable of being there. Are we going to try to get it there? You bet we are. And we should. Have we gotten this team since, let's say, Kellen Moore left? Have we gotten this team in a place that can do better than we did against the 49ers? You bet we do. Should we change at this juncture back to where we were this time last year? No, we should not. We should go with the kinds of things that we've been working on. We should recognize that we had a very bad outing. And San Francisco had a very good outing. We should recognize that and call it what it is and not mislead ourselves. But as far as sitting here saying that we should completely change out the towels here, that's not even in the cards. And it's really ridiculous.
Okay, Jarrett. Well, then when you say that specifically there, you mentioned Kellen Moore, and you shouldn't go back.
First of all, you couldn't do it if you wanted to.
Couldn't go back to
Let's be real clear. You couldn't really do it if you wanted to. Reinvent your offense at this time.
Okay, so Jerry, when you mention Kellen Moore and going up against the Chargers this week, is this then a litmus test, you feel like, for the changes you've made on offense since you're going to be going up against his unit?
Not really. I thought last week was a good test. What this is again, we're going up against a very good team, and we're going to see the kinds of things we're going to work on certainly all week. But my point to you is, do we have in our war chest the plays capable of having success against the Chargers? And I said a resounding yes, we do. Do we have players that can execute that? Yes, we do. Did we do it against San Francisco? No, we did not. Do we have defensive schemes? Do we have defensive players that can play better than we played against San Francisco? Yes. Can we play differently? Can we do some things differently technically than we did against San Francisco? Yes, we can. Will we do the same things we did against San Francisco against San Diego that we did against San Francisco? Probably not. Now, this stuff is if you think about it, is really, I'm just saying to you, do we have the ability to look differently when we get on the field against the Chargers than we do San Francisco? And the ability is there. The preparation is there. So let's see what the Chargers bring. But as far as basically throwing everything out with the wash and basically coming at it from that standpoint here in 2 days before we play the Chargers, from where we have prepared all year to be, you don't do that.
Jerry Jones here on Sean and RJ every Tuesday, 105.3 The Fan. So I hear the resolve in your voice. I would like you to comment on your belief with the resolve in the locker room, because we're worried about this being more than just one regular season loss. CeeDee Lamb clearly looked detached and unhappy. Dak kind of looked like he was stunned. Do you believe that your team has the resolve and will bounce back after the measuring stick they made San Fran?
Well, I know, and I think if our fans and anybody listening would resolve, do you think Parson is mentally resolved? Probably as much so as a young player as I've ever been around, Parsons. And he is resolved. And no, I don't. Of the things that we need to do better, their resolution, that locker room, is one of the best that I can remember. And the individuals that are involved in there are not only resolved, but they take what they are doing mentally, they take what they've done in a classroom, they take it to the practice field, and they take it out to the game. We ran into an outstanding team, and we didn't play well. And they'll get that, and they're really going through the very thing you would want them to be doing. If they just took it as, look, that was a bad day at Black Rock, and we'll just put it over there. But certainly they're owning this thing, is popular to say nowadays. But my point to you is that I feel as good about the quality of players, feel as good about their resolve as a team, about their resolve individually, and we've got to get out here and we'll prepare for the Chargers, and we will use what happened against San Francisco to be a better team when we go on the field against the Chargers.
Jerry, why do you think CeeDee Lamb is as frustrated as it appeared he was on the sideline on Sunday?
Well, because he likes to kick the ball. I've never met any receiver worth his salt that wasn't frustrated if he didn't get a lot of attempts come his way, ever.
Is that something that needs to be a function of Dak getting him the ball, or is that something that you guys need to scheme up and involve him more in the game plan?
If you could get to every receiver 7 and 5 attempts a game, they'd be happier.
So but you would like to see him get more involved, right?
I'm saying I don't know about that. What I want to see us do is I want to see the right combination of running. I want to see the right combination of throws. I like seeing that ball go to Turpin on that play. I like seeing balls go to tight ends.
Jerry,
so my point to you is that it's a question so much of how the game goes, but it is no surprise to me. One of the initial people that always got frustrated if he didn't get enough balls was Michael Irvin. And so that's what the top players do, is they want balls coming their way.
Jerry, my bigger surprise is defensively. I know you lost Diggs. Can you just talk about, we had a lot of expectations. They were talking about this is the best defense. We can maybe be all time. Some of the issues that have taken place on the defensive side of the ball in your mind have been what? And just talk a little bit about the defensive disappointment.
Diggs didn't make the kind of difference that Diggs did not. The absence of Diggs did not make the kind of difference that that was exhibited by how we played defense the other night. He was certainly was missed, but not that kind of difference. The big difference that we saw out there the other night was simply one of combinations of a outstanding game by their quarterback. Outstanding execution by the team as a whole against what we were trying to do defensively. And thirdly, of a lack of us. They had the ball, I think, 2/3 of the time. We had the ball 1/3 of the time. Now, that's cause-effect, and you got to argue whichever one you want to start with. But the bottom line is they had everything to do with the way that we played. That's the way you do when you have a big win. You influence the way the other guys play. Well, they did. But my real point this morning is this is not the time in any way, form, or fashion to be on most any of the aspects. Yes, on how we showed up. Yes, how we played against 49ers. Yes, how we did several specific things in the game. But overall, do we have a team that's capable of going out here and being where we want it to be? Sure, we all had aspirations of going through this thing and being dominant, really being dominant. But the facts are that every game for us is going to be a challenge.
Jerry, you talk about your confidence in what you guys have in terms of your personnel and what you guys have built here in terms of the changes you made this offseason. How long would things have to progress into the season if there were struggles before you would start to question if those changes should have been made?
Well, first of all, that's about as general as you can get. Long December, if you wanted to answer it like that. But again, I don't know what changes you're talking about at all.
Play calling and scheme.
Let me see what our injury situation looks like in December. Let's see what. Again, principally would be availability of players. That would be the most impactful thing for me to answer a question about, I guess, changes. And but you're implying no changes now, and that's just not the case. That's not the case. We'll do some things differently this week against the Chargers, and I'm not trying to be trite. But we'll go out there and make adjustments for things we didn't do right. But it's going to be good. Looks like we're going to have our offensive line back for the second game of the line that we would really design to have out there, which is hard to do because of the injury factor. But we'll have that, and we'll do some things that probably better, and we'll do some things that we should have done against San Francisco we didn't do.
Jerry, he did it once before in Green Bay. Have you thought about it or talked with Coach, or is it an option in your mind to have Coach McCarthy let Schottenheimer take over the play calling to manage the games as the CEO?
No, in any way, no.
Jerry, thank you for the time and the clarity.
You bet, guys. All right, great. Let's have a good week.
Appreciate it. Jerry Jones, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you.
Well, all right.
So he wanted to come out. He had a mission. So he was going to come out with a very serious tone, which he did. I wasn't expecting that. I'm happy that he's a little bit more serious. He wants it to be known that the head coach and the quarterback, they're not going anywhere, and they are their answers. That was the MO today. Make no mistake about it. We've been doing this for a long time. He knows the narratives. He knows the questions. He knows the topics. And he wants it to be crystal clear. Nothing is wrong and nothing's going to be changed with Dak Prescott and Mike McCarthy. That was the main goal of those 20 minutes right there. Let's react to more of it and get you set for Game 3 with a little choppy singing on the home of the Rangers and Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. But first, it's DFW Security, protecting your home. It probably is right now the best defense in town. If you're looking to
Secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, man. Final hour fist pump time on a Tolo Tuesday. Rangers Game 3 night with the G-Bag Nation broadcasting all the way up until 6:30. Pregame on this channel. And then first pitch at 7 o'clock. RJ Choppy and Bobby Bell and Peyton Russell will be there in Arlington. And Jerry Jones just blew up the truckwreck.com text line at 877-881-1053. He was dead serious. He wanted to make it crystal clear that he has faith in his quarterback and his head coach. Even if he doesn't have 100% faith, that's the messaging. That's what he came out with the intent to do. And he did it. He talked about resolve, not that he was furious, not that he was ticked off. He said he didn't believe that the gap with San Francisco was that large. Differences in what could have been done Sunday night. He said interior run game, stretch things out more, better route running, arms up with Jonathan Hankins probably in mind. He talked about we're not flipping back to the Kellen Moore playbook. You couldn't do that even if you wanted to. And he wanted to express 1,000% confidence in Mike McCarthy, Mike McCarthy's offense, Dak Prescott, and Dak Prescott's fit in the offense. You can agree or disagree, as many Tolos are doing right now. That is what Jerry Jones just did here on Sean and RJ, in case you missed it. He said the absence of Trayvon Diggs, it should not lead to this type of fall off defensively. It should not lead to this type of decline in the defensive performance. He expressed confidence in the team's resolve, and he said CeeDee Lamb wants the football. That's why you saw that type of body language, and they're not talking about handing over the play calling to Brian Schottenheimer anytime soon.
Well, he didn't watch last year because we already went through this study last year that we did, how the defense dropped off when they lost Anthony Brown. What did you think was going to happen when you lost Trayvon Diggs?
Yeah, now they would probably say, look, when we lost Anthony Brown, Jordan Lewis, it was Jordan Lewis, Anthony Brown. They were down to a guy they just purged to the Dolphins, wanting no part of him, and that guy heading into training camp this year was like corner 6 for them. So I do get that he says that overall our depth is better. Gilmore and Bland should be better than Diggs and whoever last year.
Absolutely.
The thing is that he's smart. He knows exactly everything that is being asked about this football team. He knows everything that's being discussed about this football team, and he knew exactly what he needed to come out and affirm, what people were going to want to hear him speak on, and he knew, and he had it loaded up and ready.
And Jerry, Bobby, you're getting props for irritating Jerry. So there you go. You take the Corey Majors mantle. Poking and poking and prodding and prodding. So there you go.
I'm not trying to poke, prod, and annoy. I think it's fair to ask. Okay, you're confident the offense will click because you know it will. All right. Well, then at what point does just knowing it will change? That's the only thing I was trying to figure out.
You had your agenda. And you accomplished your agenda, so congratulations.
I didn't have an agenda.
You wanted your gloves off, and you wanted your big fight, so you got your big fight.
I didn't have an agenda.
And Jerry basically came short of telling you to go get the coffee. Yeah. So there you go. You can be proud. Yeah. 877-881-1053. What did you want him to say? Did you want him to say? Did you expect him to say? You know what?
Heads are gonna roll.
If we're gonna fire people.
No, I just don't think. I don't think they're.
All I'm saying is you know how this goes.
Right. But I'm saying that I don't think it's reasonable to be annoyed by the follow-up to, okay, but at what point does that change? He doesn't have to give me I'm not looking for a specific answer. I just think he should understand it's fair to say, okay, but at what point does that change? I think that's a fair question.
Yeah, I mean, look, and it is, he's right. It is difficult to change a scheme in the middle of it. But remember, don't act like every single one of these players wasn't here for Kellen. Don't act like every single one of these players couldn't flip a switch and go back to that old scheme today. We know it happened in Tampa 3 years ago with Brady when they were trying to run Bruce's scheme, and Tom's like, this isn't working, guys. And Tom had already had like one of his highest interception totals through the first half of the season.
Yeah.
They go to the bye week, they change it up. They basically say, hey, we'll use Tom's playbook from New England, which, by the way, is not an easy one to pick up, apparently, according to everybody that you hear. And they won a Super Bowl. Like, I don't think it's asking a lot if this team was like coming into the bye week and be like, all right, the offense obviously isn't working. Now, there's going to be a growth period anyway, and that's to be expected. But I don't think it's that crazy to think that they could go back if they wanted to, regardless.
I'll counter back to all that. And by the way, they've scored 9 offensive touchdowns in 5 games. Number one, there ain't a chance of hell of that ever happening because of pride and ego.
I agree.
So that's just a fact of that. That there's no chance of that ever happening. Number 2, it is a little bit, I think, my opinion, it's a little bit ridiculous to be sitting here talking about going back to last year's playbook 5 games in. It's a little bit ridiculous. Kellen Moore also put up 12 and 17 against San Francisco. Number 3, Mike McCarthy is going to go down with his ship. And his ship, and he reiterated it yesterday, and you can hate it. I personally don't. Bobby does. We are going to run the football. We're going to protect our defense. The defense is going to take us as far as we're going to go. Now, my big issue is Dan Quinn with his free pass around here. And my biggest concern is the defense, is not great. I was counting on the defense being great in order for McCarthy's plan to work. If the defense is not great, and we're really going to find out Monday night against the Chargers, then I think you got to be like, okay, it's time to open this thing up. But the plan, and Mike reiterated it yesterday, and I know these words tick people off. Balance, time of possession, longer extended drives, protect the defense. They are the strength of this football team. That is what Mike said yesterday. And for Jerry Jones to be irritated over the thought that that plan 5 games in should be flushed, Jerry has every right, and I would expect him to be irritated. I would expect McCarthy to be irritated over that being questioned 5 games in. That's my response to that.
Yeah, and I mean that's fair, and I don't think anybody's saying you have to change it right now. It's just the biggest. They told us their measuring stick was San Francisco. Like they could not stop talking about it, and so when that game shows up, and it doesn't look better, it feels hollow. I think to a lot of people to just say, but it's early. You're still figuring things out. Well, okay, but that's still the team that you needed to see that this was supposed to be the plan, and it's something that, with all of its flaws, you were throttling teams earlier. And I'll tell you what, you're right that the defense needs to be held accountable in a big way as well. Dak needs to be held accountable in a big way. These are 2 things that didn't change. Dak's been here. Defense has been here. Defense has been in place. There's no scheme changes there, and you got throttled.
I also want to ask this question before we get to the Rangers. This is not an excuse. I'm just asking it because I heard McAfee yesterday. Man, if y'all are ticked off about this offense, go listen to George Kittle's interview on McAfee. It'll make your damn head spin talking about 80% of their plays having motion and all the terminology and all the movement and all this and that. Oh, it'll make you real bitter. But McAfee brought this up, and Pat sometimes exaggerates to the positive. Is there a chance we are really overreacting to a beatdown suffered at the hands of a possible special team?
No, I mean we're overreacting to
are we not? We haven't taken a step back and said, I really don't want to be guilty of hyperbole and say an all-time great team, but
no.
When you look at San Francisco, what is the best balanced team we've seen like them in the past 5 years that we could compare them to? There's a chance maybe they're just that damn good. If they roll Philly, hypothetically, if they beat Philly by 24 or 20 points, we might at the end of the year just say, yo, man, it wasn't the Cowboys sucking. San Fran is an all-time great team or something beneath that. I mean, I'm just asking that.
The Arizona loss was worse than this one. It just was. They lost to a team they had no business losing to. Games get away from teams all the time. The Giants game got away from them from the Giants' perspective. They got away from them. They weren't as bad as 40-0. Now, on that day they were. But they're not a 40-0 bad team. We've seen this. The Patriots got boat raced by Kansas City a few years ago, 42-17. The Cowboys lost. They got destroyed by New Orleans, 06. They weren't that bad. Reggie Bush went crazy in that game or something like that. You know, like they weren't that bad. Games get away from teams all the time. It is way too much to overreact to a singular game. The difference is that this is 3 years in a row where your offense has done basically nothing against them.
Yes.
That to me tells me this is a style make fight thing.
Yeah.
The Cowboys are fine against the 30 other teams in the league.
And I think that's the point Jerry was trying to make. He's like, we're not going to face San Fran every week.
Right.
And your follow-up was going to be...
Is it dangerous to build your team to beat one team?
Right.
And I think that's very, very dangerous because if you build your team to beat one team and you still can't beat that team, and then you leave yourself exposed to some of the other teams, well, now what?
Right.
At least if you just build your team to be the best team possible with the best players possible, then maybe you get lucky and somebody picks them off. And now you're facing Seattle.
Yeah.
Detroit in the NFC Championship game instead of San Francisco.
I think that's I understand the point he makes when he says we're not going to play San Francisco every week, but that's the problem is that this fan base does not care about every week anymore. They care about January. They care about February. That's what they want to know. They want to know, can you beat those teams that are going to be there? And the team is San Francisco. That's the one that you've been chasing. And the problem is that San Francisco has played Pittsburgh, the Rams, the Giants, and the Cardinals. You put the worst performance of their opponents on tape. That's the problem. You got destroyed. Your quarterback was bad. Your defense was bad. Your execution was bad. The coaching staff was bad. They beat you in every way they could. They outcoached you. They outplayed you. They outdid everything. And that's where it's sobering is because I think people look at it and go, okay, so on to year 29 or whatever it is. We're on to year 29 because year 28, we're clearly going to have a drought. That's how people felt after that game.
Mavericks did the same thing for the Trucker.com text line. Mavericks did the same thing, building a team just to beat San Antonio to get over that hump. Purdy's the new Brady. That's the next dynasty. Any team with speed, determination is going to beat the Cowboys. The offense stinks with every team since week one. They stink in the red zone. It's not just the 49ers. It's just a single football game. 2018 Patriots won the Super Bowl. They were a very balanced team, the defense and offense, but this 49ers team is better.
Yeah.
So
I just think we need to ask the question, is this a special 49er team? Where's their hole? Like Buffalo, for years, with this Josh Allen narrative, they couldn't run the football. Like Buffalo's defense was never as good as San Fran's, and now San Fran's offense looks scary. It's just supposed to be Garoppolo, game management, Kyle Shanahan, a few runs to Debo, but not explosion, not capable of dropping 30 or 40 on you. Like, I was just lining up their players versus our players in my mind yesterday, and I was like, okay, let's match it. Purdy, Dak. Right now, a lot of people would say Purdy is better than Dak. That could be reactionary. McCaffrey, Pollard. People are worried about Tony Pollard. Debo and Ayuk versus Cooks and CeeDee Lamb. Right now, you would take that combo, and then you add Kittle on top of our tight ends. Trent Williams versus Tyron Smith. Greenlaw, Warner versus our linebackers. Nick Bosa, some would say, is better, at the very worst, equal to Micah Parsons. Their interior versus our interior defensively. I mean, they have a lot of advantages. They definitely have better coaching. So it's like, where's the hole? How do you beat the 49ers?
Their quarterback's better than yours right now, too. Like their quarterback's better. Their line, you had your full healthy line. They protected better than yours did.
Yeah.
And that's one where we were talking about, man, that right side of the line, it's leaking. That it's just there were so many troubling aspects in terms of the things you thought you could take advantage of. You got locked down on. The corners locked down your receivers. The offensive line locked down your fearsome pass rush. That's the stuff that's troubling.
It is, and Dak used to be able to evade some of the pressure. He just can't anymore.
Right,
like he can't. The game is moving at a speed that he physically that he can't move away from at this point. He's still fine. He still has his attributes to him, but he doesn't move nearly as well as he did. I mean, even 4 years ago, that injury killed him. It really did.
Let's get you ready for Game 3 tonight and see what Patrick Walker not only thought of his Braves, but the Jerry Jones interview that we just had on Sean and RJ. Patrick Walker joins us next.
Get you over to
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Ciroc Vodka and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
He deals a 2-2. Castellanos in the air to right center field. Harris is on the run. Harris at the track. He leaps and he makes the catch. Harper might be doubled up. The throw gets away. The throw to first. It's over. It's over. Harper never tagged. He couldn't get back. And it's a double up to end game 2. Wow.
Go-ahead home run and the double play to tie up the National League Series between the Braves and the Phillies. Patrick Walker is going to be happy about that. That was the call on TBS. And tonight, Game 3 on this radio station where the Rangers hopefully sweep Baltimore. And we're going to be listening. Now, 3 of these guys are going to be in the stadium listening to the great Chuck Morgan try to inspire the Rangers after they put the call out for Creed to be played in the stadium.
Hell yeah.
Man, I'm catching strays from my friends out of state who don't understand they were doing this as a joke.
Oh, they're making fun.
Oh yeah, big time.
Oh yeah, I mean it's like Bobby doesn't want to admit it, but it's they're like Nickelback.
We're getting made fun of. We're getting mocked. But is what the Rangers want. They had Jared Sandler put out the bat signal, and this thing went viral. I mean, really viral. Jerry Jones type viral. National everywhere. And because we wanted to do our part, Ralph James Choppy stepped to the microphone and made his Texas Rangers Creed song for this evening.
All right, Rangers, let's go, baby. We got a game to win. Man, time to get up. 2 strikes, get up. Stay up. Don't stop. Get up! Let's go, Ranger Man! Woo! We're doing this through Creed! Yeah! This team, man, heading for another round. I hope it's first between.
Yeah.
Back globe life, we'll put the birds to sleep. Cause we don't want to leave Texas for that blue state.
Oh, politics.
Cause Evan Carter putting on his cape, heading straight for the Hall of Fame. So it's
Boatman.
He lets Kevin wear his cape. Come on, it's Boatman. We trust and have faith. Everybody, Boach's team's on fire. Woo! Carter Young and Elma Humphrey. Boach's team's on fire. Yeah! On our way to the World Series.
Oh, yeah.
Damn right.
Woo! One take.
Chills.
One time.
Got chills off your own song.
Well,
only you can get chills off your own performance.
I think I go to the bathroom too. So
okay.
We'll see.
And with that, we bring in a diehard baseball fan as well, Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Good morning, Patrick.
Good morning, guys. I didn't mean to interrupt RJ's bathroom break.
Yeah, we needed interruption. What did you make of the Jerry Jones interview 1 hour ago?
Well, he definitely has the tone that he should have, given the fact that the Cowboys got their asses kicked on Sunday. I mean, there's really no left or right about it as far as looking for a positive. I mean, that was the measuring stick for the Cowboys. It's something that, Cowboys fans and, hell, 49ers fans and the entire NFL had circled on their calendar ever since it came out in April. And Cowboys go, and it's just non-competitive football all across the board. I mean, they got absolutely waxed, and the defense, they kept the Cowboys in as long as they could. I mean, it was still a 7-point deficit in the middle of the second quarter. I'm sorry, but ultimately, offense couldn't sustain drives, struggled to convert on third down, struggled to make big plays, and they got dog walked basically. So the question of if the 49ers, and I don't think anybody had that question, even myself going into that. I said, hey, 49ers are the standard. This is what the Cowboys have to beat if they want to take that next step. But the question was, could the Cowboys at least compete? So I think it's a much different conversation. Obviously, if the Cowboys win that game, that goes without saying. But even if it goes down to the wire, maybe you lose by a point, a field goal, something like that, it's not the message you want to send, but at least the message is sent that, hey, we can run with these guys. But the message as it stands right now is, no, you can't run with those guys until you show that you can. So just an ass kicking up and down by the 49ers, from the coaching staff to the players. So kudos to those guys.
What's the biggest thing that you changed your mind about the Cowboys after that?
I don't know what this offense looks like. Now, it's 5 weeks in, and we're still waiting to see what the Texas Coast offense looks like. And we can talk about it contextually, because you guys know I love the football science of it. So, in doing that, you have to look at all the variables. And, Brandon Cooks missed a game, and he's trying to find his wheels in this offense. And you didn't have your starting 5 offensive linemen at all until this game, and prior to this game, not for the previous 23 games. So, you have some chemistry issues that you're still trying to work out there. Yeah, you can say all of that, and all of that is true. But at the end of the day, with this level of talent on offense, it still should have been competitive football, a competitive product put on that field in Santa Clara, and it just was not. So we still haven't seen consistent explosiveness from this offense. We have not seen at all Brandon Cooks explode in this offense. And, we're still trying to figure out, hey, where's Deuce Vaughn, right? Going into this season, we said, hey, there's another versatile weapon that, could be like lightning in a bottle. Haven't seen him. He's kind of disappeared, not because of anything he's doing wrong, as much as it is he's not really being schemed in that way. Hunter Lipke, we're starting to see a little bit more from him, but, first 1, 2, 3 games, not necessarily. So, the tight ends haven't come on strong, with the exception of Jake Ferguson, who has come on extremely strong. But Hendershot's missed the past 2 games, and when he was on the field, didn't see much there. Schoonmaker, the sail throw by Dak to him against the 49ers, that's definitely not on the rookie. But, the drop touchdown in the end zone here at AT&T Stadium, that is on the rookie. So the offense is just too disjointed right now. There's complete lack of explosiveness, the Turpin play notwithstanding. But then even the Turpin play shows you that it's in the bag somewhere, but why is it not coming out of the bag? And I know a lot of it goes to execution as well, but no matter how you discuss it, no matter how you look at it, from the scheme aspect, from the execution aspect, this offense is still just not what we were told it was going to be. And yes, there's a lot of football to be played, but like I said yesterday on Cowboys Break, while that's true, at a certain point that will not be true, right? At a certain point, you're going to have to turn this on, and you were supposed to turn it on already, but most definitely against San Francisco, and you just didn't. And you walk away with 10 points, and 3 of those points belong to Brandon Aubrey, who's been your offensive weapon. He's been your best offensive weapon, and that's wild to me. Not necessarily in a bad way when it comes to Aubrey, but wild in the context of going into training camp, fellas. Biggest question mark we had on this team was the kicker. It wasn't the offense, and it certainly wasn't the defense. It was the kicker. Well, your defense, for the most part, is playing well. For the most part, your offense, not so much, but your kicker has been absolute money. So football, I guess.
I want to get your reaction to 2 audio clips where the Cowboys were in the news for them. Micah Parsons reacting to George Kittle wearing the F Dallas t-shirt Sunday night.
George Kittle had 3 touchdowns on us, and he posted this thing to IG. He said F Dallas. I just feel like he's making it way more personal than it had to be. Kittle's my guy, but I'm going to say this. Laugh now, cry later. We got something for that. Just trust. If we see them again, just trust. And we're going to put it just like that. I ain't going to put too much on it. You're going to make it personal. We can make it personal. That's cool.
What do you think, Pat?
Well, first I'll say this. When it comes to that shirt, for those that don't know, that was kind of a throwback moment for George Kittle. He was kind of hearkening back to the 90s rivalries days. I mean, I've seen that shirt before. Those who follow the Cowboys for decades have seen that shirt before. So as far as making it personal between these 2 organizations, guess what, Micah? It's always been personal. Always. Always. And it will forever be personal. And now it's more personal, not because of the shirt. No. The shirt isn't what made it more personal. The 42-10 thumping is what made it more personal. Knocking the Cowboys out of the playoffs for the past 2 consecutive postseasons, that's what made it more personal. I don't care about the shirt. The shirt didn't beat you. George Kittle beat you with 3 touchdowns. Brock Purdy beat you. Kyle Shanahan beat you. That's my aspect of it. So, I mean, Michael, by all means and measures, feel free to be upset about whatever he chooses to be upset about. I like a pissed off Michael. I don't care if he's pissed off that the wind is blowing northeast instead of slightly northwest. Whatever the case may be, get pissed off, stay pissed off, because the pissed off line typically doesn't work well for the opposition, typically. But as far as the shirt goes, if you're asking me my opinion, I don't care. Go out there and win the game. And if it does come to a situation where you meet the 49ers again, of course, first you have to get there, because if the 49ers continue what they're doing, in order to meet them again, guess where you got to get? The NFC Championship, most likely. So if you do meet them again, by all means, let this be the motivator, the additional motivator. If you want to add on any more motivation, by all means. But as far as the shirt is concerned, I don't think you should need any more motivation than what took place on the field in Santa Clara.
And then Dante Whitner, longtime NFL safety on Bay Area San Fran, got real personal after the game when asked about Dak.
What is your overall first take about this 42-10 butt whooping by the 49ers?
Dak Prescott sucks.
Oh, my God.
Period. Right? They talk so much about Dak Prescott being a top-tier quarterback, franchise guy. I don't see it. I see them trying to cover up for what he lacks. A lot of quick throws, cutting half of the field off.
What do you think?
I think Dante Whitner sucks.
Not a fan?
Let me be clear. I think anyone who – well, let me phrase it this way, because I know there are a lot of listeners right now sitting on the ass end of their, seats, and they're like, oh, if no seed doesn't completely bash Dak, I'm about to tweet him into oblivion. Yeah, I don't check my replies like that, so just relax. But anyone that doesn't look at the entire picture and all the variables inside and just throws out a knee-jerk reaction, you suck. You suck. And in this situation, Dante, hey, you suck. Do better. When it comes to Dak Prescott, did he play well enough against the 49ers? Hell no. Who did? He's not excluded from this. No, he didn't. I talk about the sail throw to Shoemaker. Make that throw. You need to make that throw. You have to make that throw against this 49ers defense. But then you see the dot to Kevontae Turpin. Okay, there you go. I look at it from the aspect of we've seen Dak Prescott save the day for the Cowboys. We've seen this offense save the day for the Cowboys with this quarterback when the defense wasn't what you were hanging your hat on. Right, when the defense was one of the worst in the league, it was Dak Prescott leading the offense in an explosive manner. Now, were there other things that were different? Play caller, yep. Some surrounding talent, yep. See, now that's a different discussion. Now, if you're looking at it just from the 49ers game standpoint, yeah, he wasn't good enough. Most of the players weren't good enough, and they'll stand in front of the train and tell you that. 3 interceptions in the fourth quarter, that should have happened if you're the 49ers, because that's what the Cowboys try to do to other teams. It just got done to them on Sunday. They try to put teams in positions where you get this big lead, and then you force them to be one-dimensional, and then you drop back and you keep getting takeaways. That's exactly what the 49ers did. They just executed it perfectly. But this is the same Dak Prescott that I've seen throw for 4,500, 4,900 yards in a season. Same one I've seen throw for 30 touchdowns in a season, 37 touchdowns in a season. My problem goes back to the offense, and I feel like Dak Prescott is being shrunk to prevent mistakes after that 15 interception season last year. But the problem with that is if you're not willing to take the risk, then you're not going to get the reward either. Yep. So when you shrink the field and you eliminate the deep middle, and I put out there a couple weeks ago in Science Lab, the Cowboys have eliminated the deep middle, which is where the majority of the interceptions came last season. When you eliminate that, you're forcing defenses to only cover 2/3 of the field. You're shrinking the field. You're making it West Coast, which is fine when it's working, but at the moment it's not working. So when it's going up against a defense that isn't allowing it to work, why not then stretch the field more, which then plays into you allowing yourself to play underneath. One hand washes the other. So it's a very robust discussion to have, but people like Dante don't want to have that discussion because it's easier to just say the guy sucks. To which I say, want to throw the keys to Cooper Rush? Does Cooper Rush win you that game on Sunday in San Francisco? No. Does Trey Lance? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So before you make sweeping judgments on a quarterback who you've seen carry the team when the defense was abysmal, Let's just look at what really are the issues as opposed to trying to throw out the baby with the bathwater. So this is not necessarily just a defense on Dak as much as it is defending the facts. Because Bobby will tell you, I was one of the biggest Tony Romo supporters you have ever met. In the Dak rookie era, 2016, when Romo got hurt in Seattle, for the first quarter of that season, I said, hey, still need to give Tony his last shot. Give it to Tony. Give it to Tony. Dak kept winning. It got to, win number 8. I looked at Bobby and said, yeah, no, we're good.
Thank you, Patrick. We appreciate it. Congrats on the Braves. Patrick Walker, brought to you by WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Rangers crosstalk for Game 3 next.
Let's get you over to the greatness of
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Texas, it is Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's all gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Everybody is singing different songs. Corey, you were impressive walking into the studio.
Thank you. I know my creed very well. Unfortunately, it's stuck in my head again, and I can't get it out. But at least I'm getting a respite from all the Taylor Swift, like the songs. Those have been stuck in the head because the girl's been listening a lot to that lately.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much.
What's coming up?
Guys, at 10:20 today, John Smoltz joins the show.
10:30.
10:30-ish.
Wow.
Yeah.
Close. Good for y'all.
So enjoy John Smoltz. I love him. And then coming up at 12:20 today. 12:30, 12:20?
No, it's 12:20.
Bruce Bochy.
Oh.
And then at 1:20, 1:20, 1:30.
1:20.
Josh Howard. We'll have Josh
J-Ho.
Howard join us, yeah.
Former All-Star.
And he'll be on the Zoom, too, so if you want to see that Twolos, he'll be on the Zoom
He
with
was
us.
great in center field for the Rangers.
Hamilton.
Oh.
Josh Hamilton.
My bad.
Any y'all going to the game?
Oh, no, I get paid to do the post-game show. Now we have to do that. We're doing that in studio. I do have tickets. I'm hoping I'm not going. I do have tickets tomorrow, which I'm hoping that doesn't happen and I get a refund.
Sure. We got Choppy, Bobby, and Pepe rolling out there tonight. G-Bag will be there all the way up till pregame at the stadium. So what's your plan of attack? You get dinner reservations again?
No. We're going with her like company CEO, so we're based on his schedule. So we're gonna meet and then we're gonna ride in with him.
That's who's going to the game. CEOs.
Is he going to be a fan tonight?
I'm sure he's going to cheer.
Yeah, is he going to cheer?
Yeah, he's going to cheer like crazy. He absolutely will.
Be trying to get business deals done.
No. There's no business.
That's
no business to be done. She already works for the company. This is more for her, right?
Is he going to be on time to the game?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we want to get there. So we're meeting, and we want to get there like in time to see Sandler's going to text me the schedule events because I want to see. They still walk out on first base.
Yes.
The baseball stop that. COVID stop everything, Mike. I don't know.
They don't do it in California.
They don't do it in California. So I want to see them all line up on the first and third base.
They have to wear masks when they do it in
They just
California.
line up Zoom screens on the first base line.
Yeah, but I want to be there for the
Zoom screens
for the anthem. I'll be there for the anthem.
I just want to make sure y'all are on time because
we'll be. We're not Dodger fans. We're not Dodger fans.
Isn't that
or
crazy?
the last Rangers game.
Dodgers game last night. I mean, I sent a photo out on Twitter. Like there was nobody there. It was the first, like bottom first.
Really?
Awful.
It's probably only half full to start the game, but by the end of the third inning, it's a sellout. But it's like people in LA forget they live in LA. Like it is going to take you an hour and a half to get to that stadium because it's in kind of like a neighborhood.
Yeah.
And so hopefully for Ranger fans, look, if you're not really a Rangers fan, but you're getting to go, you got tickets and you're going. Arlington is not the best drive. If you're coming from, let's say, Dallas or North Dallas, Plano, where the rich people live, right, Corey?
I live in Plano.
Yep. It does take you a while to get to the parking. Like if you are like, hey, the game's at 7, let's get there at 6:30. You probably won't get into the stadium till 7:30. I would recommend to leave, let's say Plano. If you leave at 5:30, I think you have a good chance of getting into the stadium right at 7 o'clock first pitch.
I agree.
But if you leave past 5:30, you will not see first pitch. You will probably see the second or third inning. You probably need to leave by 4:30 or 5 if you're traveling from North Dallas to try to get there to see the national anthem, the first pitch, all the players being announced. If you leave after 5:30, you will not be there for the first pitch of the game.
Oh, we'll leave by then. I think we're leaving at like 4:45.
If they didn't, would you stand up to the CEO and be like, "Look, man, we gotta go."
Yeah.
Again, I am on their. I am a guest. I'm on their schedule.
My God.
What a phony social assassin.
They've already said they want to be there for the introductions and the anthem. So
and then leave.
That is the plan.
So Bobby has the remaining list of postseason crowds. I want you guys to try to guess in order, and let's see how long it takes to get to the Rangers. The postseason crowds remaining, correct?
Yeah, so the divisional series team. So you got 8 teams here.
Home crowd advantage.
Philadelphia won.
Philly won, Bobby?
Let's look, because I was at 8.
The women who went to the game when I played in a regular season game tried to fight our family section.
The Philadelphia Phillies are number one. Got it. Okay, Phillies
That's
won.
women, not like the men fans. It was just women fans, not the wives of the players. It was the women who went to the game, tried to fight other men and women.
All right, let's knock out
Phillies
two.
won. Who's two?
Minnesota.
No.
Oh, it's gotta be Dodgers, right?
I'm going to say Houston.
You
Dodgers.
just said they don't show up until like halfway through the
they're
game.
still,
But they're
gonna
good.
They
gonna
do. When
get
they're there,
deferential.
they keep doing "Let's Go Dodgers"
Yeah.
all the
They're a
time.
good
They're
crowd.
very into the game. If
By the
they
fifth
get there.
inning, they're a good crowd.
Is that the key? Then we need everyone to show up late for the
Yeah.
Rangers so they'll be engaged for the half of the game. they're
Number
there.
3.
Well, I guess I'm going to stick with Houston since I went to.
Yeah, let's go.
Baltimore was pretty good.
Correct.
Baltimore was great, man.
Except for game 2.
You!
Game 1 was rowdy. Game 2, they were
They got
sitting
taken
there.
out of it early.
Well, yeah, but even before the game, they were just like, all right, we're here for this game, but let's just see how it goes. They did look like they were out of it.
Foe.
Houston.
Wow.
Atlanta.
Oh.
You can't do that.
Are you still
Yes, you
up?
can.
You can do whatever you want.
You can chop. It's good.
America.
It's Deion Sanders came up with it. Deion Sanders has done nothing wrong, right? I mean, that guy is
Now I don't know.
perfect.
I don't know New Atlanta, but when I went to a couple Braves games like late '90s, early 2000s, where they've already been dominating for like 10 years,
When they were downtown.
that was a garbage crowd. Now I don't know how the new Brave fans are after they had a little down spell.
My son asked me last night, and I said Atlanta's similar to Texas crowd. So I mean that's how. But I didn't play at the new
Figured they would
stadium
be
and never
lower.
played them in a playoff
Well,
game.
if Atlanta's similar to the Texas crowd and they're 4, then number 5.
Houston.
Yeah, Houston, not Texas. Houston.
I have no clue like how
Texas gonna be
Arizona's
last?
going to be.
Or
Well,
seven?
we'll see. Maybe they're ahead of Texas.
Minnesota's a good crowd.
Number 6 is Minnesota, Target Field.
I've only played at the Metrodome.
And then number 7.
It's between Texas and Arizona. I would say Texas.
Arizona.
It is your Texas Rangers.
Hey, you went to that Coyotes game with me.
Not last.
Remember when we went to that Coyotes game and there were like 7 people there and
I
they
was
kept
going to give
howling?
the baseball stadium more credit because they could pay their bills.
How many people listen to Sports Talk Radio that are going to the game tonight? There's 40,000 people going to the game. Out of the 40,000 people, how many people do you think listen to Sports Talk Radio? So if we said, hey guys, you're supposed to stand up when Nathan Eovaldi gets 2 strikes on a hitter, 40,000 people are supposed to stand up and start screaming for the out. When there's 2 outs in an inning, you start getting excited to get the 3rd out. When a guy gets onto first base, you cheer and then you keep cheering because now you have a threat on the base. Like, we're talking to people right now, but I only think we're talking to 10,000 people. I only think 25% of the Ranger fans.
Signal.
I think we're thinking like 500,000.
No, they should put it on the video board,
There's
really.
only 40. What I'm saying is 40,000 people are going to the game tonight. Out of the 40,000 people, how many listen to Sports Talk Radio?
They should put it on the video board to coach the crowd.
They try to, but they do.
They do.
But you have to take out the clap and the dun dun dun. Like if you're saying "Let's go Rangers" or whatever, they have to when the.
But 2 strikes, they say stand up.
Yes, but then they have to turn it off.
They can't pump
with
noise.
like 10 or 11 seconds before the pitch is made. It's rules. You have to turn that off.
So they got it. The fans have to keep.
Then
that
you have
rolling.
to keep
They
it
just gotta
going.
keep
But
that
as soon
going.
as the board stops
that's the
clapping,
problem with-
they stop clapping.
That's the problem with the last 4-6 years of the Rangers. It's been, hey, we're not
never
putting
had 2
anything out
strikes
there
on a
to
hitter?
cheer for.
To your point,
there was nothing to cheer
Astro
for.
fans are. I hate saying this.
Astro.
They're better than Ranger fans, but it's because from 2017 on, they just keep making the playoffs. And so it's like
They
they've
have a culture
learned,
for it, yeah.
They've learned how to be a playoff city and a playoff environment where if the Rangers can make it for 5 years, I'm assuming in 2026, 27, the Ranger fans would know what it is to be like a real baseball fan with a winner consistently.
I don't know what MLB's decision is going to be tonight on the roof. I'd love for it to be open.
I'd love for it to be open too. As long as there's 0% chance of rain, it's getting up into the mid 80s today. Is that correct?
They'll probably close it then.
Yeah. And
'Cause
tomorrow's
MLB decides everything now. Like the Rangers don't have a decision in that. Right?
Really?
That's what Chris Young
Chris
said.
Young
right?
said.
Okay.
Okay.
MLB controls. It's like during a regular season game, like before the correct me if I'm wrong, Mike. Before the start of the game, the home team decides whether they play with the rain.
Yes.
But once the game starts, it's the umpires. In the playoffs, MLB decides everything.
Corey, can you just give us a lyric to get us out of here?
When you
are with me, I'm free. I'm careless, I believe.
Dude, you can sing.
I know I can.
You sing.
That song's about Jesus.
What a diaphragm.
The KMC
With
masterpiece.
arms wide open.
Next on 105. Bob, you're not going to join in? You don't love Creed?
I was trying to give him his
We could've
solo
had it
time.
all in unison.
Oh, that's
Everyone
my
could have
bad.
done
He's
it.
sad. Jerry's not firing McCarthy today.
KMC. He
There's
is
always
sad.
tomorrow, Mike.
KMC. Next on the Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where, yes, we will try to get more of Corey singing Creed throughout the show. But also, Corey, I believe you have a different definitive statement to start. We got a lot of baseball today.
Oh, jeez. I didn't know we were starting with this.
But we're going to start with some football and then go hardcore baseball.
All right, Mike, here it goes. I'm done with Dak. I have
you just cheer for that.
I'm not inspired. I haven't been inspired by him since losing to Jimmy. I can't quarterback a team Garoppolo. And I was like, if he can't beat him at home, we're screwed. And then I quit the Cowboys and I moved on to the Jacksonville Jaguars. So I can't wait for Corey after he explains why he's done with Dak, what team he's moving on to. Does he come on to the London Jags, as Kevin Gray calls them?
Well, I mean, I would go just to root for Justin Jefferson would be my decision, but that's hurting me right now.
Yeah, hurt.
It's very uninspiring is the great word. And I'm not sitting here going, just get rid of that guy. He's a bum. I just do not believe anymore he has another place to get to, another plateau to achieve. And I don't think that he is a transcendent player. You see guys where, I mean, Kawhi Leonard's a perfect example of it. He hasn't been lately, but he was a dude that when the fourth quarter called, I got everything. I will beat this team.
Yeah, he turned in Game 6 against the Mavs. He turned into Michael Jordan at the AAC, and you're like, oh, crap. There's nothing the Mavs can do to stop this man. He's winning this game and saying, I don't care what happens the rest of the game, I am winning.
Patrick Mahomes is that kind of player. It becomes a transcendent player where, guys, if all else fails, put it on me. I got this. And I don't believe that Dak wants it. I don't believe that Dak has the ability to do it even if he did want it.
Whoa.
And this is just years and years of watching, supporting. I have been a Dak supporter. I guess 2 years ago or last year on January 22nd, January 16th of 2022, I tweeted out, Dak ain't that dude. I did say that. That was after they lost to San Francisco. I believe that the beginning of that was probably right then, Kevin. So right where Mike said, the Jimmy G playoff game was whenever I decided, all right, I'm going to keep supporting this guy, but he isn't showing me anything any better than, oh, you know what? He's a good regular season quarterback, and that's just fine. And I know Jerry Jones came on with Sean and RJ this morning and said, I believe that he is the kind of quarterback that can win us and get us to a Super Bowl. I believe we got the team and the coaching. I understand all of that. I also have seen this guy have many, many, many opportunities to step up in the biggest moments. And I'm just like, he's not the difference for me. And so I will continue, Mike, I will continue rooting for the Cowboys.
Yay!
That's just, it's in my...
Don't go as far as me.
It's in my DNA. It is like part of what I am.
It's fun because when they are getting killed and you're not really invested at all, you just start laughing and you just go, this is really funny, actually. It doesn't excite me when they win. It doesn't hurt me when they lose.
You could see how that would piss other people off, though, right? Like, if there are people at the Rangers game laughing at the Rangers losing tonight, that would make you mad.
Yeah, but
right?
I'm never going to another Cowboy game the rest of my life, so I would never upset anybody at a Cowboys game that I'm never going to.
But I'm at a point right now where if he goes on and wins the Super Bowl, man, congratulations. That's amazing. And I'm going to be rooting along with that. I'll be excited for it. But I'm not going to go out there and predict that this dude is going to be a game changer for the Cowboys ever again. It just can't happen. He can beat bad teams. He can have a game where you're like, wow, that was impressive. And then show up the next week and just fart all over the place.
Can I add something to this, which is a little bit off, but on your point? I thought Micah Parsons was different. I thought he had the Michael Jordan gene. I thought he had the Tom Brady gene. I know you don't like him, but Tom Brady's like, I had to hate the other team. Bob Gibson, I read Bob Gibson's book decades ago. If you don't know who he is, former pitcher, Cardinals, Hall of Famer. I do think you have to have a hate gene in you of the other team for that game, before the game, And immediately after the game, I found out Micah doesn't have it either. I think Micah's starting to become a real Dallas Cowboy, and good for him.
He talks real big whenever it's time to go do something, then he shows up and he's just flat.
Great player. I'm not saying Micah Parsons isn't a great player, but he doesn't have the championship gene in him either.
Yeah, and somebody said, hold on, are you just saying Mahomes is the only guy? No, Aaron Rodgers was a transcendent player too. He won a Super Bowl. He got MVPs. He was the dude that was a difference maker against the Cowboys multiple times. Yeah, Tom Brady was a difference maker. He was a transcendent quarterback in fourth quarters. Everybody was coming after him. Everybody was trying to get him. He said, you can't stop us. And he won Super Bowls. And again, this is year 8 for Dak Prescott. It hasn't changed much. Over his career, touchdowns and stats have gone up and down. But the idea that this dude is going to be the difference in this game, very scarcely do I walk into a game going, we got the quarterback that can do it all. We got the quarterback that has an arm that can change the game for you.
Yeah.
He understands the game. He sees the game better than anybody on that defense. He just isn't. So I have to sit back and just go, well, it is what it is right now.
Yeah.
We have to deal with his contract, but I'm not re-signing him to a different contract ever again.
Kevin is still, I'm looking at his face, he's still a Dak guy. He still believes in Dak.
And yes, be top 5 or bust. Keep looking for a better quarterback. You should demand more of that from the Cowboys organization. How can the fans sit there and go, you know what? It's okay to have a top 7 quarterback. Be better. Go get somebody better. Ensure that you're continuing to do that. Know that you have the dude before you say, I'm going to give you $60 million next year. Yes, you should be top 5 or bust. Otherwise, you're busted and sitting on your ass, and you're not in the playoffs or the Super Bowl every year. That's what happens. You're good enough to get to the playoffs, but crappy enough to sit there and say, we just lost. So yes, if you're going to say, oh, you can only be a quarterback like Mahomes, go find one. Go find you the best quarterback you can. Not just say, you know what, this is good enough. I'm going to eat this cereal that's on the bottom in a bag.
So Andy Reid had Alex Smith, playoff quarterback. He said, this isn't good enough. I'm gonna trade up. I'm gonna get Patrick Mahomes and develop him into the guy that I think he can be. Did it. Man, you had a guy in Sean McVay.
Hold on. Let me pause you there just real quick.
I'm just giving Corey, giving him kind of examples of how he's right and how Cowboy fans refuse to try to do what the great ones do.
Is the reason why I wanted to pause right there, because I want you to go further in depth on this, is because some people have caught on the Patrick Mahomes and said, we are comparing him to the all-time greats. This part specifically is more important about moving on from a quarterback that you didn't think was good enough. Go ahead.
Sean McVay made it to the Super Bowl with his number one overall pick. And he said, you know what? I just don't think I can ultimately win the championship with Jared Goff. So he drafts a guy number 1. He's winning playoff games. He makes it to the Super Bowl. They don't score at the Super Bowl. He takes blame for it, says, I got too nervous facing Bill Belichick. I screwed up, put it on me. And then a year later, he's like, and I'm also trading Jared Goff because I don't think he's a guy who can win a championship. And then the team that you just beat, San Francisco, they have Jimmy Garoppolo. They made it to the Super Bowl in 2019, I think it was, maybe 18. But they lose to the Kansas City Chiefs. Jimmy Garoppolo has a wide open Emmanuel Sanders to win the game, and he misses them, and they lose. And he's like, you know what? I've seen enough of Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo made it to a Super Bowl. Jimmy Garoppolo made it to an NFC championship game against the Dallas Cowboys. He said, it's just not good enough. I know ultimately Kyle Shanahan goes, I can't win with Jimmy Garoppolo, the championship. So they trade up. They get Trey Lance. It didn't work out. Now they have Brock Purdy. Let's see if that one works out. But literally the 3 best offensive coaches you could argue in the game are Andy Reid, Sean McVay, and Kyle Shanahan. There's other guys that are in that category, but they all 3 had playoff Super Bowl quarterbacks in their prime. You know, you can argue that Smith was still in his prime. Goff was into his prime, just like starting his prime. Garoppolo in his prime, hurt a lot, but in his prime. And all 3 of those coaches said Dak Prescott, and I'm changing the name. All 3 said Dak Prescott isn't good enough because ultimately, to Corey's point, they knew Dak Prescott would never win a championship, so they changed the Dak Prescott. Now, I'd like to ask you this question, Kevin. What do you, when you still want to believe in Dak, and Cowboy fans, you can text in this, when you want to still believe in Dak, what's the game that makes you believe in Dak that you said, I saw this game against this team who was better than our team, and Dak beat that team?
So I
That's the part that I've had a hard time with.
I don't actually have an issue with the Dak stuff. My issue went back to, because I was just fascinated, y'all's thoughts on Dak, and I totally understand that, is the issue about when the Cowboys lose a game. It's funny. I just don't know if this is the right forum for that, because if somebody did that for the Rangers, like, that would really make me mad. I hear what you're saying about you're not going to be at the Cowboys game, but like, if let's say Corey came on tomorrow and be like, haha, the Rangers lost, and then they lost the next two, and they're like, in your face, Mike, the Rangers lost. I don't think this is probably the right forum for that.
Yeah, but that's who I am. Deal with it. Jerry turned
true.
Me that way. The Cowboys organization did that. They didn't want me, so I don't want them. That's fine. Like, they told me where they stand with me, and now I tell them where I stand with them.
On the Dak front, I hear what you're saying, and the part I disagree with is I've seen some people say, but you don't have a solution. We pitched the solution, I don't know, like 3 years ago before this contract extension came out. We pitched the solution again this offseason. You do not have to sign him to an extension. I realize that will put you in a lot of trouble salary cap-wise. We've talked about this, Mike, for how long? For like years. You don't have to sign him to an extension just because it will put you in a tough spot. You have to take a step back. That is the solution. And I know that's a solution that the Jones family does not seem super stoked about. You want your solution, you take a step back. For the people that are saying you might end up like the Bears, you're right. You might end up like the Bears. You might take Trubisky and be like, well, crap.
Yeah.
That didn't work. But you might take Burrow, and like you might end up in the Super Bowl. That is a risk I will certainly concede. If you take a step back, draft a quarterback, and start over again, it could fail, and it could fail spectacularly. I absolutely concede that point. But it's also been, I realize it's only been, 7-8 years of Dak, but so many Cowboys fans are also like, but then it was also Romo, and it was Chutch, and it was, you go on back down the line. It's hard to separate from all of that.
That was when they had a group of guys that didn't really, they were trying to build a good team, and I don't know if they got the exact. Broadus will tell you. He'll say we gave that guy crap for years, right? We were sitting there trying to figure out how to put a team out on the field. Broadus will say it wide openly. They didn't give him a good enough team ever. Not Rowan, Jerry. They didn't build a good enough team. Whether it was Jerry's fault or whether it was the scouting department's fault, they didn't have the talent they needed to be out on that field. And this organization right now knows. They know that their quarterback is not the best. Not a transcendent quarterback.
Do I need to play you the cuts from this morning again?
Okay, he said, I believe we have the guy that can get us there. He and the track record of it is what, Jerry? The track record of it is you've lost in the playoffs many times with this guy. What's the difference? What's the reason that you can believe it now? I think the team's good. I think it was built the right way. I really do. And I understand Jerry can't just back off now and go, you know what? We had all these plans for, 4 months in the offseason, however many months it is. We built this thing the entire offseason. We just got to fold up the tent and say we're done for the season. You can't do that. So he has to figure out how to get that locker room to galvanize some way. They got to figure out how to put that thing back out on the field and go win games this season, because you just can't quit.
They did in 97.
They did in 97. And you know what? If they do, people start being plucked.
Like, it is weird because I do love that team, but because they had no head coach, Jerry didn't believe you needed a head coach to win in football, and he was kind of right in 1995. So it furthered his belief and conviction you don't need a coach with these talented players. And Troy Aikman said, I'm tired of being the head coach, offensive coordinator, and quarterback. I quit. We just lost 45-17 to Green Bay. We can't beat them. I don't want to play anymore. Michael Irvin said, I agree. Emmett Smith said, I agree. Deion Sanders said, I agree. And they lost out, went 6-10. They fired Barry Switzer and hired the great Chan Gailey.
I just don't know how you can continue trading out all the other parts around the thing and still think the thing is the thing. It's like if you're sitting there and you're like, you know what? My air filter's just the problem. That's why I'm not getting good gas mileage right now. And you're like, but your transmission's blown. Don't worry about that. It's probably the battery. You just keep changing out offensive coordinators, teammates around him and everything. And then you're just like, well, I mean, he's good enough to be like top 8-ish. And you're just supposed to accept that and say, you know what? That is good enough. as a fan base, you're just going to, well, what else are we going to do? That's a bad feeling. That's a bad place to be. I just don't like it, man. I am going to be there, but as far as thinking that Dak Prescott is going to be a transcendent player that elevates the rest of the team to a different level when it's the most important. Roger Staubach says this. He wanted all of his teammates to be teabags. Understand this. What happens with a teabag? When the water gets hot, they perform at their best.
Gotcha.
That's what Roger Staubach would always say. I want guys that whenever it's clutch time, they don't quit, they don't back down. I don't think that Dak quits. I also don't think he performs at his best whenever the water's hot.
Woo. It's baseball time in Texas.
Coming up next, is this the most underrated aspect of the Rangers? Plus, we will talk with former Cy Young winner, world champion, and Hall of Famer turned baseball analyst, John Smoltz. All of it next right here on The Fan.
and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
God, this is a good song.
All right, just real quick. I feel like a lot of Rangers fans probably know the deal by now, but if not,
with arms wide open,
the Rangers have been listening to Creed at a time when things started to turn around, when they started to play well. And as we've discussed, baseball players aren't just a little stitious, they're superstitious. And so, thank you. And so they want to keep riding with this. And so Creed fever for some has taken over the Metroplex. And so that's why all of the Corey singing Creed and the Creed lyrics and everything like that. But I wanted to talk about something different because we've talked about a lot of the aspects of the Rangers. And I feel like one has not gotten as much attention, maybe because it's not as sexy or it's harder to quantify with statistics, is their defense. Because we've talked about some of the adjustments they've made hitting. We've talked all year about how good their offense has been. We've talked plenty about the bullpen and how good their starting pitching has been. But this was a team that on paper, what did we think? Best case scenario, average defense. Best case scenario, average defense.
Well, you looked at it and you said Nate Lowe really struggles at first base, and he got better, right? I'd say he became an average defensive first baseman in the major leagues this year. And then you looked at Josh Young last year, and even talking to a few other teams I talked to, they had him down as a below average third baseman after watching him play a little bit in 2022. I think he's become an above average defender. I don't think he's a Gold Glove third baseman. Now, maybe he'll become that
but
later in his career.
But that's still a hell of a jump already.
Right. And then Seager's okay defensively at short, right? I mean, a lot of people say, look, he's a bigger guy. He has a great arm, but he does lack a little bit of range, the way that if you'd see like a Francisco Lindor moving around at shortstop, he can't move like that because he's just not as like quick-footed and the way you're built. And then Simeon was moving from somewhat shortstop. I know Bo Bichette moved him too, but he was moving to second base, and he's really a below average shortstop, and Ron Washington helped him become an okay shortstop. So that was your infield coming into the year, and you feel like it improved tremendously all around. And then Leote's a really good defensive center fielder. Now, if you don't know this, it is weird. He cannot dive head first. So balls to his left and right, he has to slide feet first or try to run through it to catch it. He cannot, you'll never see him in his whole life ever dive head first. He literally can't do it, but he does cover a lot of ground. Adolis, I will say this, Adolis to me, regressed a little bit defensively this year. I felt for some reason, I'm not saying he's a bad
Not
defender.
arm-wise, but
I thought he was a Gold Glove caliber right fielder, and I felt like this year
he looked shaky.
Yeah, but not like below average. It was just like he went from me like Gold Glove caliber to like falling off of like that top 3 or top 2 like right field defensive guys. And then luckily in
he
left
still makes
field,
some wild catches that you're like, he should have made that easier, or was that a tough catch?
Yeah.
I don't know.
But he still does cover ground pretty good. And then left field, you had like a mix of people in left field, and Jonah Heim did a great job behind home plate, calling games, framing pitches, throwing guys out. True. So I would say that this has become an above average defensive team. I think you have to watch errors. They've changed the game on how it's called errors now.
So I laughed when I was watching game 2 with Jess because we were talking about the Evan Carter play where he made a good run and the glove just wasn't open quite wide enough and it bounced off the side of his. And Jess said, "Is that an error?" And I was like, "Oh my God, that's not even close to an error in modern baseball." But check this out. So we've talked about how it's hard to quantify defensive statistics. There is a metric out there called saved runs via your defense.
Is that an acronym?
No.
Okay.
That is a fair question, though. That is a great question. If you want to come up with what that acronym would be for saved runs,
right.
I definitely want to hear it. They had 5 last year, which was in the bottom of that was in the bottom group for Major League Baseball. This year, 37, which is still only 7th. Think about that. If 37 runs saved is only 7th, how terrible is 5? And then, so if you save 32 runs, you can surely point to some games where a run saved in that game or a run or 2 saved in that game made the difference. And when you look at how close the playoff race was, we're talking about likely the difference between still going and not playing at all.
And if you just look at the one play, the Josh Young double play with first and second, I believe nobody out. That play right there, if he doesn't make that play, Baltimore wins game 1. And then momentum changes. Your rookie's not pitching down 1-0. It changes maybe how game 2 is also dictated.
Right now on the line, former Cy Young winner, world champion, Hall of Famer turned baseball analyst. It is John Smoltz. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Well, we're all super stoked around the Metroplex. The Rangers 1 win away from only their 3rd ALCS appearance ever. But I was curious your take on these first 2 games. We know the Rangers won, but what have you seen in these first 2 games that you think could carry over to the next game?
Well, it's remarkable. Forget the journey for a second. That's a story for later. I mean, the journey they've gotten to here has been something, having been through baseball and knowing what it takes to get somewhere is pretty incredible. But what they've done is nobody in that lineup, which is a really, really good lineup, with the exception of Garcia, has expanded the zone. And I think the key for me has been when your great players take walks, it has a trickle-down effect. And Corey Seager, of course, set a all-time record with 5 walks, but it makes it difficult to pitch to a lineup when guys don't all want to be the hero. I made a living with guys expanding the zone in the postseason, and pressure does a lot of things to a lot of different players. So what Texas has done collectively is frustrated a really, really good pitching staff on the other side by taking their walks. I've never really seen anything like it. Usually you get guys that get out of themselves and they swing at things they normally wouldn't, and I haven't seen that really. And that's really been the key. I mean, we all know that Texas can hit. And when the offense gets going and they get runners on base and create pressure, this time of the year, that's about as good as you want to have an approach offensively.
And in particular, a lot of us have marveled at Evan Carter and the plate discipline that he has for how young he is.
Oh, that's unbelievable. I mean, that doesn't come around very often. I played with Andrew Jones. His first 2 World Series swings were home runs. That doesn't happen either. I mean, there's certain special young guys that have a heartbeat that just doesn't beat fast when the moment is the greatest. And that's what you got to have. You find out a lot about players this time of year
when you haven't been in the postseason a lot, and certainly Baltimore's finding that out too. They have such a young team that for the future, obviously this will bode well for them. But for a team that was expected to win, like the Rangers, who poured a lot of money into their franchise and who held first place for almost the entire year, the emotional roller coaster that they've been on has not showed itself on young players and on the great players. And again, when I do a broadcast, I'm trying to explain to people, what to expect or what the scenario calls for. And to see what this lineup has done, the question mark's always going to be for teams. Do you hide your warts during the postseason, or do you expose them? And if you expose them, you don't move on. And so far, Texas has hidden the things that most people were concerned about coming into it. And as a matter of fact, they've kind of dominated in those areas that typically might have been weaknesses the last 2-3 weeks of the season.
John Smoltz joining us right now. Yesterday, you guys had a great report on the Rangers getting on top of fastballs. And I thought, wow, that's great, because I know sometimes baseball can change in the playoffs. Guys will take the ball the other way. Guys at times will try to move runners over. And for me, being a soft toss and lefty, it'd infuriate me when guys would actually just take the ball down and away the other way and shoot it to right field. It's rare, I think, in today's game that you'll hear teams say, hey, I want you to get on top of the fastball. I want you to hit the ball where it's pitched. How much is that helping out the Texas Rangers taking what is given to them at the plate?
Yeah, the rare part is the team philosophy and most of the team adopting it, or at least trying to execute it. I go back all the way to the 1996 World Series when the New York Yankees beat us down 0-2, and their offensive approach was so good that it wore us down, and they won it in 6. Similarly, this team, statistically, we look at all the stats. We see. I look at the videos and I see how good of a breaking ball hitting team they are, and you're always trying to expose a weakness of a team. When they close some of those doors, you find yourself on the other side going, now what? And that has been a good adjustment. They did it against the Rays. Information can be great, and when you blend the information with the ability to do what and not get outside of yourself. Some guys aren't capable of doing it, so there's no reason for them to do that. But when you have a plan and you see the pitch or you get the pitch, it's one thing to have that plan. It's another thing to execute, and they're executing at the highest level at the best time. And baseball is all about timing, and right now the timing couldn't be any better for the Texas Rangers.
John Smoltz joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. John, 91, 9 innings, 6 hits, 8 strikeouts, no runs. 97, 9 innings, 11 strikeouts, 3 hits, 1 run. You have lots of those in the postseason, those moments. I'm kind of, what's the conversation like with yourself on the mound whenever you're having that kind of a game?
Well, it's different today, right? But when you're going through, I hope more teams allow guys to have moments in the postseason. We're taking moments away from players because of analytics, and it's proven over time it doesn't always work. When a guy's having a moment, and when you're in your groove, you just don't want anything to interrupt it. Now, I was trained differently, and I get it. We got 2 different scenarios that we're talking about, but back then, you weren't coming out of the game unless you did something that deserved to get called coming out of the game. I mean, you finished what you started for the most part. And I miss that. I miss that part of the battle of 2 pitchers going at it. And hitters and the players are so good now, and the information is so rampant that it kind of cuts you off at the path from being able to even think like that. So right now, the Texas Rangers starting pitching has been so good that it's kind of surprising a lot of people because of how they've been beat up, their injuries, and their bullpen has been fantastic until yesterday or 2 days ago when, the game was allowed you to give up some runs because they had such a big lead.
And do you kind of we talked with Derek Holland about this because he played for Bochy, and that seems like the mindset of that manager is He's hot. Let him keep going. And that just seems like I don't know if we call that old school or not, but he takes the information, but he also recognizes the human element of when a player is in his groove.
I mean, there's no doubt. And the teams that go on to win championships do that. I mean, it's just the facts. I know people don't like it when you think you're kind of banging the drum of one philosophy over the other, but I've been doing this now. It's my 9th year in calling the World Series, and I've seen these moments when they get stopped and you're shocked and the other team goes, thank you for taking that guy out. Those teams are winning. And that's what Bruce Bochy, I asked him the other day, I'm like, how much different is it now when you don't have all your horses lined up? Because, when he was winning, he could leave his starting pitchers in. And again, it's a different time. Now he's using information, but using his eyes and allowing that to become, along with Mike Maddox, who's one of the best. And you see the relief pitchers stay in for 2 innings, 2+ innings, because he's got good action, good extension. The hitters are always going to tell you what the pitcher is doing or not doing. It's unbelievable, but we've allowed information to dictate that before we can even see it. In a 162 format, that might work. 162 games, it's a pretty good proven model. But in a best of 5, best of 3, and a best of 7, it does not work that way. And that adjustment needs to be made, because if you don't, you're going to stay with the formula that works over 162 that's going to burn you in a best of 5 or best of 7.
Would you describe yourself as that hybrid model then of taking that information and going with your gut? Because Twitter wants me to believe that you are straight anti-analytics at all points.
No, I think if there's anything that I've learned is that if you stay in one bucket, you're going to get passed by. I mean, if you just stay in one mode, like if you don't adjust and blend, but if you pour everything into just one bucket and that's your only mode, then you're going to get passed by is what I meant. And so, the fact is baseball's been played a long time. And I don't understand why when you talk about facts and you talk about results that you're anti-anything. But at the same time, when there's organizations and people trying to make their way in a certain way, you still have to go back and look at the facts and see who's winning and who's losing, because that's what sports is all about. And so I've blended the information. If I were playing today, the information would be great, but I would not be all information and no feel and no trying to figure it out. So I think the teams that do that are the teams that have the longest and best chance of winning.
Last night, John, I'm watching the Braves play, and I thought there was an interesting interview by the manager of the Braves, Brian Snitker, and they asked him about Max Fried, and he said pretty much, look, Max Fried's feeling great. He has great stuff, but he hasn't pitched in 18 days. If the Rangers win this series, supposedly John Gray and Max Scherzer, who hasn't pitched since September 5th, will be activated for the ALCS. Can you talk about how difficult it can be, even though you have your stuff, as in you're not feeling hurt at all, not pitching for over a month and then trying to pitch in a championship series?
Yeah, the good news is they're older and used to a lot of things, right? They have experience. It's not like their first time coming through and not having this kind of scenario play out before. It's not the perfect place to be able to come into a moment like this, but you're talking about veterans, and you're talking about a guy like Max Scherzer who knows how to pitch even without his best stuff, and Gray would be in the same category. And I think it would add value to your roster if you knew. Here's the unknown is, I don't think making the one start or the one appearance is going to be an issue. It's can you bounce back, and if you're needed as you move forward, because then that roster spot has to be trusted for multiple opportunities, and that's a tough decision, and that's the one area that you'd be more concerned. Like Max Fried pitched a different type baseball game. You had to feel like because of his finger. I mean, I've never seen him throw so many breaking balls, and if his finger staying on the fastball is an issue, he threw less fastballs. So it wasn't about that performance. It's can he come back and pitch in Game 5 and give them a best chance to win if they come, if that's the case. So that's what you're trying to figure out for those two guys you mentioned.
So, Smoltzy, we have John Burkett throwing out the first pitch today, and I know he's a former teammate of yours, and we interviewed him a few weeks ago, and I asked him about being on the Braves and maybe the golf outings you guys would have on the road, and I asked him if he ever invited you guys to bowl or who's a bowler, and he said, I refuse to invite any of the Braves to bowl with me because they weren't good enough to bowl with me.
That's probably pretty true. I did grow up in Michigan, so a lot of indoor sports. I do like to bowl, but John was great when he was with us, and you know, to see his career and where he went, it was a fun time, you know, with us in the Atlanta Braves. But no, we never did get to go bowling with them.
And then my last thing, Smoltzy, in 1998, one of my good friends, Tim Drew, took me to the Orlando area because there was kind of a Christian get-together, and I was kind of a quiet Christian back then, and you were there, and I got to shake your hand. You were a hero of mine at the time, and I just felt like, I know you probably don't even remember that moment, but I do, going, it's okay to be a Christian and a baseball player at the same time.
Yeah, well, thanks for saying that. It's pretty cool because, you know, seems like 100 years ago, but, you know, the game and everything that it afforded me and the opportunities to make impacts with teammates, that's what I miss. You know, I miss that. I miss this time of the year. Don't get me wrong. I love the postseason more than anything, but moments like that will last longer than, you know, games or stats that'll come and go and be on the back of the card. So I appreciate you saying that.
Man, we appreciate the time very much. And in my brain, I like to think that deep down in your heart, you'll be cheering internally for the Rangers tonight.
You know, the one thing about Twitter, that's the reason I don't have anything, social media, they're convinced we as announcers root for teams. So let them feel that way, because, I mean, if that's the case, then my words have a lot of power, and, yeah, then there'll be a sweep.
Yeah.
I tell people all the time, like, really? You really think that the words that come out on a broadcast have an impact on the broadcast?
For sure.
Honestly,
for sure.
Yeah. I did the World Series for the Atlanta Braves, and even Atlanta Braves fans were getting all over me for not rooting harder for the Atlanta Braves. I said, I got one job to do, and it's a job to bring the broadcast. So I've learned a long time ago, people are going to think what they think. I enjoy what I get to do in postseason. I wish I was playing, but the next best thing is broadcasting.
Well, I can guarantee if the Rangers don't win tonight, I'm going to tweet out, because John Smoltz is in the tank for the Orioles. So look forward to that.
Yeah. Well, listen, this whole postseason is going to have a lot of twists, a lot of strange, a lot of strange outcomes. We've already seen it. And right now you got a team that is about as hot as anybody in the Texas Rangers. So they're not a team. I just never thought that the route would be like this. But since it has been like this, they have been they've been dominant.
Fantastic stuff, good sir. We really appreciate your time.
You got it. Thanks for having me.
There you go. John Smoltz right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll continue more baseball with Baseball Nuggets with Mike Baschak.
Who's pitching for the Orioles tonight? I'll tell you next.
Here's something you won't hear.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Wait.
It's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground, unprecedented one-time offers, and claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Go ahead, Mike.
The need for Creed.
That's not bad.
That's the Rangers' motto tonight, and hopefully only tonight, as they get one home playoff game till they go to the ALCS.
Not the ACLS. That's a different thing.
And this Baseball Nuggets is brought to you by the Diamond Factory.
Yes.
They're near the Galleria. Also, you get Diamond, Baseball Diamond Factory. It all goes together. I have about a minute and a half here before we get done with this segment. So it's going to be really hard to break down Dean Kramer, who's pitching tonight.
Go ahead.
Who's pitching tonight for the Baltimore Orioles. But I just want to give you this. His last start was 5 1/3 innings. He had 5 starts in the month of September. That was his longest outing. He had 3 1/3 against Cleveland, 5 against Tampa, 4 1/3 against St. Louis, 4 2/3 against the Angels. Hopefully Dean Kramer stays on the same path. He walked 12 guys in 22 2/3 innings in the month of September. So he has had a little bit of a control issue situation in the month of September.
So do you think this stat is a little deceptive when I saw it out in the world? In his 32 starts, he gave up 3 runs or fewer 23 times. Do you think that's a deceptive stat because he wasn't going deep in a lot of games?
Well, it's factual, and if you go back to just the month of August, because what you gave was a factual stat, and you can use that as a positive if you're kind of rooting for the Orioles. I'm giving you the last month and what happened. In the month of August, 6 innings, 6 innings, 6 innings, 7 innings, 5 1/3. So he's going deep into games in the month of August, but for some reason in the month of September, remember, they're competing against Tampa. If you're like, well, did they already clinch kind of playoff situation and September was kind of a non-competitive situation? No, Tampa was on their tails to win that division, and if they don't win it, they drop from number 1 to number 4. So they had to play well the whole month of September to hold on to that division. I'm just wondering how long he goes in this game. He has gone deeper into games throughout the season, but if the Rangers keep their same patience at the plate and make Kramer throw strikes to them, maybe you do draw, again, another high walk game, which puts a lot of traffic on the bases and puts a lot of pressure on the Orioles to get out of situations. The other thing, too, real quick, is when guys are on base, Ranger fans, I won't explain all this here, but you really need to stand and cheer. If a guy gets on first base, you don't go, okay, I hope we get another hit, or I hope another guy gets on base. It's time to stand and cheer throughout that whole inning. There's a lot of pressure on pitchers. I always say this, one pitch is not one pitch when you're looking at how many pitches has the guy thrown. If you have like first and second and 1 out, or a runner in scoring position and nobody out, those pitches are almost 2 pitches per 1 pitch because of how much focus, energy, and effort you're having to put into those pitches to get out of situations. John Smoltz, who we just had on, was one of the best at. Somehow, if a runner got on third with less than 2 outs, he seemed to just strike the guy out he needed to strike out to now put it 2 outs. Now a ground ball or a fly ball gets me out of this situation.
What inning do I see Kyle Gibson today?
You're hoping in the 3rd or 4th inning.
Yeah, I was going to say 3rd.
Because I do think if Kramer gets 5 innings, I don't think you'll see Gibson, right?
Yeah.
Then they go to their pen. So if you see Gibson, it's a good thing because they've had to go to a guy that they need to pick up probably 9 outs in this game.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, we still got Bruce Bochy coming up at 12:20. And don't worry, Mike, at 12 o'clock, we'll have some more space to talk about some of these cheering and what we need to do. Coming up next, though, Dallas Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola, and nobody cares about your fantasy football team. But today, we do. 877-881-1053. You want to share your stories of triumph and heartbreak? Let us know. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
from our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Gates at Globe Life Field open today at 4:30, so you can go see G-Bag Nation for a couple extra hours.
Lots open at 3:30, gates at 4:30, Rangers intros at 6:46.
Ooh.
National Anthem 6:50. That's Paul Rogers. Ceremonial first pitch, John Burkett at 6:54. To Mark McLemore, 7:07 first pitch. Get your clock in order.
And you can hopefully be cheering on Sonny Gray at 4 o'clock as that game starts. That's the early game today on Fox. So you have, if you're wondering, is there any other baseball games? It's American League today, and that's a 4 o'clock start on Fox, and then the Rangers will follow on Fox. So you don't have to have a special channel. As long as you have Fox, you do get tonight's games.
Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. You think they got any single tickets still for sale?
They might be obstructed
view.
Yeah.
Obstructed view behind a pole.
Yeah. See,
next to Hurtado.
That's what I think of as well as obstructed view. I'm sure there's other reasons, but I think that you're seated directly behind like a giant pillar or a pole every time.
Back in the day at Comiskey Park, they would sell obstructed view tickets, right? Well, it was behind the pole that was holding up the upper deck.
So
And
you don't
it
want to
wasn't
move
some
that.
skinny thing, right? You just couldn't see.
It was thick.
Yeah, you'd have to lean over to the seat next to you to watch the game.
Would you just ask your neighbors the whole time? Would you be like, hey, what happened on that pitch? Hey, what happened on that pitch? And they're like, just move your head around the pole.
You know, I actually watched a Chicago Bulls playoff game against the Lakers back in the day, and it was at the old Chicago Stadium. And we were in the first level, but the second level hung over us, and we couldn't see the scoreboard. So basketball without time, and so we had to keep our own score and send somebody down every once in a while to see how much time was left.
I think that's a great exercise.
I think there's unobstructed views. There's not many tickets, like Section 6, which is just where the outfield starts down the third baseline. Now, there's, I think, only one's available. I don't think I'm seeing pairs.
Yeah, I just need one.
So if you need one, that one's $350. If you'd like to be in the outfield, they do have ones out there, like Section 128, which is down the right field foul line. That's $150.
Maybe I'll watch on Fox.
Oh, man.
We're listening right here on 105.
That's right.
There you go.
There you go.
No, I do that enough. Now I got TV.
So, I don't know if that's exactly the endorsement we're looking for, Mickey, but Leighton Vander Esch.
Yes.
What do we know so far? And then do you inherently have to take a different level of caution with him because of the injury history he has?
Well, as long as it's not the same thing. Now, he had a bulging disc in the neck that required, vertebrae fusion. And so what I'm sure they were initially worried about is it was another one. And you don't want to do two. Otherwise, you're, stiff neck for the rest of your life. So evidently when they're talking about just putting him on IR, that means 4 weeks, right? And to me, it means 5 weeks because you're not going to be out for 4 weeks, come back and practice once in pads, and then go out and play, right? They usually want a guy to go through 2 weeks of practice before they play. So the good thing is one of those 4 weeks would be the bye week. So that counts for being on IR. So to me, I have not got this established, but kind of a sprained neck, which means probably ligament problem, and so we'll see where it goes from there. So the big question is, how do you replace the guy that's kind of leading you in tackles and kind of the leader of that defense? And the guy that gets the calls into his helmet. So that's got to be their concern. And fortunately, they get an extra day this week to get ready for the Chargers.
I know that McCarthy said he's looking for continuity in the offense. What do you think that is that's holding that back? What did he say? What does he think is holding that back from having that continuity they need?
Well, I guess it didn't just automatically help that they got their offensive line back together.
Right.
That was probably the first time they've practiced all together in ages and played a game. So, maybe a little bit there. And then, to me, they just need to get Dak to relax. It seems like they've got this in his head to get the ball out.
And he panics to get it out.
And he's getting it out maybe faster than his eyes are seeing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's just me. I don't know. No one's told me that.
I agree with you.
But I'm just watching. And it's like, read the field. Because there's a couple times, he gets the ball out. I don't care how fast, next-gen stats, right? Oh, he gets the ball out in 2.1 seconds. Well, great, but is he getting it out in the right spot?
Right.
Or is he panicking and say, well, I got to get it out and let me go? So I just think they need him to just relax and play football and don't worry about those things. And then the other thing, just kind of their approach. Too many smoke screens. At some point when you line three wide receivers up to the one side, the defense has got to be sitting there going, well, better watch out for the smoke screen, because they tried it a couple times. The continuity, I don't know. That's maybe a euphemism for, we need to maybe, alter our game plan a little. Isn't that what Jerry was suggesting this morning?
Yes.
It was asked 10 different ways,
Yep.
right?
Yes.
And he kept talking about they can change their approach or this or that. Well, okay, maybe your game plan wasn't great. For that game against whatever they were doing defensively. Same thing defensively for everything they were doing offensively. Maybe you didn't have the right alignments. Maybe you didn't have the right game plan. That's what I thought he was saying. He didn't, it didn't say it in so many words, but he said, next time we can do this or we can do that. And we got the personnel to do it. So to me, it was how they were trying to do it that didn't work so well.
Yeah, well, at least this week there won't be any conversations about the play caller and comparisons to the old play caller.
Oh my God, guys, this will be the most week it happens.
I'm sure that's not going to happen.
He was being facetious.
I was too, Mickey. I promise.
That's it's just the irony of all this stuff, right? It's like, okay, you moved over from your play caller. Now you had a bad. I don't know if it was a play calling game, continuity, whatever you want to call it, and the guy that you let go is coming in, and their offense has been pretty good. Their defense is what's held the Chargers back, right?
So with that in mind, I know he won't say this, but if you could get inside the mind of Mike McCarthy, he would definitely rather lose this game 41-38 than 13-10, right?
Yeah.
Probably so.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm not going to agree or disagree with you on that one, but just got to get back to scoring points. And it's been too seesaw, right? 2 games and you score all these points and then you get beat, and then you score all these points, then you get beat. I think that might be what he means by continuity, meaning playing at the same level week in and week out instead of, seesawing back and forth, up and down, up and down. That's no way to get through the season.
Well, hopefully you notice that we're on a more even emotional keel
I'm sure,
today.
Yeah.
So if we can do it, the Cowboys can do it, and we will catch up with you again tomorrow.
All right, and we'll see how they try to solve their linebacker problem, because I think it's a problem now without Van Der Esch in there. And
I agree.
Lack of depth on the roster. So to me, Micah Parsons a linebacker.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, no, I definitely think you're right about that.
And that was the answer to my question a couple of weeks ago, like, okay, there's not much depth. They lost Overshawn. What do you do if either Clark or, Van Der Esch get hurt? And the answer to me was Micah Parsons got to play more linebacker. So we'll see if that's what happens.
Appreciate it very much, good sir. We'll catch you tomorrow.
All right. See ya.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com.
I don't think we're more calm. We started off the show by Corey yelling.
I got upset.
You make a fair counterpoint, Mike.
I want to, and listen, I need people
because you weren't here yesterday.
Yeah, y'all. I didn't listen because I was in the doctor's office with Lucy all day. But like that's the thing. I need people to understand. It's okay for me to say, you know what, I'm finally done here. I've given it everything I could. The relationship isn't working out. We should see other people. Like, it's perfectly okay for me to say that. And I don't have to just be like, you know what? I'm always going to be stuck to this for the rest of my life just because I thought it was going to change at some point and get better. It didn't. So I've decided to move on. And that's okay. You can still believe in Dak. Do that. Rub it in my face every time he does something great. That's fine. I'm not going to go out there and be like, you know what? See, I told you so. That's not how I play the game. I'm not going to do that to you. But I am at a point now where I've made the announcement that I am prepared to look in other directions when it comes to the quarterback situation. That's just where I am at it. It's okay for you to do your thing. Go ahead. I don't care.
And we've talked about this before. If you're throwing out some inflammatory language on the fan text, don't be surprised if you get a response that
Kevin
is not.
Are you cussing
is
out
not,
him back?
No.
Did you belittle somebody?
What's their phone number?
I'm not going to give out their phone
then
number.
all the Tolos
like
can
that.
text them and tell them it's going to be okay.
No, I don't.
You just a game. If
That
it's
is
the worst thing that's ever happened, you're going to be just fine. Tony Romo has hundreds of millions of dollars.
You don't want anybody to be harassed.
You cross Kevin the wrong way, he will find you. He will knock you to the ground, pull his pants down.
I worry every night. That's why I lock the doors every night at my house.
What? You never even invited me to your house.
Did you put a hex on
I'm
that?
scared of what you're going to do to me, obviously.
Hold on. You're scared of what I would do, but my son goes to your wife's doctor practice. Are you not scared about that? Well, I probably didn't phrase that right.
Yeah, are you threatening his wife now?
I don't think
you just threatened a doctor.
I don't think I phrased that
She
correctly.
saves lives.
Sue Bassick and Oak Cliff Pediatrics are legit the best.
Does she need extra security over there?
No, they're the best.
And if they're not, what, Kevin?
Yeah, what are you going to do if she says something you disagree with?
I'm not gonna do anything.
She's like, it's just a headache. And he's like,
imagine
damn,
if-
no, it's not a headache.
Yeah. I think Noah might need glasses. Never say that, Sue, about
my
Noah.
God.
My kid has eyes.
So
that's important.
For example, in the opening segment, and I've been trying to have a conversation with this person. It's not going super well. And they're like, where's the solution? All you do is bitch about it every single day, and y'all are straight up dumbasses. And I'm being respectful when I say that you're just ignorant.
Okay.
So that was their softer version of the insult that they wanted to give us. And I was like, we did explain the plan multiple times.
Ask them who's smart.
That's a good question.
Like who's giving them the answers that they like.
Well, it's not Jerry Jones, because he said Jerry Jones was a delusional old man earlier, or she, in this text exchange. So hopefully,
You think it's a woman?
It could be.
Is that why you're so upset about it?
No.
All right. I was just asking.
Yeah, did you put the response that I saw to that one woman you did? You said, you better be a man because no woman talks to me that way.
Why in the world would I say that? I definitely would not say that.
You were like, I'm bringing you a basket. You better fold my laundry.
Oh, my God.
I was like, what is happening?
No.
Sometimes you kind of you turn red. You see red, Kevin. You just say things on the fan text that we're concerned about.
I've heard you say, you know how I like my chicken? Fried. Go fry it, woman.
What? I've never said anything like that in my life. I mean, the fried chicken is delicious.
It is delicious.
But
It's
other than
fantastic,
that,
yeah.
I have never made any other statement
when
like
you're
that.
sitting at the table, do you get up and take your own plate, or do you just sit there and wait for?
No, I take my own plate, and usually I try to clean as best as I can.
People who cook and clean for you, they like, thank you, not finally.
Get to the next segment, dude.
That's what Noah does. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, I guess.
Took longer, man.
Coming up next, that's your fault. Around the NFC East. Well, at least the Eagles are trying to keep this division afloat. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Always a welcome sign for
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I'm going to read one text and then we'll talk about something else.
On the truckwreck.com text line.
On the truckwreck.com text line from the 214. A woman here, Kevin told me that although I'm allowed to listen to a man's radio show, not true.
I remember this.
I'm not allowed to text in because my hands are for laundry. I don't agree with any of that.
I appreciate
also for cooking, right?
I appreciate women texting into the show. Thank you, Reggie, also.
I hope everybody possible will
Okay,
listen to this show.
Look.
And text?
And
we
that would be
understand,
great.
Kevin, you have standards.
For your women.
Corey and I get dominated by our wives, right? They dominate us financially and other ways too.
Yep.
And we're okay with it.
I love it.
Yeah. You're a dominator.
And just for the record, hopefully, I want to say hopefully everybody knows when we're joking, but I don't think Mickey knew when I was joking because he said I was being facetious. And I was like, no, I understand. I was not in rehab last week.
What?
I was on
so you didn't get that problem under?
We're back to denial?
We set all this up for you, and then you choose not to go?
Do you know? Yeah, I just feebly wasted my money on a cruise.
We can only take them there.
Yeah, you can't make them drink the cocaine.
Would you get in trouble
they
if
come
you
in
drink
liquid
cocaine?
You're fine.
Like if you took the powder and put water in it and drank it, would that be bad?
I don't think it's like a baking set.
I guess that's what Coca-Cola used to be,
protein
right?
shake.
That is true. But the reason why I wanted to say that, and I told Corey this, I got many messages from people that were genuinely concerned that I needed help. And they were like, hey, first of all, I really appreciate that because they were like, hey, I've been there. If somebody told me a story about how they were an addict for 19 years or that they'd been sober, for 19 years after being an addict and every day is a struggle. People were super, super nice. I promise I will let you know if I had a real cocaine problem or anything like that.
Okay.
Why are you looking at me like that? I just want to let everybody know I'm okay because they were super nice and really concerned.
I appreciate you telling us those stories, man. We're really thankful.
Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, man.
You're supposed to say your name first.
From the 214. So Kevin didn't get away from cocaine.
We're just happy you're here, man.
Yeah, we're happy you're here.
Are you?
You seem happy.
Are you happy I'm here? I'm not sure that you are. Let's go around the NFC East. Always choose your own adventure.
We don't need to choose. The Eagles dominate us.
Eagles.
They're way better than us, and we can't compete with them.
They're 5-0, 2 seasons in a row for the first time in franchise history. I didn't realize that. So good for them. What's not good for them is an Eagles fan infiltrated the locker room after the game.
Okay.
And so security is investigating this. And it was really funny the way they said they figured it out is Devontae Smith, I believe it was, said somebody walked up to him and he was like, I don't know who this is. And he alerted security. And then they were able to get that person. Excuse me, it was A.J. Brown. And A.J. Brown was having some fun with it and everything. But that does seem problematic if fans could just make their way into the locker room after the game.
Yeah, but also, like, isn't that cool? You know, that your fans are there for you. They want to be part of it, too. You know, they're not just like, we showed up and then we leave. They're like, we want to be involved in the whole process.
I'm pretty sure the majority of Cowboys, if a fan would have walked into their locker room at halftime, they would have taken off their pads, given it to the fan, and say, I don't want to play anymore in this game.
Oh, my gosh.
He's probably right.
What? I thought I could depend on you to fight back against this.
I'm spiritually hurt, I'm physically hurt, and I have no chance of solving the problem of the 49ers. Would you like to do this, fan?
Look, fans, don't sneak into the locker rooms.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you wanted?
Yes, I appreciate that. And don't say that the Cowboys would give up and give their equipment to some fan at the half.
Even Sunday night, they looked like they.
How bad did Micah Parsons want to wear number 23 for the 49ers at the end of that game?
Yeah. Trent Williams, they were like, hey, I'm sure y'all discussed this yesterday when he was like, they were like, hey, is it an ice pack game? And he was like, no need for that. We're good. They quit.
Wow.
I mean, he didn't say that part, but that was implied.
So just to talk more about how good the Eagles are, they had time of possession advantage of 38 minutes to 22 minutes in their victory, and they were 13 of 18 on third down. That is an incredible conversion rate.
Just wait till they have to face our front seven.
Well, I know you're being sarcastic. I'm going to add that with
they're hot.
The Jalen Hurts. What do you call it? I know they call it the tush push. What do you call it?
The power bottom.
Power bottom.
Jalen Hurts, not surprising to you, Mike, leads the NFL in carries and rushing first downs on 3rd and 4th and 1s since last year.
It looks like after it being a very stoppable play when you did it with Justin Herbert and Mac Jones, the Cowboys did it successfully. Other teams are doing it more successfully. Obviously, there is a technique to it. There's a quarterback that has to kind of have a nice butt and good thighs, and that they can have their legs strong, stay upright, and then have two guys behind them pushing their bottom as hard as they can to get the play done. And it sounds like this will be the last year we see it.
Okay. I
don't like that.
That it's allowed to, that you're allowed to do that?
No. I want it to stay around forever.
I mean, look, Steven talked about how they looked at it and they considered it and they were like, it's okay. So I'm curious how I'm curious when they do revisit it, how it will go.
Do you guys think Jalen Hurts is, like, if you had, how much better is he than Dak Prescott? Would the Cowboys be better if all of a sudden in a magic world, they both knew each other's offenses and you switch Jalen Hurts here? How much better would the Cowboys be? Because Dak refuses to run. He's scared to run now.
That's true.
His career is over at running. He won't do it anymore. You know, you might as well compare him to an Aaron Rodgers. I know Aaron Rodgers just blew out, but Aaron Rodgers used to run a lot, and then he's like, I'll escape the pocket to create more time to throw, but I ain't running.
It's tough, too, because, like, when I think about the player Jalen Hurts, I also, this is impossible to rule out, is the contract hit right now. And that's what I think makes a huge difference. So I would say you'd be 13 to 17% better.
His organization did an amazing job of putting a really good team around him. And you're right, Mike, like on third downs, he can always pick up the third down if all else fails by just getting to the sideline.
And the other team has to keep it as a threat. Now, every team that plays the Cowboys know Dak, don't worry about it. Once in a blue moon, he'll take off. But, I mean, it's desperation when he does it. He will not hurt us with his legs because he doesn't want to do it anymore.
Do you want anything from the Giants or the Commanders? Commanders is more interesting.
I guess Commanders is what you're suggesting.
They're so bad.
Well, they should have known better. Sam Howell had one game against our backups.
Now, let's talk about that. Sam Howell for sure, but also that offensive line. Sam Howell's on pace to get sacked 95 times this year. The all-time record is, of course, David Carr of 76.
And they beat the Cowboys.
Yes, they did in their first game ever. That was embarrassing. But yeah, he's on pace to get sacked 95 times. And to make it worse, just a couple years ago, what we thought about this defense. Commanders are on pace to give up 544 points, which would be the most in the history of the NFL. So they're on pace right now, defensively, to give up the most points ever. Offensively, their offensive line is on pace to give up the most sacks in the history of football.
That's wild.
That is wild. Terrible.
But that's what stinks too, is because I think you have some very talented receivers there in Washington.
Guy.
Yeah, Jahan Dotson is very good. Terry McLaurin is very good. Samuel's very good. It's just he can't get them the ball. Like, and I think it's less him than it is that offensive line. Like, they just look like every time he drops back, it's like Swiss cheese. Everybody's all right there in his face. There's holes everywhere.
Well, they've also given up 16 plays of 25 yards or more, which is also the worst in the NFL.
Yeah, that's not good.
Pretty terrible.
Front seven's okay. Their secondary is bad.
But, like, you think about if you're, like, let's project on the Cowboys in a couple of years. If you were like, oh, yeah, this defense is okay, you would feel like that's a pretty hefty fall, or you
Yeah.
feel like you'd be pretty disappointed in that.
Oh, for sure.
The Giants, only thing I wanted to mention about them is the one bright spot is, did you see Jason Pinnock, 102-yard pick six return for a touchdown?
Is that a record?
I know it's a franchise record. I don't
Oh, good for
know
them.
if that is an NFL record or not.
Season-long play, though, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I
all right.
apologize for not knowing if that is the NFL record. But other than that, they had a lot of difficulty.
What's wrong? What's wrong with the Giants?
Yes.
Daniel Jones?
Yeah, I'm gonna
say yes.
Okay, well,
Brian Dable.
Okay, well, if you want to go with that, a couple weeks ago they gave up 11 sacks. This last week they gave up 7. So that's not going to work.
That's better.
And Daniel Jones is hurt. He has a neck injury. So we'll see how that goes. But even if he wasn't, like, that's a
That's
problematic
like a 35% improvement. Look at them.
Yeah. If I was Daniel Jones, I would use my neck injury
Good
as an
point.
excuse too. I would be like, I don't want to be out there anymore. My neck hurts.
Yeah.
Isn't it amazing how mad we can get at Dak, and then we talk about Washington and New York, and you're like, well, he is way better than those two
And
guys.
that's the perils, and I definitely admit that to people who bring up, like, let's just say those two organizations, or Chicago perpetually comes up there. That is the peril if you move on from Dak, is you're taking a gamble that could turn out great. It could turn out horrible. Hell, Cowboys fans know that. You don't have to look that far back in time to see how problematic quarterback can be if you take a gamble.
Almost the reality of the Cowboys is that they're the Tampa Bay Rays. Like they want to work with their draft from within, stay within that
in terms
process.
of the quarterback?
Well, the whole team even.
Oh, yeah.
Right? You know,
you make a good
they
point.
want to kind of work within this and be and be kind of right there in the gamble that over time you're going to be in the conversation all the time, but never out of the conversation. So that's kind of what they want. They're right there where they're always, the numbers might put them where they have big years, but they limit their down years a lot more.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, one stat that encapsulates all of the Patriots' misery. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up on
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Texas, it's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. There's over 300 new Silverados on the ground and unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
It's Evaldi Day.
And we start with, don't forget, the G-Bag Nation will be at Globe Life Field.
You're kidding me.
Show. The doors open at 4:30. The gates open if you want to go hit the parking lots up at 3:30 to get your Rangers on.
Here's my first football nugget. John Burkett's throwing out the first pitch. What if it would have been scheduled for Dak to do it? Like last week, they would have said, and Dak's like, I'd love to throw out the first pitch of the first playoff game and since 2016. What would the response be at the Ranger game if Dak was throwing out the first pitch tonight?
And then, like, out of nowhere, Corey Seager runs across and catches the ball before he gets to home plate. He intercepts the throw.
Oh, my gosh. I thought, so you're
As a
asking,
bit.
would he get booed?
Yeah. What do you think the Ranger fan?
I think that fan base is so locked in on winning tonight. They're going to be so loud. They're going to be so rowdy that they would just be like, look, man, it's city supporting city. We're in.
It would make no sense, but I also kind of want John Burkett to have a baseball bowling ball and then just roll pens and have a strike. And it would only make sense to us and be fun for us because I'm sure most of the people there would be like, why is John Burkett throwing a bowling ball right now?
Good. That is a good point. All right. Well, we're going to start with some of the key injuries. Justin Jefferson, hamstring issue. We said yesterday he was going to get rechecked out. He is going to be put on injured reserve, so he'll miss at least the next 4 games, which really sucks for one of the most exciting players in all of football. Now, the same can be said about this player, though he's significantly newer to the NFL. Devon Achane going to miss time with a knee injury. Right now, they're saying 2 to 3 weeks is the early prognosis. So 2 big-time playmakers in the NFL will be missing time. Let's go to the...
Real quick, if you were the Minnesota Vikings, would you, I don't even know if you can negotiate right now, would you be like, he hasn't got a new contract, right, Justin Jefferson?
No, not yet.
I'd be like, we're going to make you the highest paid wide receiver in the NFL, and we're going to make sure that you have more guarantees than anybody, but we just need you to sit out the rest of the season so we can get a different quarterback for your career.
I don't know his relationship with Kirk Cousins, so
we want to get this Caleb Williams kid for you to run with.
Like,
wow.
what a great season for Minnesota. At this point, 1-4, they ain't doing doodly squat. Now that Justin Jefferson's definitely out for 4 more weeks, I'd be like, we need to lose.
Yeah. You might be onto something. Maybe he likes Drake May. I don't know.
You know, and this is also, Mike, when it comes to when we discuss the Jerry Rice numbers and how unattainable some of these things are. Right. Like, look at Devon Achane. Right now, he's injured, and they're concerned about him. It's just it's too difficult to be like, these guys are going to make it their entire career completely healthy, you know, and always be out there to break these records. Justin Jefferson was on pace to do amazing things. Injuries, they stink.
This is why you can't average more than 10 yards a carry as a running back. Injuries.
You know what? I take it back. Jimbo always kept him healthy.
Not always. All right, let's go from that to the Patriots, where, holy crap, things have gone really poorly. Bill Belichick said he anticipates Mac Jones starting in Week 6. Now, this is amazing because in Week 4, he was the starter, got pulled. He's still the starter. Week 5, he's the starter, got pulled. He's still the starter. Do you think more teams should adopt this strategy of just pulling their franchise quarterback? Well, maybe Mac Jones, not their franchise
their drafted quarterback.
Yeah, we're just pulling your starting quarterback and being like, oh yeah, he's still the starter.
Look, I kind of like this bit. Like if Mike McCarthy was like, look, we're just taking Dak out in the 3rd quarter and we're putting Trey Lance in. Why'd you do that? Oh, we're already losing, and we might as well just go out and just give. just get him off his feet for a little bit, whatever it is, whatever excuse I can come up with. But no, I don't think more teams should adopt this because this might be Belichick's last hurrah here as everything's just falling apart and crumbling in front of him. He might
they
just
have
be
the
like,
guts to fire him?
No.
But do you think he has the desire, if everything just is that bad again this year, to just say, I'm sticking with it again?
I do.
Okay.
I think he's a lifer.
You think he's going to die on the
I think
sideline?
you're going to have to Tom Landry him.
Oh, no. What's that mean?
Fire him.
Yeah, you're going to have to fire him.
But they don't have the guts to fire him.
Because I guess you heard that the Cowboys were going to do it even if Jerry wasn't going to buy the team. I just don't know if Tex Schramm would have truly had the guts to fire Tom. And I'm not saying anything bad about Tex Schramm. I don't think he could have done it.
Yeah.
Even though he knew he needed to.
Now, for the Patriots, this is really staggering. Now, Belichick is like, oh, well, it's a poor performance. We got to get back on track and kind of start over again. But this is amazing to me. Mac Jones has thrown 4 pick sixes in his career at Gillette Stadium. Gillette Stadium opened in 2002. That is the same number of pick sixes that Tom Brady threw in Gillette Stadium.
His entire career?
His entire career. Now, I know no one's going to confuse Mac Jones and Tom Brady, but that is astonishing. To play, 17 years in that stadium?
Yeah.
Same number of pick sixes as Mac Jones.
It's amazing how he was that good. I know early in his career, he did lean on his defense a lot, and that helped him. But there became a point where Tom Brady was like, I am this good. Just watch. I can continue. I know I see the game differently whenever big moments happen. I am this guy. And he didn't turn the ball over. He had a great pocket, constantly throughout his career, he was standing up. So, yeah, man, that's a wild stat right there. And I guess
everything's gone down for him. You look at completion percentage, 67, 65, 62, yes. Okay. And then you go to your rating, 92.5 his rookie year, 84.8 last year, 74.2 this year. If you look at just everything you look at, average yards per completion, 7.3, 6.8 this year, 6. He was a good rookie quarterback. Made the playoffs, right? Yeah. And it's just, that's tough to just consistently get worse.
Do you think, and I haven't looked at this, do you think that because of season 1 where all those percentages were really good and things were good, that they were like, oh, he's ready to take it on the way Tom Brady did? And they kind of pushed it into his pocket a little too soon.
It's possible, but that would be weird because that was an even quicker turn than Brady. They gave Brady a couple years. Their defense was obviously better then as well. I don't know, but there's trouble there. However, there might be bigger trouble in Carolina, where Frank Reich says he understands that owner David Tepper wants a winner and he wants it now. That's probably not a great sign for the only winless team in the NFL. And I guess early thoughts about Bryce Young have not been sparkling. However, it has only been 5 games, and it is way too early. But CJ Stroud early on looks really good, while Bryce Young looks, let's say, less good.
I mean, if we're being honest here, Frank Reich isn't the golden child when it comes to coaching.
For sure.
So that was, in my opinion, a bad hire anyway. The quarterback factory of Frank Reich isn't that great either. Who do you rock with?
Possible Hall of Famer Phillip Rivers.
Okay.
Possible Hall of Famer Matt Ryan.
And then Carson
Wentz.
Yeah. So I'm not just saying he's great at developing those guys, but add to it, they have slow receivers. They're not very explosive offensively anyway. I had a lot of questions about that team in general. I wasn't expecting it, but I see what you're saying with the Texans.
Sounds like you don't have a lot of questions that you're like, it's bad.
No, yeah, it's just bad. But the Texans, it is interesting. Their quarterback is playing like a big-time quarterback right now, and they have a coach that's young and has a vision for what he wants to accomplish. It's interesting what they got there in Houston.
Then we go to the Colts, where the Colts are now thinking sprained AC joint for Anthony Richardson. This is really tough because he's already been hurt several times. He had the right knee issue against the Jags. The next week, he was being evaluated for a concussion. And now this. we're only 5 games in. And I realize you can't make decisions about who a player will be, but if I'm the Colts or Anthony Richardson, this is a scary turn of events.
Yeah. When guys are sometimes just injury prone. I mean, nothing against when you were talking Giants earlier, Saquon Barkley. I'm not surprised at all that he's probably going to play in 11 games this year. That's who Saquon Barkley is. Like, I don't know. Anthony Richardson, first year in the NFL, but this is concerning to go, hey, maybe it doesn't matter how good he is because he's never going to be healthy enough to really show it on a consistent basis.
Yeah, he runs with a certain style. Like he's like, I'm going to run.
Yeah.
And I don't want to take that away because that can be a game changer for me. But you got to find ways to, keep that guy protected in the pocket without having to run into players. But you got the Gardner, so everything I'm sure is going to be fine.
It's also something to remember when we do the thing where we're like, oh, it's a small quarterback, he's going to get hurt. This is a big one that is getting hurt. Like
That's a good point.
sometimes that perspective that we go with isn't necessarily as.
So if you want to point to Kyler, you need to point to this as well and be like, he's a big dude.
I always thought that was interesting in regards to Cam Newton. They would be like, hey, Cam Newton can take those hits. He's a big quarterback. And they're like, just let him hit him and abuse him. But Tom Brady, oh, no, we got to protect that guy. He's frail. And I never liked that.
Yeah, no, I'm with you about that. By the way, for the Bills, they did get the worst case scenario for their last game. Daquan Jones suffered a torn pec against the Jags, and Matt Milano also hurt. It looks like both of them will be out for the rest of the season. That's not even factoring in Stephon Diggs spiking a tablet.
You a fan of the Milano cookie?
I think it's delicious.
Yeah, I think
Alyssa Milano?
No, not Alyssa Milano, Mike. It's like the mint Milanos. They're like 2 little cookies with some flavoring in between every once in a while, some chocolate, mint sometimes.
It's delicious. It's
Pepperidge Farms.
Pepperidge Farms. Yeah, that's it. The mint
I had
Milanos.
one the other day when we were walking out.
And you acted like you didn't know what I was talking about just now?
Yeah. I've never heard them as Milanos.
What did you think it was?
I don't know. I thought maybe Alyssa Milano started making cookies.
When you took the cookie and put it in your mouth, did you just go, cookie?
Peppermint.
Okay.
That's what I thought. It's peppermint. It's peppermint. Patty. I call it a peppermint patty. That's what I call it.
I'm not entirely
talking about the same thing.
Yeah, I do not believe they are talking about the same thing.
That was a York peppermint patty.
Yeah.
Wait, Mike, that wasn't
He's
a Milano.
talking about Pepperidge Farm, the cookie company.
Oh, those are good. The thin cookies with the chocolate in the center.
Oh, my God.
They're
He got there eventually.
They're kind of rectangular, but they're round on the end.
Yep, he figured it out.
They come in like 3 packs of 5.
That shape, Mike, is an oval.
It's an oval, Corey, if you're wondering.
Coming
Not a
up
circle.
next, Mike
And not a rectangle.
continues his descent into madness. Plus, the Rangers' first home playoff game in 7 years. Will the fans be loud? Will they sing Creed? Will they advance to the ALCS? All of it next.
You eat mint?
Right here on The Fan.
Thanks to our Tolos. Those are Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Tonight, we're hoping the Rangers can take us higher. How long was it until you realized Creed was a Jesus band?
I didn't know until you just said that right now.
Oh, you didn't?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of their lyrics, a lot of their songs do have a lot of that involved.
I don't know if I've listened to a lot. Maybe I have listened to a lot of Creed. I know this song for sure, but maybe I do know a lot of their songs, but I just don't know, oh, that's Creed type of deal.
I didn't realize it for the longest time.
He probably just couldn't understand the lyrics is what happened.
Yeah.
I get it. They're like Pearl Jam.
Okay, so tonight,
Don't call me daughter.
Yeah.
I'm not a girl. Is that how it goes? I don't know the words.
Is the Rangers' first home. Stop it. Stop whatever you're going to say next. The Rangers' first home playoff game in 7 years.
In your face, Cowboys.
How many? Yeah. By the way, if the Rangers win tonight, Mike already has a segment mapped out.
Didn't the Cowboys host a playoff game last year? Am I wrong about that? Were they on the
played
road?
at Tampa at San Francisco.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, wow.
But we will have a segment on how much better all of these sports franchises are than the Cowboys.
Mike has been planning this apparently for some time now. Is what do people need to know? Do you believe the fans will be loud? Do enough people know about this Creed thing to get involved?
So they're going to play a Creed song. I don't know if it's this one exactly. I think it might be, but they want to do that one as the sing-along.
Which one, Mike?
With arms wide open.
That's a good one. I like that one.
Some of their songs
I also like
do sound
Can
very
You Take
similar.
Me Higher? Like that's the one.
Yeah.
Can you take?
That's where they had.
That's not the same song.
Oh, that's the song you
person
just played.
Swinging
Reggie.
around.
Yeah, same song. Those are the same songs, right?
That does sound like the same song.
At
It
Texas
really does.
Stadium for that game that they were there, that Thanksgiving game where they had the person swinging from the.
Have you watched this? Have you watched that video, Mike?
Yeah, it's been a while.
No.
Is that
You
one of
need
their
to do
songs?
it now.
That's
You need to
Stained.
go back and watch that video. I'm gonna send you all the link
He
tonight.
wore a Cole Beasley jersey.
You'll have to watch this. I watched all 8 minutes of
I
it
guess
last
a Michael
night.
Parsons jersey.
And
Or
it
a Danny
sounded
White
like you thought it was terrible, right?
There was so much going
All
on.
right.
So much going on the field.
All right.
I don't know if people can do this since a lot of people listening right now are driving. I think it would be amazing to do a watch along.
Okay, on the radio?
Yeah, but I don't know because you can't get everyone to be like, all right, open up your YouTube while you're driving and press play now.
Yeah.
And so that could be fairly disastrous. Maybe that's like a spin-off video we need to do or something, but I'll watch it if you send me the link.
There's one moment, Mike, where a woman comes up on the stage and sings 4 words and walks off. I have no clue why she was on the stage or who she was. Not a clue at all. And she just disappeared. It'd be like if Reggie never talked on the show and then out of nowhere he just said, "Hey, how's it going, guys?" And we didn't even acknowledge him, and he just left.
Kind of like Rigo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
I like Rigo. He does that sometimes.
too.
And I'm like, whoa, what just happened?
Anyway, like I think, Kevin, for tonight, that there is, because somebody texted in earlier and was like, you guys need to release a cheer guidelines. I was like, that's actually not a bad idea for somebody to organize something like that.
We put it on their red towel. They get a red towel, and there's guidelines. 10 rules to cheering in the playoffs.
Or 10 chants. Here's what we do. Whenever you hear this, you start. Yes, exactly. Arms wide open. So
You could be playing like 8 different songs in this segment. It sounds like one, but it could have been a lot.
It sounds weird, but Mike, go back like the Major League. Those dudes that were sitting out the outfield where they were diehard fans, right? They weren't ever leaving. The guy that used to hit the tom here in the Rangers Park, you knew he was going to stand up and hit that at some point. That's part of the culture of the stands. Yeah, you knew that these things were certain things around the stadium were going to happen. It's been a while since this team has had that opportunity, and since it's had some fans that are that diehard that are buying in and doing those things. So it is time to kind of, all right, let's start building this for the future of this franchise. I would love that if we had these chants that we were doing that were new and creative and all on our own, but we don't have those yet. So start building them. But more than anything, I think the environment tonight is going to be loud just because it's a playoff game.
I would say here's basic things that baseball cities do. And look, I get that we have a lot of people who love baseball, but they've never understood how to cheer for baseball. They go to the game and they watch, and then a hit happens. They clap, some stand, and then they sit back down and go, all right, now everybody be quiet.
Yeah.
If we get another hit, we'll clap for that person who got a hit. And that's not the way when you play in either New York's, Boston, Philadelphia. You can go down the list. The Dodgers. Sometimes you think the Dodgers are maybe quieter fans, but they know what they're doing. Baltimore was amazing. Luckily, the Rangers were able to settle that team down. Just like if the Rangers, I hope this doesn't happen, if the Rangers give up 9 runs in the first 3 innings, it will settle a crowd down no matter how raucous you want to be. So here's some basic things. 1, if you get a runner on base, you don't just clap for that runner. You now try to stand. Let's go Rangers. The pitcher will feel that energy against him. Now, it doesn't mean he's going to make bad pitches. He might turn a double play, but he's going to notice it. He's not going to notice it. He's going to be like, damn, these people are into it right now, aren't they? I need to get out of this situation. And then if you consistently get runners on base and you are consistently a crowd that cheers throughout the whole inning when a runner gets on base, it starts getting tiresome to the pitcher on the mound. Like, damn, shut the hell up.
Yeah.
Type of deal.
So you felt that way before.
Yes. It was kind of the worst when you pitch for the Mets and they're doing it to you and you're like, I am here pitching for the Mets. Please stop calling me a C. Okay? I'm trying.
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, I would say that is a basic one, is if you get a runner on base, you now let's go Rangers. And you just keep going. You don't be quiet for the hitter. The hitter does not need silence. It's not a golf ball he's about to hit. He does not need silence when he is hitting. As a pitcher, it does help for silence. It helps the infielders. It helps the outfielders for silence, because then there's communication that is happening. So if a ball is hit in the gap and you're not screaming when that ball is hit, hoping, and sometimes, it's a routine fly ball and you mess up because there's a lot of people like, oh, it's a home run. It's not. But man, when there's ball in a gap and 2 guys are running for it and you're not just holding your breath, hoping it's a hit, and you're like, come on. Sometimes those guys have miscommunication. They run into each other. They both, back off of the ball going, damn, I thought you were going to have it. I backed off. I didn't want to run into you. I couldn't hear you, type of deal. The other thing too is, anytime your pitcher gets 2 strikes on a hitter, you stand up. You're going to sit down in between innings. There's a 2-minute and 45-second break in between innings on nationally televised playoff games. Plenty of time to sit down there. It's not like a Texas A&M football game on the student section. You're going to have plenty of time to sit down. Every time your pitcher gets 2 strikes, you stand up and you make noise throughout that whole situation. With 2 outs, when you get 2 outs in an inning, you kind of start giving that pitcher energy to get out of that situation, to get that 3rd out. I would say those are basic ones that if you just followed those, when you get a guy on base, constant energy, when there's 2 strikes on a pitcher, when there's 2 strikes on their hitter, your pitcher has 2 strikes, you're standing, you're wanting that strikeout, you're wanting the out. And if he doesn't get the strikeout, when he gets a ground out, you cheer loudly. Every time that pitcher has a shutdown inning, a 0 on the board, especially if you're behind the Rangers dugout on first base, it's a standing ovation. It's a standing ovation every time a pitcher puts a 0 on the board for you.
And unfortunately, from the 832, does anyone else feel like Mike is overreacting to the Rangers fans? It's been a while. We know how to cheer and fan in the playoffs, but unfortunately not, because I remember the last time we were in the playoffs, every time we got a runner on, I was like, people should be going berserk. I know we're losing, but like the Rangers fandom in Major League Baseball or nationally is not thought of as a really good fandom. I hate saying that. I'm part of that group. Yeah. But just if you compare them to other places, and Bobby went over the playoff list this morning, the Rangers are near the bottom in terms of fandom.
if you've ever been to other stadiums, you would be shocked on how baseball games' energy and environment is. And you just would be like, oh my gosh, so this is what a baseball town does when it's a baseball game. This feels way more football-y than it does baseball-y. I feel like I'm at a Friday night big high school football game right now. And I'm like, yeah, that's how it is in St. Louis. When Kansas City, like when Chris Young played for Kansas City and they won the World Series, Kansas City is actually a very good baseball town, but they're not just going to show up just like here in Texas. They're not going to show up for a 100-loss team. If you did know, this wouldn't be something that I have to say. I'll be nice enough to just say it like this. People talk, and they're not pleased with how great this team has been and how little fan involvement there has been. They've loved Section 133, and I'm sorry if I'm getting your name wrong. Is it Caleb possibly that runs Section 133? I believe he'll be at the game tonight. Obviously, it wasn't sold as a Section 133 thing. I'm hoping that he tries to get Section 133 into it, and maybe it bleeds to 132, bleeds to 131, and maybe that whole right field area is just going nuts tonight. I can't wait. I'm hoping I don't go tomorrow. If I go tomorrow, I will be in left field on the second row on the lower level. It might be Section 29 that I have tickets for. But I will announce my presence with authority, and I will stand up, and I will tell everybody how famous I am before the game starts. And do not get mad at me that if I am standing up every 2 strikes for whoever is pitching in Game 4 for the Texas Rangers, and I am trying to get that area, that left field area, completely and totally involved in the game.
I'm excited for tonight, Kevin. I'm excited for the possibility of advancing even further.
Of course.
Maybe Scherzer popping in on this thing and being part of it and then like having opportunities. That's where the excitement is. But here's one of the things.
Be like Astro fans when they come to our ballpark.
Here's one of the things that really stinks. It's really tough because I was that excited going to the Stars game the night that people started throwing stuff out on the ice. Okay. It started poorly and it just progressively got worse. And that's a tough environment to be part of whenever you're like, hey, we're getting ready to rock here. And then it just comes out and it's a dud. Rangers have definitely got to do something too.
For
pitching,
sure.
If Aldi's going to get out there, I think he's going to give you a clean first. You're going to be walking into the bats going, all right, let's go. That's the part of it. They'll liven you up. You just got to be ready to be there with them all night long.
The other thing too, now look, last night was unbelievable. The Austin Riley home run in the bottom of the 8th inning if you go down 0-2 and go to your rival Philadelphia, it's going to be probably really tough for Atlanta. Now, he had to take a curtain call. There was a pitching change after he hit the home run, but curtain calls. I mean, if a dude hits a home run in the 5th inning to go up 3-2 in a situation or something like that, you don't sit down. It is a standing ovation until my guy Evan Carter comes out and tips his cap to the crowd for hitting another home run here in the playoffs for us.
Just real quick.
Did I help out? I hope I helped out the crowd. I'm not trying to make fun of the crowd.
Yeah.
I'm excited you guys are going. I know people are, but I do feel like when I've played in the majority of stadiums around Major League Baseball, there is a difference playing against the Texas Rangers than playing against other teams.
And this is a great example for people who are like, maybe this is overblown. Last time from the 817, last time I went to a Rangers home playoff game, I was yelled at to sit down throughout the game. And that's,
why?
Not probably what you want. In June, I understand it a little bit better. But if it's the playoffs, let that person stand.
I did post the Creed video on Twitter, Kevin.
Okay.
If you want to go watch it, get prepared
watch
for tonight and get rowdy on your drive up. Make sure you're listening to the G-Bag Nation.
You can affect, I know it sounds crazy, but you can affect the energy of a baseball game. It feels like you can only do it in football on, let's say, 3rd down, or you can only do it in basketball because it's a constantly active game, but you can affect the pitcher. You can affect the other team.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway where we got Mike Likes It. We'll give away tickets to Monday Night Raw and talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. It starts next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is the Expressway, and it's sponsored by QCkinetics.com, non-surgical regeneration treatment care.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Louisiana Hot Sauce. It is the manager of your Texas Rangers, Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, guys. How we doing?
We are
Great.
hyped as all get out, as I'm sure you can imagine. I'm curious about this. I know a 2-0 lead is great, especially when you win those first two on the road, but should I assume none of that gets brought up and it's all the focus is tonight, game 3, almost like it's an elimination game?
Well, we've talked about this a few times, with even during the season, wins, losses, whatever. Your focus is on that game you're playing, on that day. And so tonight's game is what our focus is, not where we're at. It's the way it has to be done. And so we're not thinking about what we're 2-0 and all that. Really, I wasn't thinking about it till you brought it up, to be honest.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. But, Creamer, we're facing a good team, good pitcher. Now we got our guy going. And I tell you what, we're just looking forward to, being home and playing in this ballpark.
Boch, you've been able to win a lot of series in your career in the playoffs. And I hear NBA coaches talk about, hey, they feel like the toughest game to win in a series is the final game, the one that wins the series. Do you find the game to win the series any different than early in the series?
I don't look at it any different, to be honest. I think that there's something to be said about that. It's just like a race, the last lap's always the toughest. So you go out there and just, again, focus forward, man. On the task at hand, to keep it simple. That's how we have to approach it. I don't want, you certainly, if you have a lead, you don't want to, during a game, you don't want to let up. If you have a lead in the series, you got to go out there and keep doing your thing. And that's how I've always approached it in the season, postseason, whatever it is. Now, I will say it's different in the postseason. I think you're seeing that both teams how they use pitching, not just in our series, but in the other series too, because the margin of error is just not there.
Boch, we talked with John Smoltz this morning, and he was just amazed at how disciplined your guys are at the plate. And he was like, look, I made a living off of getting guys to chase my entire career, and these guys just refuse to chase out of the strike zone. And I'm just curious as how they've come to have such great command as batters of the strike zone and good confidence in what is and isn't a strike.
Yeah, and I agree with John, with Smoltzy, that they have done a great job. And it's not that easy when you look at the stuff you're facing, high 90s, with a put away hard breaking ball, and these guys are doing a good job of shrinking the zone. Now, I think you have to look at the great job our hitting guys are doing. I'm talking about Donnie Ecker, Tim Hires, how they have them prepared. We have meetings every day going over the starting pitcher, the bullpen, so these guys know what they have. They know the plan, and they do a great job of sticking with the plan. And I can't compliment those guys enough, because they have done a good job of taking their walks. That's what they want to do, and it really works the pitcher. They get to see more pitches. The more pitches you get, the more reference you have on what they have, better chance that you could get a mistake.
Now, we've talked a lot about this is the first home playoff game for this organization in 7 years, and we've talked a lot about ways to hype up the fans. I got a two-part question for you. Do you think the fans can make an impact in playoff games? And what is your favorite Creed song?
My favorite what?
Creed song. Isn't that y'all's hype up band now?
Yeah. I know that's what they've been playing. And I said yesterday, I'm bad about knowing songs, especially And I know Creed, but I couldn't tell you the name of their songs. Now, when I hear them, I go, yeah, I know that. I've heard that. That's just not, down my alley. And so I do know. I don't know who the DJ is here, but Creed is one of his favorites. So I'm going to find out today because I'm curious myself because it was brought up yesterday in the media session we had before the workout. So I'm on it. You know what? I'm going to look up some of these songs, and I'm going to know Creed as well as anybody here today.
And then fan impact on a playoff game, because we've talked a lot about it. Do the fans really make an impact in a playoff game?
Oh, no doubt. There's no doubt. I mean, you've heard the 10th man, and I know that they make a difference, a huge difference, because it just gets the players going more. More motivation. They just don't want to win for themselves, but they want to win for the fans. I've been out here, supporting them, and they hear them up there yelling, cheering. And I tell you what, even this past month, you could really feel a difference, with the crowds. And the guys feed off that. They really do. It's been a long season, and some of them, they're a little banged up. But, man, that just gives them even that much more adrenaline to run on. And so I say without question, it makes a difference. I mentioned that Tampa series. I don't know if their players were disappointed or not, but I think I would have been when 19,000 showed up after winning 99 games, and you're having your postseason. So, I was a little surprised, to be honest.
So, Boch, it's amazing how you have the magic touch. You knew that I'm going to activate Cody Bradford for this DS, and he's going to give me 3 2/3 of great pitching and relief in Game 2. And then you knew to put Mitch Garver there because the bases would be loaded and he'd hit a grand slam. So I want to give you all the credit for those 2 major decisions.
Right. All this is, we all sit down, discuss it, front office, coaching staff. We talk about, what our best options are. Every team's different. Well, you might want a right-hander. For example, Tampa, we wanted Grant Anderson there because of all their right-handed bats. So, but these are discussions we have, and we come down to the roster we want and who's going to play, and I knew I wanted to get Mitch involved. He did such a great job when we lost Garcia and we lost Josh Young. He was the guy that was doing all the damage. So it's good to see him swing the bat like that. And so he's back in there playing tonight in the 3-hole.
You put Evan Carter at 5, and Mike and I were kind of discussing the fact that that's sometimes a lot of guys are like, let's put a guy that can hit for power and hit lots of home runs in that spot. But you're like, you know what? I know this guy can hit. He can drive in runs. And I'm kind of like, it is, this team doesn't have to hit home runs to win baseball games. They get runners on base. They do a lot of fundamental things right with getting runs around.
Right. And, I think he's a guy that could really fit anywhere, but he's going to be somewhere at the top of the order. I mean, this is how good he is with his discipline at the plate. He can use the whole field, but he's been hitting home runs too.
Yeah,
he's shown that he's got that in him. But I wanted to kind of split up the lefties. You look at Baltimore with all the left-handers they have in the pen for, so I wanted to really make it a little tougher where you don't have those easy pockets where you're going to throw a lefty in. So really fits that well. I mean, Josh Young is not a 8-hole hitter, but, for this series, it just makes sense to have him there. And so, what's important is how they handle it. And the kid Carter, Evan has no problem where he hits. In fact, the only thing I said, just make sure you're not hitting out of order. He laughed because, I saw. So he was good to go. And Josh is, he's fine in the 8-hole. I just explained, why we're doing this. And now's the time of year where you set aside your own thoughts, agenda, whatever. You just, hopefully do what's best for the club. And I can't say enough about what these guys are doing.
What's your anticipation, expectation for Evaldi tonight? Like this is
Nasty
a big
Nate.
This is a big moment, in front of this home crowd. It's going to be rowdy, but that dude just seems to always be ready for these kinds of moments.
Right. He's he's been through it, and he's thrown some great games, which he did in Tampa. The only thing I'm looking for, or we are looking for, is just go out there and be who he was last start, continue where he left off there, and that's, pitching with all four pitches and, commanding the strike zone well. And Nate, he's a guy that, he loves this time of year. And it's just, I think as players, and I mentioned this yesterday, when, you see how Baltimore, their fans came out and everything. These players that have not been in this situation, I'm talking about postseason, they see why you play the game. And I think players perform better once, they've seen it, and they get it. Oh, okay, this is why we're playing.
How helpful is it then to have players on the roster, like you just mentioned in Evaldi, and that have been there before? Because I was reading Cody Bradford talked about some really good advice he got from Max Scherzer prior to Game 2. So how helpful is it having those guys in the clubhouse?
Oh, man, it's really is nice to have guys talking to the young players. I thought what Max was saying to Cody was just really, really good. That's really how you have to handle it. We all have different personalities. You don't get too amped, depending on how you what your personality is or how you go out there to the mound. And so I thought that was great advice, and that's what you're looking for is leadership in that clubhouse, and these guys are providing it.
Boch, the last few years, and I know you weren't here, but the defense hadn't been very good for the Texas Rangers. And the other day, look, I know quite a bit of Rangers history. There might have been a bigger double play in Rangers history, but the play Josh Young made when Aroldis Chapman was on the mound and able to turn to aggressively get that ball in a short hop, get the ball to Semien as quickly as he could so Semien could turn the double play is maybe the biggest double play in Rangers history so far. Talk about throughout this season being the first year here about the emphasis on being a good defensive team and how it's paying off.
Well, that's one thing. And I know a lot of clubs, they're going to emphasize that, but that's what we talked about so much in spring training. And in fact, my first conversation with Josh Young was basically, I was just saying, hey, the hitting's going to come and go. The one thing, that's going to keep you out of here is your defense. Catch the ball and, work on it. And, once I got to know Josh, I didn't need to say that because I knew he'd be out there every day working on his defense, which he does. And, so it's a credit to the staff. You come out here every day, you'll see Ragsdale and Beasley and Wilson working with these guys in the infield, Venable in the outfield. So a lot of time is spent. And so it's what I feel good about because it's been one constant. The hitting's going to come and go. Pitching, it's going to come and go at times. But the one thing that can show up is defense. And I think base running too. We're still looking to get better in all facets of the game, but I've been really happy with how these guys have separated their offense from the defense.
Boch, I don't know how much this affects the game for you, but do you have any preference on whether the roof is open or closed for tonight's game?
I don't know.
Okay.
We're hearing that it could be open. So I'm trying to get find out myself for sure. It was kind of iffy, so we'll see. I don't think it's going to make a big difference one way or the other, but we'll see.
And we've talked so much about this, about how the players would feel and the fans. What about you? I know you've been through this before, but what is your excitement level? Or do you try not to say that word because you're like, hey, we got to keep everything even-keeled and the same?
Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited about tonight. And come on, this is what I came back for. Is why you play the game. I tell you, I'm just enjoying this. Now, it's a different type of fun. It's intense. No getting around that. But, oh, geez, I was I was watching Gunsmoke and doing a little fishing in the pond, at this time last year, and to be in this situation, I couldn't be more excited. I'm excited for these players, the staff. We'll get some guys that have not been in the postseason, so I'm excited about that. Of course, for CY with the job he's done, the front office, and Ray Davis, to help give us the tools to be in this situation. So there's so much to be excited about. And for the fans, it's been a little bit of a drought. Wasn't all that long ago where you guys were players in the postseason quite a bit. But, to get back there, I'm excited for the community and the fans.
Well, all three of us were born and raised in the Metroplex, so we are very excited as well. Appreciate the time, good sir.
Well, guys, always good talking with you. All right, we'll talk to you next week.
Hopefully have a celebration tonight.
There you go.
All right, guys, we'll see you.
Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
I never thought, Kevin, as it growing up, like you said, we grew up here.
Sure.
I was an East Dallas kid. You grew up in Garland. I just never thought of playoff baseball a lot as a kid. We didn't have it. We didn't have these opportunities whenever I was growing up. It wasn't until late, in high school, that I finally got, these opportunities to watch that. And I was like, well, we're just not that kind of team. But us getting to those World Series in 10 and 11 made me go, man, that's something that I needed in my life. And this whole city, this whole DFW area was invested in what those Rangers were doing, man.
It can be a humbling experience, too. Mike, there was a time after Game 1 of the 1996 ALDS, no one in the world could tell me that the Texas Rangers weren't the greatest baseball team because it took so long to get to the playoffs. And then they went into Yankee Stadium and won. And then that would be the last playoff game you would win for 14 years.
Oh, yeah.
And so, look, this franchise has only been to the ALCS twice, ever. They have been in the Metroplex for more than 50 years. It's only happened twice, ever. It could happen again tonight.
You ready for Mike Likes It?
I am ready.
Okay, so I'm going to continue the baseball discussion here first. Obviously, G-Bag Nation will be at the ballpark, so if you are a Tolo and you're going out to the stadium, they'll be in center field. I call it the second deck. There's three levels to center field. There's the first level where the team shop's at. Right above the team shop is where G-Bag Nation will be.
And above the margarita machine, right?
Yes.
Is that a good way to put it?
Yeah.
Which they start them, at 11 o'clock to get them ready for a 3 o'clock game?
It's opening at 4:30, the stadium.
Yes.
So they will probably get those running around 3 p.m.
Okay.
Because at 4:30, they will be frozen.
That's right. The science we learn with Mike.
You'll have, obviously, the pregame show here at 6:30, first pitch around 7:05. It might be delayed by a hair just because the first game at 4 o'clock on Fox today is the Minnesota-Houston game. Now, if it does get where that game's a longer game, just be prepared, Ranger fans. It's not like a Cowboy game on Fox. They don't just throw off the Astros-Minnesota game to go to your game. They will put you guys on, and I say you guys, they will put the game on Fox News, Fox Business. It will be on some random
Fox Business.
I'm guessing they'll go FS1.
Maybe FS1.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I don't know.
I prefer they just go to Fox Business.
But if it's like FS1, they throw it onto like Fox News or something like that. So it might be the start of the game might not be on Fox.
So be prepared if you're DVRing or something that could throw
that you're
it
like,
off.
where's the game? I can't believe they're not throwing on the Ranger game. I don't care about this one anymore. I want my Rangers. So it could be put on Fox Sports 1 or the other channels. Just like the Dodgers game was last night, they had to put it on TNT until the first game ended on TBS.
Is that other game at 3? So
Is
hopefully
it 3 or 4?
I think it's at 3.
Okay, thank
so
you.
hopefully we'll avoid that. But
extra innings
remains. You're
All
right. Your point remains the same.
So you have the game on tonight here on 105.3 The Fan. The post-game show will happen no matter what. But if you want to hear all the celebrations and everything, obviously Jared Sandler will be in the clubhouse doing as many interviews as possible if the Rangers win the divisional series tonight. I will be working on Bally Sports tonight. So if you wanted to see a lot of the celebration, Emily Jones will be in the clubhouse interviewing everybody. So obviously Fox will go to news at night. So if you're like, oh man, I want to watch the Rangers, champagne, beer, all kinds of stuff, that will be on Bally's after the game is over. I'll be with Leslie McCaslin covering that. And if they were not to win, we would still be doing a post-game show here on 105.3 The Fan, and we'll still be doing a post-game show on Bally's.
Now, Mike, someone is disappointed Corey didn't ask this. Don't you think Corey will wait until next week with Bochy to ask if the Rangers are in it to win it?
Yeah, you wait till like game 2, I think, of the ALCS.
No, they are
the first time we ever work with Mike.
I already know the answer. Yes, the first time we ever worked with Mike, the Rangers.
If they win this, we need to tease all the time.
Are the Rangers in it?
Are they in it to win it?
Let me ask you the question: what happened? Did they win that World Series that year or lose?
I just remember going to break and I said, "I think they are, Corey. I think they've decided they want to." Now,
I've been told, by the way, somebody asked also, Mike, what color they were wearing tonight. I've been told by sources they believe white. So I would presume that's white with the blue lid?
Yes. Okay. I do know that the rally towels are red tonight. So when you go to the game, your kind of rally towel on your chair will be a red rally towel. They might be handing them out as you go into the stadium, or they might be on the chairs. Now, I do want to talk a little bit more baseball, but I want to talk a little bit of National League Baseball. I want to go to the first game last night, which was a thriller. And let's go to the final play of the game where Michael Harris in center field saves the Braves season.
He deals a 2-2. Castellanos in the air to right center field. Harris is on the run. Harris at the track. He leaps and he makes the catch. Harper might be doubled up. The throw gets away. The throw to first. It's over. It's over. Harper never tagged. He couldn't get back. And it's a double up to end game 2. Wow.
God, that was amazing.
I just love playoff baseball. No, look, I love playoff basketball, but it was so fun last night. Austin Riley, we can play this one too because I just think it's fun to listen to get you ready for playoff baseball tonight. But this is cut 20. It is the bottom of the 8th inning. The Braves were down throughout this whole game. They got down early 3-0. I think it might have even got to 4-0. But in this moment, it is 4-3 Philadelphia Phillies in the bottom of the 8th inning. Austin Riley up on a 3-2 count. Acuna was on base by hit by pitch. So there's a runner on second, 2 outs for Austin Riley, 3-2 count.
3-2 pitch. And he hits a high fly ball, deep left field, back to the wall, and is gone! Austin Riley hitting him where it hurts, and the Braves take the lead in the 8th. The Braves have erupted. They've taken the lead, and this place is an insane asylum. They're going crazy.
I believe the Braves went down 4 runs or more. I think in the 6th inning or after, they were 0-47 this year. So this is the one.
Man, and that place was insane. And can you imagine if you're going to the Ranger game tonight, and I know the Braves, that wasn't a do or die game, but it feels like it against the defending National League champs if you go down 0-2 in a 5-game series and now go to Philadelphia. But can you imagine being at the Ranger game tonight, Corey, and just say the Rangers are down 4-3 and Corey Seager's up to the plate, and they decide to pitch to him on a 3-2 count, tying run at second, and he goes deep to right field to take the lead.
The lid would blow off, and that's a different type of lid. Oh, my gosh, with arms wide open is exactly how it would be. No, I would lose my mind. I think what's interesting, what you just said there, too, is I think there are a couple of players where it's just different. I think Evan Carter did something like that. It's different. Yeah. Like when Corey Seager does it, it's different. Mitch Garver, it's awesome. But when a couple of those guys do stuff like that, it changes the way you feel about it.
Yeah, so that gets you a little bit more prepared.
Chills just thinking about it right now, Kevin.
I'm
getting goosebumps.
It could be really fun tonight. I do think Nate Eovaldi is the right guy on the mound. I think he has that gene in him, that kind of Colby Lewis gene. Now, look, nothing against Colby Lewis. He's my buddy. I love him. Badler. Nate Eovaldi has better stuff than Colby Lewis, but Colby Lewis in clutch situations, his heart just bought at a different level. He just stayed. It was just like, I'm going to pitch to the scoreboard. If we're not going to score, they're not going to score. If they score 2, I might give up 1, but that's all I'm giving up.
Yeah.
It's amazing how Kobe Lewis, if like you is like, we're only going to score 1 tonight. He's like, all right, then I won't give up any runs in this playoff game. Well, we're going to score 4. He's like, I'll give up 3. We'll be okay. Like, Colby was able to pitch to the game and be able to give you just big playoff games. And Nate Eovaldi, the way that he was locked in fact, I was talking to Sandler this morning, and he said, Mike, I want your opinion on this, because Tampa's lineup was hurt, and they didn't have a series at all in those 2 games. They never showed any real ability to get a lot of base runners on, threatened to score runs, and obviously they didn't score runs. And I said, watching that game, Nate Eovaldi was on. Yes, Tampa could have been off, but it wasn't like he was throwing balls down the middle and they were just hitting fly balls to center or ground balls to short. He was dotting the outside corner with his fastball. Now, I don't know the exact game plan against every Baltimore hitter for Nate Eovaldi, but one thing to watch for early in this game if you're watching on television is against Tampa Bay, Eovaldi was just hitting the outside black to right-handed hitters. Now, there'll be some lefties in the lineup. Obviously, Adley Rutschman's a switch hitter. Gunnar Henderson will be in there. I think O'Hearn will start. I believe he starts against righties and sits against lefties. You'll have Cedric Mullins in there, but if you watch the righties, if he is throwing the ball what we call glove side or away to a righty for righty on righty, and he's dotting that outside corner for strike 1, that is a great sign, because that was a great sign against Tampa, because he was working off 95 black, strike 1, and then he'd work off of that. He would throw sliders off of it. He'd obviously get 2 strikes. He wants to throw a split. He wants to strike you out with the split. So watch that fastball command, and if he's dotting the outside spot against righties, good things can happen, because then he can elevate his fastball. He can then run his fastball back in on the hands, but that will be a big pitch to watch for Eovaldi early on in counts, especially to righties, is how is he commanding that outside corner to righties?
Man, I was already hyped for this game. I think y'all have gotten me more hyped for the game.
I do want to add this. I've been told also they might be wearing white tonight with the blue lid, but they want the Rangers fans to wear red and blue tonight. Like, that's what they're hoping within the organization. So if you're trying to like coordinate for tonight's game, hey, pick some red and blue and throw that on and be ready for tonight.
Real quick for the offense for the Texas Rangers, I got a little bit into earlier in the show I say Kramer. I thought it was because I thought Boch said Creamer.
Yeah, I think he did.
I know it's spelt Creamer, but I think it said Kramer. So I'm horrible when it comes to stuff like this. I can screw up a lot of names really quickly.
Kramer versus Creamer.
So,
I don't know if you've ever seen that movie.
Give you an idea. For Kramer, his mix: 4-seam fastball 37% of the time at 94 miles an hour. Cutter 24% of the time at 89 miles an hour. Sinker, which that's a 2-seam fastball. It's obviously he does have a little bit of drop in velocity on that. That's 92 to 94.5 for his 4-seam. So sometimes guys throw 2-seam, 4-seam, and it's exactly the same speed. He does drop a little bit of speed on his 2-seam fastball.
MLB.com says it is Kramer.
Kramer, okay. So I had it right.
Yeah, when he gets to the clubhouse, he opens the door and slides in, and everybody laughs for a few minutes.
Yeah, and then he tells some jokes, and people are like offensive.
And then change up 12% of the time. He does throw a curveball, but very rarely. If you're looking for his strikeout pitch, he does like going to his 4-seam fastball for his strikeout pitch. But if the Rangers keep doing this, it's a 95 mile an hour fastball approximately. It might be a hair harder because of the adrenaline rush here tonight. But if they keep getting on top of that fastball and not trying to elevate the fastball, as in get underneath it,
it might be able to have runners on all day.
That's the other thing too, is now the Rangers will have hopefully a raucous crowd cheering for them. Sometimes, I'm not saying don't cheer. Please don't hear me as don't cheer. Sometimes that adrenaline can get you to chase a little bit. It can get you to want to do more, and that means hit the ball further. Like a guy I worry about in this situation, and maybe I shouldn't, is Adolis Garcia. John Smoltz brought him up, and he said he's the one guy that's still chasing. He's the one guy that's not disciplined at the plate in these 2 games that he's called for the Texas Rangers-Orioles series. So I'm just hoping, stay within yourself, do your job, as in, I know, individual, right, instead of team. But
he had a huge rant last Friday, Kevin, on doing your job.
Not me, right? But if there's a runner on second and nobody out, you really want to hit the ball hard to the right side. We're still trying to get hits. I want to double in the gap. But worst case scenario, you hit the ball hard to the right side. We got a runner on third with one out. And then now get your job done. That guy sacrificed himself for you. Now, that sacrifice needs to be paid off, right? So if they do hit a sack fly,
yes,
or they move a runner over to third with less than 2 outs, remember, you cheer for runners getting to third base with less than 2 outs. You play my sacrifice.
Hello, my friends, is here again.
I do actually like this song. Not gonna lie,
dude. I'm
I
dead
think this
serious.
is a quality song.
I left Creed like in my CD case somewhere back in the day. All right, that's where it is.
You can C block me right after this.
Okay.
I need the Rangers to score early and take a lead.
Yep.
I am a little bit concerned. Remember, each game is individual. You brought up, hey, the Rangers in 2010 won 2 in Tampa and had to go back to Tampa for Game 5, and Cliff Lee pitched us to the ALCS. The Rangers won the first 2 games in Toronto in 2015 and didn't get out of there alive. They lost the next 3. Just because you're up 2-0, it is different than I feel like if you think about basketball series or you think about hockey series. Just because you're up 2-0, 89% of the time you advance, but we have seen it go the other way here. Take care of business tonight, Rangers.
You're right. Coming up next, time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
All right, I met Cleveland Mike Bassick this weekend, but do y'all want to discuss some of what Jerry Jones said this morning or more Rangers? Tolos get to tell me next time.
Or do you want to do something else?
Let's get something away!
877-881-1053, caller number 10 will win a pair of tickets to go see Monday Night Raw on October 23rd at the American Airlines Center. You can buy tickets at Ticketmaster.com or you can win them for free right now. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053.
fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you missed out on our Monday Night Raw ticket giveaway, we'll be doing that all week long. And right now, time for the C-Block starring Corey Major.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Really appreciate that. We'll get into the Cleveland conversation in just a moment, but I did ask the Tolos and Twolos out there, do they want Jerry Jones conversation or they want more Rangers? And they answered resoundingly Rangers. So
Rangers!
God. We're going to have so much Creed rocking tonight. So we're talking Rangers now. Now, here's the problem. I did not prepare a Rangers segment. So I'm going to ask you a question. Name a Ranger.
Name a Ranger?
Oh, man. Very good job.
Evan Carter.
Rafael Palmeiro. You, Reggie.
Oh, Corey Seager.
There you go. That's good. This is good. Text in your Rangers. Name a Ranger. 877-881-1053.
If you could have one Ranger throw out a first pitch in a series, obviously John Burkett's the answer.
Yes.
But who would you want after John Burkett?
Oh, man.
Nolan Ryan.
Nelson Cruz.
Mike Bassett, Sr.
Oh, wow. He said your dad,
Yeah,
dude.
I mean, it's fine, but I don't know if anybody would care.
Reggie,
Man,
hold on.
golly.
Reggie, do you think that they would even let
That's
Mike go
fine.
catch that ball, or would they be like, no, we're letting
Get
Mike?
up to your perch. Pregame is going on right now.
That's how that would go. Man, somebody said Neftali Fleas, so I like that one too. Dutch Oven. There are lots of Rangers to be named here, man.
Neftali Fleece was a good one.
All right, so but I say Nelson Cruz because I know he's like, is he playing? Is he?
I can't remember.
So, but I really, to exercise those demons for all Rangers fans out there, we need that exercise. And listen, look, we got Boch, so we're good. We're going to be okay, everybody. Get ready for this. Toby Hara, Yu Darvish, Jim Sundberg, Odie McDowell, Dean Palmer.
Jim Sundberg's a good one.
Gino Petralli. I
That's
love
a
it.
good one,
Thank you,
too.
Tolos, for taking part in one of my favorite games, and that is Name a Ranger. Jose Guzman. Yeah, there's one for you.
He caught Juan Gonzalez's pitch.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Now, the other, what?
Corey, are we allowed to just talk about whatever we would like in the C block?
As long as it's Rangers.
It's not Rangers, but I think it's worth your time.
All right.
Mark Henry, the wrestler who you're familiar with,
I love that guy.
sent me a text
He's
and
awesome.
said he's going to be in Dallas for the World Food Championships.
I love food.
I don't even know what that is. And he said, let me know if you want to go and I'll get you passes and stuff. So
Yeah,
do you want
okay.
to go hang out at the World Food Championships with Mark Henry?
When is it again?
November 11th. I'm still finding out more details.
Yeah, find out more details. I am very
that your
interested in
birthday,
going
Mike?
with this.
It is my birthday. I'll be in Cabo.
He's going out of town.
So he's out.
From the 817, can we get Steve DeBerg to throw out the first pitch? He's not a former Ranger. Although somewhere stored in the world, we do have a Steve DeBerg drop from Tony Dungy, Kevin.
Do we?
Somewhere in the world, Alec is
Steve DeBerg was our quarterback.
There you go. There's Tony Dungy saying Steve DeBerg was our quarterback.
It's
I
true.
appreciate that.
Technically correct, which
Yeah,
is, in fact,
the best kind of correct.
That's right.
Yes. So there you go. Warner Madrigal. Man, look at these names that people are throwing. Kevin Brown. Thanks for taking part in Name a Ranger. I do appreciate Mark Henry texting.
Oh my gosh.
And being part
There's
of this.
bacon finals. There's a barbecue final.
Is this cooking or eating?
Eating.
I don't know.
It's just seeing food, you know, just being around
I'm
food.
investigating more about this as we go along.
The food touching
Corey,
world championships.
If you could try an all-you-can-eat contest, what food would you want to be the all-you-can-eat?
Sorry, we're really throwing this off, aren't
This
we?
is a good question because I feel like it's shrimp. Yeah, so I just bring me all the shrimp is what I want.
Not raw, but cocktailed or fried, or like you have to pick.
Well,
like
fried's gonna be tough, so I'll go with the sauce. I'll just
And
go
you just
with
want
the
it cold?
Yeah, cold's fine. I'm
With
all right
cocktail?
with that. Yeah, I could do that with the cocktail sauce. Yeah,
God,
that's,
you probably hate cocktail sauce.
I bet you
huh?
do. It's got
Is that,
horseradish
that's like
in
the
it.
fake ketchup, right? It looks
Well,
like
it's
ketchup.
it starts off with ketchup, yes, ketchup, and then they add to the ketchup.
Some Worcestershire and some horseradish.
No, I don't want that.
Have you tried it before?
You know, you might have a point. I don't know if I have.
Aren't you allergic to horses, Corey?
Yes,
Ooh,
but
that's a good point.
He probably
the
wouldn't
sauce. I'll make the sacrifice. It's my sacrifice, is what I'll do there.
I like fried shrimp.
Mark Hamburger has been submitted from Carter Freeman, so we got that one there too.
My next Corey question for your C block.
All right.
Would you rather in your life, if you had this moment in your life, would you rather catch the winning touchdown in a Super Bowl, hit the winning home run, the walk-off home run in a World Series, or make like the final shot, like a 3-pointer to win the NBA championship?
That's tough because the 3-pointer, like I was there when Jason Kidd and Jet hit those 3-pointers against Miami in Game 5. And when the ball's in the air, it's quiet. The whole place is taking a breath. They're waiting. And the moment it happens, it's the most electric sound. But I will say it's the home run. To hit a home run in a World Series game to win it all.
Like Joe Carter style?
Yes, and you get your moment to celebrate, right? Nobody's stopping you from winning from that moment right there as you're going around the bases and getting that opportunity. You get to second base and you see all your teammates standing at home plate. They're waiting on you as you round third base. Whoever your third base coach is gives you that one awesome low high five, and then you're going into home plate. And that's walking the red carpet right there. That's a long celebration for what you just did to win it all. So I would say the home run is the thing that I would want.
Think I'm going game-winning shot. Just 'cause people mob you on the court immediately. I think that would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I understand. And the touchdown, like that's amazing. But I do not have the speed to play wide receiver.
Well, obviously, I'm not sure.
I do not have the skills to do my thing
I'm not going
either.
to say you don't, but I'm not sure you also have the skill to shoot an NBA 3-point shot with NBA closeout or an NBA player.
I do not have the ability.
And I don't know if you can
no.
hit a 95-mile-an-hour fastball or like an 87-mile-an-hour
Not right
slider.
now. Not for sure. I would need some practice.
Out of the ball.
Do you want some Breaking Rangers Stadium news?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, Lucy.
The roof will be closed tonight.
All right.
Per John Blake.
All that
in
sound
Major
gets to
League
stay
Baseball.
inside.
That's
Yes.
right. This
I like
is better.
That. Yeah, make this a loud place tonight. I like that a lot. All right, so let's go ahead. I did take a trip to Cleveland yesterday.
Oh yeah, sorry.
That rocks.
We left over the weekend. Lucy had a quick checkup, by the way. The doctor was so enthused by her vocabulary. She just thinks that she's making amazing progress. They go back here in November, I think on the 11th. So this is going to be weird.
Did you play her saying breaking news?
I did not
and they're
play.
like, man, what a vocabulary.
But they go back and that's when
Veterans
we'll get
Day, by the way.
We'll get the EEG, and then we'll have more information on how she's doing with this new up over the dosage and everything. But there were a couple things I wanted to talk about. Why does everybody use the family bathroom to smoke weed in the airports?
What?
Yeah, every single.
What?
So here's the thing: I get into the airport at DFW, and I'm trying to find because I have a daughter. I'm not going to walk in the men's room and say, "Hey, just I gotta pee. Just wait, for a second." And I'm also just not sending her off in there anyway. So. I'm not leaving her outside. So I was like, all right, so we have to find family bathrooms all the way around, and people are in there, and I'm just waiting outside of one. And I'm serious, Mike. I'm waiting outside of one, and this guy, some regular dude who has he doesn't look like he has any sort of disability, and he definitely doesn't have a family.
Do they
with
tell
him.
smoke weed for glaucoma or
I don't
something?
know.
So
Maybe that's what it was.
He's not glaucomin.
So he's coming out, and as I walk in, Lucy goes, "What's that smell?" And I was like, "Well, it must be." Oh no, it's not. It wasn't just bathroom, because there was still smoke permeating in the room. It was still floating around. So that was in DFW.
Do you think they all transferred from the parking lot here? The parking garage
I tell you what,
here?
it's right next to
Yes,
our
probably
house.
so, yes.
House is getting redone. And man, the people working on that house love weed.
Yeah, we have a neighbor too.
And so, it smells like there's a skunk in our backyard
Yes.
at times. And my son's like, "Oh, what does that smell too?" And he's 15, so I guess I know that he has not smoked weed before because
Or
I'm
he's
like,
good at
Or it's a great plan.
Oh,
Yeah.
or he's good at acting. That's a great point.
Yeah.
And then, so when we get to Cleveland, same thing. Get off the airplane, go find we always do the same thing. We go find the restroom after we get off the plane.
the Hall of Fame, rock and
and
roll.
open the door, and kid, maybe 19 years old, walking out, and weed just and I have no problem. I have no
Sound
problem
like
with
you're gonna
weed.
cuss there. Sound like you're gonna drop
I
that
have
F
no
word.
problem with weed at all. I just don't understand why you are using the family or disabled bathroom to do the weed in. That just seems like do it in your car, then come to the airport. That's fine. This is for families and bathrooms.
I'm going to ask a question to weed heads.
Uh-huh.
All right. Weed heads, or either we call them potheads. Potheads nicer?
Dopers.
Dopers. Hey, dopers. Say nope to dope. But if you're a doper and you're cool with it, why wouldn't you have a gummy or eat it rather than like what you're talking about? Like, is it smoking it makes you feel better?
Yeah, I don't know.
You just like smoking it rather? Because I feel like if you eat the weed, you're definitely not affecting everybody else around you in a way that they're not smelling like, oh man, pothead coming our way.
Yeah, no, I totally get you there.
Like,
I
I
don't
have
know.
friends that do weed, but I feel like they eat it a lot because they know that they don't want to smell like it a lot.
The other thing too is we were at the hotel and we were having dinner and getting ready to watch the Cowboys game, and Lucy's eating and we're playing I Spy with My Little Eye, and we're playing that game. And I look over and there's this lady and she's just staring at us. And I'm like, my first thought was, is she on weed right now? But then she looked at us and she just goes, it's just so beautiful how much that little girl is smiling at you right now. And I lost it, dude. I stopped for a second and just started tearing
Don't
up.
talk to me that way.
Yeah. You're making me cry. Stop it.
Nice.
But then I met
fried chickens, Kevin.
Yeah. You're sitting in the wrong table.
Golly.
This is the table
By the
for
way,
men.
a lot of people are answering saying edibles take too long or they don't do anything for them.
Okay, I get that. I get that.
I didn't know.
But then on our way back yesterday, we Uber back and forth from the airport there, and we got a guy who he is Cleveland Mike. All right. For two different reasons.
And Mike, you seem very perplexed by this concept yesterday.
I cannot believe this. I'm not saying you're not telling the truth. This is just hard for me to believe because this has to be hardcore baseball fan.
Is he bald?
No, he wasn't bald.
Strike one.
No, I understand where you're going with this.
Okay, I get it.
But I get in the car and he's wiping his face down. This has nothing to do with you. He's wiping his face down with stuff, and he's like, I have the curse of oily skin. And I was like, well, I appreciate you sharing, I guess.
What are those things, those pads called that I
Stridex
used to,
pads.
I used to use those as a teenager. I think
Okay, interesting.
Okay,
but then
that counts.
He like we're driving. He just decides he's going to pull off the road and show me something he's excited about. And so he pulls. No, there are these murals, and he's just like, these are murals, and aren't they great? And I was like, yeah, they're great. He's like, you can get out and take a picture with one, and I was like, no, I'm good. I want to get to the airport. And he's like, oh no, I understand. And he gives me a card for some restaurant. He's like, you should try this restaurant next time you're in town.
Let's pause it right there. No care whatsoever about what you want to talk about or do. He needs to tell you. That's a check for Mike Bassick right there.
He also refused. So we would talk about the Guardians. He refused to call them the Cleveland Guardians. He was like, they're always going to be the Indians.
I played for the Indians.
Number 2.
I did not play for the Guardians.
He called. I don't know if I can say this term on radio.
I would then decide not to say it.
Dingle. You know
I wouldn't say that.
Okay.
I think you can, but I wouldn't personally.
He kept calling the owners of the team Dingleberries. That's what he kept calling them.
That
and I was
sounds like Mike.
That's
as
like
well.
Mike saying fart knocker all the time. And he was like, look, they're not the richest. They don't have a lot of money in their pockets. You could call them poor owners. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is Mike. But he was like, that's why they changed their name, because the MLB came in and just said, here, we'll give you a lot of money to change the name because the All-Star game was coming in. I was like, all right. Anyway, so at this point, he's like, I'm a big NBA fan too. Like he's like, all the sports, I love the NBA the most. I was like, this is insane. Listen, he could talk sports all day. It was great to talk to him.
Mike Fratello fan.
And then
Danny Ferry.
And then I did bring up, I said, well, I do radio in Dallas, and my co-host used to play for the Guardians, and he doesn't call them the Guardians either. And he goes, oh, really? Who's your co-host? I said, Mike Bassick. He was like, I remember Mike Bassick. That was pretty much the extent of it, okay? Like, we didn't go into deep detail.
Oh, no, he didn't say nice things about Mike?
No, he didn't say bad things either. We just had to.
But he definitely didn't say nice things.
He didn't. Yeah, again, he did not care about what I had to say. He wanted to talk about what he had to say.
Fair enough.
And so
I like this.
There was a lot of conversation, but again, he went in on basketball, and he just wanted to talk about how the Mavericks and their 2-guard system is not going to do very well down there.
I agree with him.
That's serious.
Because he's Cleveland Mike. He's you.
And he hated he's like, look, I'm indifferent to Donovan Mitchell. He'll give you a 50-point game, but then it's a 15-point game.
Did you get his phone number?
No. Do you want me to get his number for next time?
Did you talk about how he faked an injury because they were losing by 1,000 to the Mavs, and he was just fine when they went back to Utah?
And anyway, this dude, that was probably my favorite. When I got done with the Uber drive, I was like, you are my favorite Uber driver I've ever had my entire life. Thank you.
He's on your Uber thingy.
Yeah, I should be able to contact him pretty quickly on my Uber thingy.
We're the KNC
and I'm sorry, I didn't run audio on it. I should have. I was thinking about Lucy, but I was listening to this conversation. So next time I talk to Cleveland Mike, I think his name was Martin or something like that. I will make sure.
Coming up next, let's talk with former Dallas Mavericks All-Star Josh Howard right here. Yeah, on 105.3 The Fan.
Nighttime on The Fan means Rangers baseball.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I know normally this is where we would do college football on a Tuesday, but we've been changing a lot of stuff up today in anticipation of the Rangers game. Remember, you can go see the G-Bag Nation at Globe Life Field. The parking lots will open at 3:30. Gates will open at 4:30, or the doors will open, at 4:30, and the roof will be closed. But right now, we bring to you former Dallas Mavericks All-Star Josh Howard. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, and my apologies for being late. I'm so sorry.
That is okay. We might have also been running late.
Yeah, so you're right on time.
Yeah.
You didn't have to apologize.
So we don't want to scoreboard you about that. Since we were just talking about it, do you have any of the Texas Rangers fever?
I actually do, and I'm proud of those guys, especially from being, the professional standpoint and then pushing through and getting to the playoffs. So I'm excited for them, and I'm looking forward to them to make it all the way.
Josh, did you play any other sports growing up besides basketball?
Oh, yeah. So basketball was my third love. I started off in football, but then I realized real quick I wasn't built for the weather, especially when it got cold. So I quit football, and then I transitioned over to baseball. But baseball, I hit my growth spurt, and I seen myself in my uniform, and I had all legs and a small torso, so I was kind of embarrassed about baseball. And then that's when I switched over to basketball.
Hold on, so looks were the thing that kept you from sticking with baseball, not the skill set, huh?
Yeah, my strike zone got ridiculous because of my height.
Yeah.
So I had to swing at everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
That
makes sense.
It wasn't fair, but I enjoyed it.
That's good, because otherwise I think you might have made a mistake, because the ladies love the baseball pants.
Uh-huh.
So if you're just going off of that, you could have made a mistake. I don't know.
I think I'm going to go with the mistake, because I don't need that problem right there.
They the Rangers they've been playing Creed to pump themselves up before for games of late, and they are going to be playing it at the stadium tonight. They're going to be playing some Creed. What was the music that y'all played in the locker rooms whenever you were like, hey, I'm trying to get myself hyped and psyched up for this thing?
And it's also, Josh, kind of a joke that they've really liked. It's not like they all love Creed. They just decided to take kind of a 90s band and have fun with it.
Yeah. Well, Creed wasn't too bad in the 90s. I actually listened to a couple of their songs, so I would be able to rock with that. But when I was with the Mavs, I think guys are more individually finding their ways to get hype. I know the song they played when we ran out got all the guys excited. It was more so like a theme song. I know for me personally, I listened to a lot of T.I. and Young Jeezy and Gucci Mane when I was younger. That got me worked up for games.
Do you have stuff like, how's the coaching gig going right now? Are you enjoying that? Are you enjoying that process?
Yes, sir. Actually, that's why I was late, because I was in there actually trying to put in the new offense, and I got the phone call that I was supposed to call y'all. So I've just been excited with using my platform to give these young men an opportunity to get out there and live their dreams. I know it happened for me when I was their age, so to pay it forward has been an awesome event. An awesome thing for me, and I also of course enjoy being in the city of Dallas and giving back to the community. So the basketball head coaching job has been great, and they also promoted me to the assistant athletic director.
Nice.
So yeah, having a little bit more responsibility with the young men and women as far as getting them admitted, making sure their financial aid is going through, things of that nature, even fundraising. It's been a part of my new position now. So it's been fun, man. Like I said, just paying it forward and giving these young men an opportunity to be successful.
Former Dallas Maverick Josh Howard joining us right now on The Fan. Now, you're not in charge of jerseys, because I felt like, J-Ho, you might have had the baggiest jersey in the NBA when you played on the Mavs. And I know the style has changed tremendously for college kids.
Yeah. Yes, it definitely has. And I'm going to blame Big Al Whitley. That was our equipment manager at the time. He always gave me and Dirk the biggest jerseys for some strange reason. So we just rock with it, because I know Dirk was one of those guys who just came out and played, and I also was one of those guys. But definitely the style has changed. My players get on me because I try to make their uniforms small, but of course when we get our uniforms, they tell me they're not small enough. So I don't know if they want to relive the 70s. But for me, if they can play, I don't mind how they dress. So I'm big on that too.
That makes sense, but I'm also having like nightmare flashbacks of too much John Stockton thigh. So I'm trying to figure out how to balance that.
I agree with you. That too much thigh can be too much. I know of course the ladies will love it, but yeah.
You just said you don't need those problems. You said you don't need those problems.
Don't forget, I'm the coach, so I got to wear a collared shirt or a tie and shirt. So I don't get to put on those tight pants. So I don't need those guys worried about the women.
Josh, I do want to ask about these Dallas Mavericks coming up. Obviously, Kyrie very talented, Luka very talented. When you entered the NBA, the Mavericks made some trades and were a very offensive team. I mean, they pretty much put out 5 offensive players. The Antoines with Dirk, Nash, and Finley, and you guys had moments, but it wasn't like a connected team, especially on the defensive end. And this Maverick team, even though different than your rookie year, seems to, I know they're trying to with 19-year-olds. So I guess I have multiple questions here. First, Luka and Kyrie working out together on both sides of the court. And then what is it like for a 19-year-old and Derek Lively to now be told, hey, we need you to be the anchor of a championship contender?
Well, for Mr. Lively, I think, coming from Duke and having that type of tradition already instilled in him, I think he's going to understand what it is to be the anchor of a defense, especially, like thinking back to when I was young and having Eric Dampier back there, and we knew he was going to protect the paint, rebound, and, just be vocal along with Dirk. A lot of people didn't realize Dirk was also an anchor for us as far as being a 7-foot of patrol.
Sorry, we're starting to lose you just a little bit there, Josh.
I think that's going to be.
We got to reconnect.
Yeah, we'll have to reconnect with him on this one. I'll reach out and see what we can do there.
Okay.
All right. Give me just a second.
Okay. You're going to do that right now?
Yeah.
All right.
I do think, I know that, he's froze up here on our Zoom right now, but it's just going to be interesting for me. I know we haven't talked Mavericks at all, but
because there's been a lot of good stuff happening.
There's been a lot of stuff going on.
I watched, obviously, Corey was making fun of me watching the preseason basketball is on while we were doing our show.
Kevin, he was literally 1,000% invested in the entire thing that was going on in a preseason game, and he was living and dying with it, man.
I tried to warn you that was going to happen, Mike.
He might be back on.
I think we've got Josh back. You're back.
Can you hear us?
Am I back? I'm back.
There we go.
All right.
Well, we heard you say Derek Lively and that he came from Duke and
okay,
that
sorry. Sorry for the connection.
But we didn't hear you about possibly Luka and Kyrie working together offensively and then defensively.
Yeah. So and that's what I was moving forward to. So those two guys, I think like any other team that has put these, superstars together, I think it's the same for our two guys. Once they figure out how to play off of each other, the sky's the limit. Both of those guys are like in the top 5 as far as offensive isolation plays, I think. So being able to work that, and I think Jay Kidd is one of those coaches that can see things as far as offensively that can help us. I think those guys are definitely going to have some great years coming, especially this year. I just think, with the practice time and them getting comfortable with each other, I think that's going to pay a lot.
Yeah, Jason Kidd's had this opportunity coaching this team. Obviously, he coached the
did I lose you again?
Oh, yeah, let's go. Okay. Josh, we really appreciate your time, man. Thanks a lot. It was good getting to catch up with him. We'll have to catch up with him at some other point, though, man.
Yeah, I think we're starting to hit a little bit of a delay right there, too.
I'll reach out and I'll talk to him here and let him know. But, Kevin, yeah, man, your boy over there was sitting there living and dying with a Mavericks preseason game, and I was just like,
we warned you not to do that, Mike.
Why are you doing this
Why
to
have you fallen into that trap again?
I don't know. I can't quit him. I've done a good job of, I hate saying this, but somewhat quitting the Cowboys. I watch all the games they play and everything, but they don't affect me anymore. I've done a good job of not letting the Cowboys affect me at all, win
How long
or lose.
did that take in terms of like number of years that passed?
Dak gave me a lot of hope. As in 2014, I was with Corey. I cared a lot about that playoff run, Detroit and Green Bay.
Yeah.
2015 hurt a lot because I could tell. I bet Ben Rodgers, and I won the bet. I said, he's done, man. Like, his body is done. He can't do it. And he couldn't do it anymore, Tony Romo. And but then Dak gave me a lot of hope as that season went on in 2016. I said, man, finally we might have a leader that can help this situation out. Because once Jerry took over from Jimmy, and make no mistake, Jimmy owned this franchise as in running the football part of it. Once Jerry took over, you saw the deterioration. You've seen interviews with all those players that were
Just
on the
like the
championship
Mavs.
teams. You saw that once Jerry took over the leadership of the Dallas Cowboys, it just blew up and it was horrible. Bill Parcells brought a little bit of stability back.
Yep.
But ultimately that didn't last very long. But I would say 2016, I brought back the, yes, we're going to do it. We're going to be back on top soon. But I would say through the 2021 run when they lost to Garoppolo, and he was horrible.
Okay.
I don't know. I was able to just totally disconnect. It was like, I'm doing it. I'm disconnecting from this franchise.
Do you fear you might hit the same spot with the Mavericks? Because there's a lot of similarities there in terms of Jones and Cuban.
Yes. And I don't want to get there because it's like I want to be a fan of these teams. And that's why I want to give the Stars a chance as they start Thursday night.
Yes.
Is I'm like, maybe I can kind of connect with these Dallas Stars. I don't have any hockey knowledge. I don't have any history of hockey. I know a little bit of the Stars
but
history.
you're ready to learn.
I know all the Mavericks history. I know a lot of the Cowboys history. My grandfather had season tickets from day one of the Dallas Cowboys through 98 till his hip surgery didn't really allow him to go to and from a stadium the way that you'd want to. So in a way, I don't want to disconnect from the Mavericks, but I am afraid that this Kyrie Luka situation, the Jason Kidd Nico thing that might not be working out, I am afraid that it might just push me away and go, look, if they're not going to play hard and they're not going to play together and it's just going to be this and that and Luka's going to leave, maybe I just leave the Mavs too.
I just got done talking to he said next time he'll be in studio. So we'll take
great.
That won't happen again.
Fantastic. Awesome. Looking forward to that. Ooh, we need to see if he has possible connections for a piece-a-thon.
Absolutely. That's a great idea.
All right. Let's see if we can work on that.
We could get his shorts that he wore.
Yeah.
Get him to autograph it.
I have no doubt that we can make that happen.
He would have to pull up his shorts most of the game. There's like, I always thought, like, I get having baggy shorts, but wouldn't you want to have shorts that you didn't have to kind of make sure that they were staying on your hips?
So did you think if his shorts were a little tighter, he would have been even better? Is that what you're saying?
He wouldn't have to worry about his pants falling off.
He had a slender waist, dude. It was tough to find shorts like that.
Envious. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation as they are live at Globe Life Field. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Texas, it's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. There's over 300 new Silverados on the ground and unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
And right now, we take you out to Globe Life Field, courtesy of our good fellas at D&M Leasing and Chit Chat with the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, you're in the place to be tonight. How's it looking?
Incredible. Yeah. To answer your question, it's majestic. I do wish the roof was open, but I saw a tweet from John Blake about 20 minutes ago that, per the guidelines that MLB has used consistently, they're not going to open the roof. So we'll live with that, but everything else is great. The employees here are fired up, by the way. A lot of them have not seen the playoffs.
They had the roof open in Houston tonight. That's to let the stench out.
There you go.
You know, that's what that was all about. Yeah, that's the thing with the MLB. They know the stenchy cities when they have them, and Houston's one of them.
So we should really look at this as a badge of honor. They're like, your city smells fine.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, we're not called the armpit. They are.
Exactly.
Yeah, and our concessions smell so good that they don't want to release it outside. They want to just maintain the delicious smells of all these wonderful concessions inside of Globe Life Field.
For us.
I'm assuming they have not started the margarita machines up just yet, though.
They've got them all set up. I know they were setting up the cotton candy machine when we walked in, but not yet.
They were doing some maintenance on that cotton candy machine.
But 90 minutes, though, Mike. 90 minutes.
It takes
90 minutes is all it takes.
To freeze those margaritas. Slush them up.
Give her 5 margaritas.
No, we're not going to do that right now.
That's actually a good TikTok. Most people do it.
I love it, though.
Very creative people when they do that. Especially when they get their buddies involved.
All right, we were.
What?
Watch the TikTok,
okay,
you fool.
I'll watch it.
Yeah, you fool. Don't act like you don't know what's going on in the game.
Do all of you guys watch TikTok? Because I know Reggie's anti-TikTok.
Reggie's educated.
I had it, but I don't have it anymore. Twitter is probably the
Wife
one
get
seed
you?
for
Is that what happened?
taking all my.
It's just, okay, so did you do the shorts on YouTube or the reels on Facebook or anything where you're essentially TikToking but you're on a different app?
I literally the only time if I'm glued to my phone, it's probably because I'm either on Twitter or I'm on YouTube, but it's usually a long form.
Okay.
YouTube's usually long form for me.
No Instagram shorts either?
Instagram, I'll dabble in the Instagram stuff a little bit, but I haven't gotten engulfed. I just haven't been able to. Like
I hate it, man. I mean, I just sit there and do like 40 minutes, and I know some kids are doing hours.
It's bad.
And after 20 minutes, I'm like, oh, geez, I can already feel my mental health declining.
Yeah, I keep telling myself, this is the last video, and then you just scroll again, and then 10 minutes later, what am I doing?
Dawson, what's your screen time thing look like when they give you that report? Is it like
I don't check
87 minutes on TikTok?
No, I'm not that bad. Yeah. But it's too much. Whatever it is too much.
Do you think if everyone saw those screen reports every time, they would rethink how they spend their free time?
Yeah, and then
it doesn't
go right
deter
back
me
to
at
doing
all.
it again.
Yeah.
I'm with Broadus. It doesn't. Yeah, I see it and I'm like, okay, I know. I guess and I move on.
It's like, I need to spend more time on Twitter.
I remember
were you about to say Tinder? It kind of sounded like you were about to say Tinder.
Twitter, whatever app you want to put me on. Yeah, go ahead. Let's do it.
When Warzone came out, okay, that was in March of like 2020. The following Christmas, I played that more hours than I didn't for about 5 days straight.
Wow.
It was incredible, dude.
Best week of your life, bro.
I put in like 60 or 70 hours.
You got to put the work in, man. You got to grind. Everybody wants to shy away from the work, but not.
Yeah,
you.
That's the way I looked at it. I'm waiting for the over 50 esports career path.
Yeah, when it tells you how many days you've played the game, I'm like, okay, that's maybe I've been on a little too much.
It's amazing how watching one of those shows on HBO that you are out of your prime at 19 years old in video games. Like at 19, it's like you might as well be.
You're done.
Might as well be 42 years old playing baseball.
You're all slow twitch now. Eyes don't work as well. Those kids got it going on, man.
Where'd that guy come from?
Should I or anybody else be concerned?
Absolutely.
At the Rangers' history when having a 2-0 lead?
Shut your dirty mouth.
Okay.
What are you trying to do right now?
I just was going to ask.
Don't you pull for the Cubs?
11%'s the number to focus on, Hagee.
I know, but the thing is, we're part of that 11% in 2015.
Bochy's not.
Won twice at Toronto.
This is a different team. It's a different ballpark.
Okay.
There is no similarities here. Do not bring up old stuff right now, Hagee.
What are you doing, dude?
So don't bring up 2010 either.
Thank you, sir. There goes the great John Blake.
Game 5.
Set us up with CY all year long.
We're going to win Game 3, not Game 5.
His fist bump, but we still love him.
Just kind of like he heard about me walking through that clubhouse one time like I'd owned the place. Yeah.
That was fantastic.
Well, JB definitely didn't want to look at Eric. He's like, oh, that's the guy that sat on the couch.
Yeah, we got off to a rocky start.
You did. You really did.
But now we're in the postseason, So now we
take this thing.
Now we're just all about what's to come here, and what's to come is victories.
Okay, give me your prediction for tonight. You told me not to be worried. How are we feeling about tonight?
Well, what's your prediction? A loss? Yes.
Who picked a sweep on Friday, Kevin, while you were figuring your life out?
Yeah, how was rehab?
It was great. I think Corey might need it after that opening segment, man.
Oh, no.
He seemed like he was...
Look, man, guys, I've just decided I'm no longer in the mode where I'm going to say I think Dak can change and become a transcendent quarterback. I'm not saying I'm just quitting the Cowboys altogether. I just think he is what he is.
Sure.
And
why is that such a bad thing?
And
to
people
say?
get mad that I say I'm quitting. I'm done with Dak. I'm moving on to different pastures.
I think that's become a very small population of the fan base. I'm right there with you, and the true diehards like you and me, I think, are all feeling the same way after what happened on Sunday.
Yeah, man, it hurts.
This is gonna hurt as well. I'm taking Baltimore tonight, 9-5. Okay, but the Rangers are the road warriors, just as they were a decade ago in Tampa. They win this in Game 5 back in Baltimore.
That does
He
feel
just
like I
picked
should be
another
worried
loss.
then.
He just picked
No, don't be
another
worried.
loss tomorrow.
Yeah, they're going to lose tomorrow night, 5:30.
Oh, my
Are you a fan?
Well, he's
Tune
secretly
in.
pulling for ratings, and I do appreciate that from Gavin. 7-3 Rangers win this tonight.
5-2 Rangers. Sweep this thing up. Let's go.
Yeah, this is going to be a 6-4 game. But you got Nasty Nate on the mound. This is a sub-3 ERA playoff
He's going to
guy.
paint the black. The glove side, all that stuff. Listen to Bassick. He knows what he's talking about.
Damn right he does.
10-4 over and out.
Right. Evaldi's on the hill.
10-4 over and out. I love
5-0 Rangers.
Yeah!
What was I thinking?
He's back, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's go Rangers.
Nasty Nate.
Let's go Rangers.
Nasty Nate.
Let's go Rangers.
Playoff victories.
Go see the G-Bag Nation at Globe Life Field before the game. Hopefully you're ready to go to the
There
game.
actually are
ready
some tickets
to cheer.
available.
So you
It's
can
like
still
pairs-
get a ticket right
pairs
now.
of twos. There's limited pairs of twos in different sections.
Make it happen, people. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The
Say
Fan.
arms wide open, Kevin.
With arms wide open.
We have your latest studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, live at Globe Life Field in Arlington. We are very excited to be here, and the building already has an energy. You're going to want to be a part of it. There are a few tickets remaining, as Mike Bassick told you, as the playoffs are back here in North Texas. This is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and 4.5 hours from right now, you will be listening to the Rangers pregame, and at 7:03 tonight is going to be the first pitch with Nathan Eovaldi on the hill. It's quite a day. Okay, General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. You have Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboy scout and NFL executive, Super Bowl winning champion right there. He has Krusty's Corner coming up at 2:40. Going to give you some of that football content that you want and you need it. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup. Back home at Master Control, 75 and Fitzhugh, fixed for a 4.5-hour slate of flawless engineering and radio producing. LA Live's coming up at 5:40. G-Bag today, 2:30. Here's, of course, Wolchuk and Chiafalo. And Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's so amazing because these are the days we're going to be talking about for a long time, boys. You know? These are the days. Oh, remember back in 2023? Man, what a crazy season. And you get to live it. You get to experience it right here tonight, so soak it all in. That's all I got to say.
It's special, man. It really is. I mean, I've been lucky enough to have done, fill in for pre and post and come out here to the ballpark for the last 4 years or so and seen a lot of the same guys that you walk in and we're looking at each other like, it's postseason baseball. Can you believe it? The turnaround this team has had. We've suffered through some long years. I mean, I remember going to Game 2 of the 2010 ALCS. First ALCS victory. Colby Lewis on the bump across the street here, beating the New York Yankees. This is where memories are made, heroes are born. This is what it's all about. And I hope the fan base comes out tonight. They're loud. They've got their creed on. 4:30, the doors open. Go ahead and skip work early, get the kids out of school early, get the celebration started, bring the energy, bring the noise, come on out, say what's up to the G-Bag Nation. But I got chills, man. This is going to be awesome.
We need to get that enthusiasm up. At LSU, they know all about getting the enthusiasm up for a night game, don't they, Brian?
They do. The tailgating aspect of it, but they understand the importance of a game. And I think Zach's absolutely right. As a fan base, you saw what Baltimore brought. Their fans tried to keep them in that game, and Texas just wouldn't let them have it. But this Texas Ranger team plays very well in this ballpark. Need to keep that energy going. The fans have done a great job. They've shown up in record numbers here this year, and the baseball's been very, very good throughout the whole year. So no reason to stop it now. Find a way to end this thing. Don't let this thing get back to Baltimore. Just find a way to, go out there and put together a bunch of runs like you did, the timely hitting, the pitching, and the great job that Bruce Bochy has done putting together a lineup and pulling strings along the way. Finish this team off tonight.
Perfect timing. Perfect timing for Eovaldi to be where he is. In his final 6 starts of the regular season, Eric, he had a 9.30 ERA. Jeez, and it was falling apart. But his last start of the season was promising. I think he had 5 strikeouts and 3 and something innings. And then obviously the playoff start against Tampa really made us believe that maybe we got our Eovaldi back now, and that's a total game changer.
Oh, it's a game changer, dude. This is a guy who's just he's risen to the occasion on multiple opportunities in the postseason. That's sort of what his legacy is. It's like, oh, he's a postseason pitcher, and you see that confidence in him. And we were all nervous going into that first game where he was on the mound in the playoffs. It's Tampa. We haven't seen the real nasty Nate for a while now. You just gave the numbers, and then all of a sudden he just goes, watch this, and he battles his balls off. And now he's even further removed from the injuries at home, and I think he knows, watch what I'm going to go end this thing tonight. I'm going to keep the legacy alive, and I'm a sub-3 ERA postseason guy. I'm going to prove it once again.
Some guys just elevate when they get into the postseason, and it turns out he's getting healthy at the right time. It's got to be very exciting for him this afternoon. 49 2/3 postseason innings, the 2.90 ERA, as Eric mentioned. His teams are 9-3 when he pitches in a postseason game. Marcus Simeon is back. He might have broken out of his slump. He was 1 of 18, went 2 of 5 on Sunday, so that's good. I think another interesting topic, though, is do you think Evan Carter can keep up this kind of pace? Getting on pace so much, and all the success he's having is just incredible. I'll have a full report on Evan Carter coming up in the Expressway at 5:20. Chief's going to go wireless, by the way, in the 5:20. So if you come by our broadcast position, you want to chat it up with us, please do. But this guy has the best eye in baseball right now, and it is by about 30% as far as his swing rate. At pitches out of the zone, it just ain't happening. You can't fool the guy. And guys that are like 2, 3, 4, and 5 on the list are way back. I don't know where this normalizes once we get a full sample size, but that has to be incredibly encouraging, especially for my Ted Williams comp that I'm throwing out there. I know it's risky. You're talking about Teddy Ballgame himself and hitting 400. I don't think anybody's going to hit 400 in this era, but who knows? If anybody could do it, I wouldn't bet on Evan Carter because I think he's got bionic eyes. He could just recognize things and has more spatial awareness than anybody else in the game already, and he's just getting started.
Yeah, I get the fear of maybe eventually there'll be a little bit and he comes back down to earth. I don't think that this is who Evan Carter is. He's done this at every single level his entire life playing baseball. This is him, and it also helps when you see a guy like Corey Seager draws 5 walks. The entire lineup's doing it. Seager, Young. I mean, their plate discipline's been absolutely outstanding, but it starts and ends really with Evan Carter. He is the best at it in the game.
Yeah, a naturally trained center fielder, but playing left field and been flawless in that as well. His ability to get to balls, the range that he plays with, the ability to throw runners out. We've seen that this year with him, throw runners out at the plate. He's really done it all for your Texas Rangers.
I saw like a sports science breakdown on the play that he made against Tampa and his reaction time and his ability to get there. It's like not many other players, but his jump on the ball was perfect. And we see Taveras or the Orioles center fielder take some pretty adventurous routes to the baseball, but Evan Carter, and it's tough. That ball's coming at you. You're like, is that a line drive? Oh, it's getting high. And it takes, I think, a really special talent to be able to judge those things.
It goes back to what you're talking about with his eyes.
Yeah.
His ability to see, but the ability to judge it off the bat and see it and evaluate it and then make the play on it.
Okay, so we'll be talking a lot of Rangers with you throughout the afternoon. Welcome in to the show. If you're newer to the show, thanks for checking us out. I think you're going to like it. Jerry Jones was on with Sean and RJ this morning. Do you believe the strong vote of confidence that he gave to Dak Prescott? I think at one point he said, I want to be real clear. Dak, we believe in his ability to take us to the Super Bowl, and it's going to be that way.
Sure.
I don't know how you could be so confident. It's obvious an interesting negotiation is happening in the background, and you brought in Trey Lance.
That's my anytime that you want to talk about Dak Prescott, the front office traded for Trey Lance.
Yeah.
Who a lot of people thought was broken and not worth it and all those things in San Francisco. All the things that shouldn't have been as selected as high as he was. Didn't play a lot of football, didn't throw a lot of passes. Everybody says a lot of nice things about Trey Lance, they really do. But your front office, who's committed, they say, to Dak Prescott, also went out and made a trade.
Could it be because in Jerry's mind, he is thinking as this negotiation comes up, I am going to tell Dak and his agent, here's our offer.
Sure.
And if you don't want to do 5 years, and if you want to stick it to us again and again and again like you did on the last deal, and you want everything, no concessions from you on the last one, if you want to do that again, we will go with Trey Lance. And just dare Dak to, leave. I wouldn't want to leave. We got a great defense. We got this roster's you wouldn't leave. If I'm Dak, I'm willing to play here for significantly less. Now we might get business Dak, and he has a master's degree in business management, and his agent is tough. They might play back. What does Jerry do then? I think they would be willing to walk away because they're already frustrated with the play. How much more frustrated are you when you're giving him top of the market money? To not win a playoff game or not be able to beat the 49ers in 3 tries. I think they're at that end. They want to keep Dak, but they also want to win this negotiation.
How much is he willing to walk away from Sleep Number and walk away from Tom Thumb and walk away from all the other business opportunities he has off the field Does Dak Prescott get all those? Now, he could take significantly less money.
See, that's playing tough back. And the Cowboys have said, Dak and his agent have said, we're all you got. And the Cowboys have to be like, you know what, you're right. We don't have a backup plan.
Well, they do now.
Now you do.
They do now.
Yeah.
And the backup plan is clearly that they've got a guy in their system. Now, if they keep Mike McCarthy and all that, but they don't have to. It's not speculation. If they move on from Dak, well, what's the next progression? Is it Cooper Rush or is it Trey Lance?
If you're still doubting it, this just happens in the offseason where they have a potential out. They could get out of the contract without it doing maximum damage to them coming up next March. It's just too coincidental. You follow the actions, not the words here with Jerry.
I totally agree on that.
I wonder, and I think now more than ever, I think Dak might be willing to leave. I really do. I don't think that I think there's something there with him and McCarthy. They're not on the same page. I think you have a coach that isn't trusting his quarterback, and you have a quarterback that is frustrated with his coach. And if they are to keep Mike McCarthy and this season doesn't go well, and they want to play hardball with Dak can go make money somewhere else.
Sure.
Washington or some other quarterback-needy franchise is going to pay him. It's not like he has to take a lot less.
No.
And I get it, the off-the-field stuff that comes with being the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, but it might be to the point now where he's so fed up that he would look to go somewhere else. And it might be best for both parties. Hey, go have success somewhere else, see if you can do it. And the Cowboys, instead of paying you $60 million, see what you got in Trey Lance or go try and find another quarterback.
It'd be really interesting, to know exactly how frustrated one party is with the other. I don't see Dak as a guy or Mike McCarthy as a guy that are going to be bad communicators and letting something fester. I think all we've seen from CD to whoever and Dak to whoever is just frustration with losing.
It is easier to get rid of McCarthy than it is to get rid of Dak.
That's very true.
I mean, that's the thing. If it comes down to one or the other, then you very well could see Mike McCarthy. We're already paying Dan Quinn like he's a head coach.
Yeah.
We'll just let Dan Quinn.
That was my other takeaway this morning. I really felt like Jerry Jones was pointing to the head coach. He said so many times, I'm very confident we have what it takes to get this done.
Yeah.
You will see the kind of plays the 49ers were running. We will get the ball in the middle of the field. We are going to be doing things differently. And he keeps saying that. And whether it was Kellen Moore or Mike McCarthy, we keep getting a pretty uninspired game plan. And, we'll see if to what extent they're willing to move in the middle of the season. But I think if they struggle down the stretch, miss the playoffs, or lose in the wild card round, this will be it for Mike McCarthy. Strongly believe that now. And the end of the season schedule is so tough.
Yeah.
It could get bad. Remember, they're 7-17 in games against teams other than the NFC East that are above 500 since 2018. You could lose 4 of 6 in that stretch where you're like Miami, Buffalo, Philly again, Detroit's in there.
Yeah.
Like, you could really get your ass kicked
Seattle
in December and leave such a bad taste in your mouth that very significant changes could come.
And I am very worried if you drop this game to the Chargers. And I know Jerry was saying he thinks that's a mentally strong locker room, and Micah Parsons is saying the right things. But, I think that that you could see fractures. If they drop this game to the Chargers, and they've been so good under McCarthy after losses, I think they're going to come out and win.
Something like that, yeah.
But things could start to get a little bit ugly, and that's when you start to have some finger-pointing defense, offense, and you start to have a little bit of issues there internally.
Yeah, they got to take advantage of this schedule here, and it starts this week. I think the Chargers is a team you still should beat, I believe.
Yeah, it's definitely a team you should still beat. I mean, it's a talented team, it's a competitive team, but it's a team that always finds a way to lose games. Like, some teams have a knack for somehow they're winning, like the Eagles right now. You'll look at them, but they just find a way to win. The Chargers are sort of the opposite, where, man, there's a lot to like, but you find a way to lose games. And so hopefully the Cowboys, and there's no home field advantage in Los Angeles, so you should be able to win that football game. But if there's fractures and there's the mental lapses and just the total letdown after losing the biggest game of your season, then things can start to snowball on you in a huge, huge way. But I don't know how you watch that game if you're Jerry Jones. And I know it looks a lot like the quarterback and Dak played terrible, but I don't know how you can watch that and think we got the right coach. There's coaches on the other side there. Those exist in the world. And I still feel good about what I got on my side. I don't know how, especially offensively, you can look at that game and feel anything other than like, dude, we are so freaking behind the times here.
Yeah, the thing I would worry about, Zach, is not fractures of the players among themselves, fractures of the coaching staff.
Yeah,
of the players against the coaching staff.
100%.
That's the fracture I would worry about.
Okay, so we're on Cowboys, we're on Rangers. We got a full show coming up all the way until 6:30. And Rangers pitcher Cody Bradford, who is one of the heroes from Sunday afternoon's victory in Baltimore, is going to join you next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Welcome back. We are live at Globe Life Field in Arlington. Rangers baseball tonight. Game 3 against Baltimore. And Cody Bradford, a North Texas native out of Aledo High School, is set to join you. Segments brought to you by Soda and the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. 3 2/3 scoreless Sunday against Baltimore to get the dub. Good afternoon, Cody. How the heck are you?
Hey, I'm doing great, guys. I'm doing great. Glad to be on.
Well, what was that experience like for you on Sunday afternoon, getting the ball to go out there and get a victory in the playoffs for the Rangers?
Yeah, it was incredible. One, I'd say, kudos to Baltimore for their fans packing the house. They brought the energy and brought all the rally towels out, and it was an incredible environment to be a part of, and I feel so honored to be able to pitch for a hometown team.
Cody, you're in a situation where very early in your career, your second time to go out there on the hill was at Baltimore. Did you sit there for a moment when you took the ball and just kind of reflect of how far you had come from that day on May 28th to where you were at that particular time?
I definitely did. I think, that may have had even a little bit of the reason why I was added to the roster. Maybe I showed the coaches that I matched up well against the lineup earlier in the year, and maybe that was the opportunity that I needed to help out again. And, it's always good when you face a team that you were successful against because it gives you that extra edge and a little bit extra confidence going out there.
Cody, you've really been a Swiss Army knife for Boch, the entire staff, just answering whatever they need you to do. How's that been balancing from a spot starter and then going into long relief from the bullpen, just back and forth, having those different mindsets?
Yeah, pitching is, our job as pitchers, right, is just to go out and get outs. And as a starter, you're just trying to get as deep in the game as possible and turn it over to the bullpen late and save your best arms for late. As a bullpen guy, I guess, in kind of a long relief role, similar mindset. I'm just trying to go out there and help the team bridge the gap between, the starter struggled or whatever it may be to get to the back end of the bullpen to those guys that can really sling it. They can throw upper 90s that I may not be able to, but mindset's really similar. It's just going out, executing pitches, trying to attack their lineup, be efficient, not walk guys, keep runners off the base path.
Cody, you win a playoff game for the hometown team. What does that do to your cell phone and the notifications on a day like that after that kind of victory? Is it just you just getting blown up left and right?
I really didn't. I'm not a big social media guy, so I actually don't have social media. But so in that regard, it wasn't that bad. But I had a lot of friends and family reached out and just congratulated me. And God's been He's blessed me with family that really loves me and supports me, and so it's really cool to see that.
Cody, I'm just wondering if you don't have social media, what do you do on like the plane, on all those moments in elevators that are awkward? I mean, the rest of us, we're constantly looking at our phone. What's your take on that?
I love to talk to people. I love
socializing,
quality conversation, to be honest.
I love it. Well, we're getting fans ready to sing along with you guys. What can you tell us about the singing of Creed going on down there? How much fun are you having with this?
It's fun. I would lie if I said I knew all the words to every song. I honestly hadn't heard a ton of Creed songs until this year when they play it in the locker room. But it's a really cool environment to be around and hear guys loving it. Scherzer loves it. I know Heaney loves it. So,
are you going to be adding some Creed to your playlist then? And
oh yeah, and I mean now it's a nostalgic thing. Like every time I hear it, I'm going to think of our playoff run that's going on. So, great vibes.
Do we have anybody? I mean, you talk about Scherzer. Does he like stand up on the table and lead the song, or how does? Do we have anybody that just takes it to a whole nother level there in that clubhouse?
I think Hedges brings a lot of energy when he likes to sing it, and Andrew Heaney's a big Creed fan too. He's a big supporter. Scherzer's not a big singer, but
more of a dancer.
Really fun personality to be around for sure.
Talking with a real DFW badass here, Cody Bradford of your Texas Rangers. Now, Nasty Nate, he gets the ball tonight, and we've heard all year talking with some of the pitchers just how much of a leader and the impact that Nate has had for everybody on the pitching staff. What are some of the things you can share with us, how he's helped you, especially in your rookie year?
Yeah, Evo's the best. He's such an open book. He wants to help everybody. A natural leader. Like, he's always got a smile on his face, willing to encourage everybody and support people. And I've talked to him a couple times this year just on game planning. I know a start earlier in the year when we were at Houston, and it was before I may or may not have been a starter in San Diego, and then I did get that opportunity. I talked to him a little bit before that on how to attack some of their guys. And I mean, he's just a book of knowledge, ready to help anybody.
Cody, we talked to CY yesterday about how long the road trip was, and he told us that he had the clubhouse guys helping him with the laundry. Were you guys were you having to go out to the wash material? Did you kind of have to revert back to days when you were, in college and things like that, doing your own laundry, or what? How did you navigate that?
Personally, I don't have a huge wardrobe, but every day I would come in and put my underwear and my socks on the loop and just get it washed before the game. That way, after the game, I had a clean pair, a clean pair of socks and a clean pair. So I could pretty much go on the whole road trip with, honestly, one pair of everything and just get it washed every day. But, some guys were hitting up Lulu or some of the other stores to accommodate for their laundry needs instead of washing. They just, go buy new clothes, I guess.
Yeah, were you guys critical? Like, when you had the breakfast room and all that, were you critical? Like, some guy would show up in the same outfit a couple of different times. Were you judgmental about this, or did you like, hey, bro, you wore that yesterday? But you're like, hey, we've been on the road for like 3 months right now. What do you want me to do? How did that work?
I think we just take 2 shirts and you just kind of alternate every other day.
There you go.
Hopefully, cross your fingers, nobody else notices.
That's a wise veteran here, Cody Bradford, with us. That's what it sounds like to me. Now, you mentioned the Orioles fans, and I'm with you, man. It came over the TV and the radio how passionate they were. Would you like to make a pitch to our fans to match that energy this evening and tomorrow, if necessary?
Oh, my gosh. I can't wait to see what Arlington brings out. I know, being a Rangers fan growing up, we haven't had a playoff series like this since I was in the 7th grade when we were 2011, 2012 when we were in it. So maybe it was 10, 11. But I can't wait to see the fans tonight at the new stadium, and I know it's going to be loud. I heard that they have the roof on, so keep the noise in there, and it's going to be so exciting.
Thank you, Cody. Have a great night. Thanks for joining us. Congrats on all your success, and thanks again for that amazing pitching job on Sunday.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Salute. There he goes. Cody Bradford out of Toledo right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, and let's give him some Pluckers wings. What do you say?
Sure.
$100 gift certificate from Pluckers. They got 8 DFW locations, so make sure you check that out if you would.
It is time now for the best audio from the world of sports, pop culture, talk radio, and or the internet. That's right. It's the G-Bag of the day. Here's Lucius.
Yo, come in. Car 54, where are you? Hello.
Car 54?
We got you.
Go ahead. All right.
Loud and clear.
Is there a
Car
little
ramrod?
Is a little echo? Is there everything good? Everything all right?
Man,
it's good great, on our end, I think.
You sounded great, bro.
All right, I appreciate that. All right, so our winner and champ of G-Bag of the day. By the way, if you see anything floating out there social media-wise, or you here on the station or something like that, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. LUCIOUS, or you can go to Facebook, Lucius Alexander, or you can go to Twitter and follow us all right there. Easier to find probably that way.
At G-Bag Nation.
At G-Bag Nation. Yeah, G-Bag Nation. Yes, it is. Jeff, the Lions fan in Keller, called into the RJ and Choppy show in the morning, and he let us steam off, I guess. Pause. Damn, I didn't mean to say that.
I'm a diehard Lions fan, but I'm a loyal toiler for you guys.
Okay, I appreciate
it. Keep it real. Sean, hey, much props to you, much respect. You said it, and as a non-Cowboy fan, I just want to tell you, it's toughness. And there's an old TV show back in the day called Hogan's Heroes, and it was about American POWs. It was a comedy. They could have escaped any time they wanted and gone back, but they were doing more to help the war by staying there. Colonel Klink was the guy in charge. That's your Jerry Jones. Sergeant Schultz, the guy who walks around and says, I know nothing. That's Mike McCarthy. The last time Micah Parsons was a Lion, he was wearing a nasty white jersey playing for the Nittany Lions.
Man.
I am glad that you guys paid Dak $40 million because now you're stuck with him. You broke it. You buy it. You're in cap hell. You have no running game. And I don't, you know that meme on Facebook where Homer Simpson backs into the bushes?
Yep.
That's Dan Quinn today. I love it.
This is
Get
great.
right they put of my Lions at the beginning of the year. I kept receipts. Wolchek and Chiapalo, ultimate homers. They'll still come up with something, but you boys keep it real.
Man, I picked the Lions.
Love you, bro. Well, he didn't mention
You
it.
did, yeah. He didn't. Yeah, he didn't.
That was legendary, dude. I don't think he was. I think that was just all off the top, too. I think he was freestyling.
No, yeah, I don't think that
there.
was written down. He just crushed
At
that.
like 7 o'clock in the morning on a Monday, just ready to crush.
I.e.
Oh, are you guys good?
We're good. Yeah, good.
Matt Hicks, I wanted to play this one yesterday, but it was Cowboys heavy. You know what I mean? Cowboys reaction heavy, I guess you could say. Yeah. Matt Hicks with his Mitch Garver grand slam.
Yes.
Put a little sauce on it.
The 3-1. Swinging a high fly ball deep out into left field. Hayes going back. Mitch Garver, can you take me higher? You most definitely can. A grand slam for Mitch Garver to give Texas a 9-2 lead.
Glorious. Unbelievable. At 9-2, I still wasn't sure if it'd be enough.
You never really are with the way we've seen this team go this year.
Yeah.
Over under 1.5 on Creed home run calls that we get tonight. Little sprinkles. I'm taking the over on that.
I think so, yeah. I hope they don't overdo it.
Yeah, I think I'd go with the under. I think you might get one.
I wouldn't mind doing some Creed karaoke today. If you
We
guys
can do
are
it.
up for it. Maybe we
I'm
can
in.
get some Tolos if they're coming by the
Yeah.
broadcast position. You want to sing some Creed karaoke? Show us what you got. Be here at 5:20.
Tell me. Hey, I seen this one last night. I saved it to my DMs. It was RG3 talking about Lamar Jackson. Last night, I thought he said it. I was, okay, listen to, he said Lamar Jackson is fighting for his life, all right?
Okay.
Listen to that little part.
Lamar Jackson needs to be better. He needs to do this. The real question we need to ask is he getting enough out of the guys around him on offense before we start talking about his contract? He's out there fighting for his fudging life, man. I don't know what more the guy can do.
What?
That's what I said. I was like, that is uncharacteristics of my guy RG3 right there.
Did he say fudging? F-U-D-G-I-N-G?
Good for you. Listen, I seen this
See,
last
I think
night.
he's playing with us.
Listen, I seen this last night before I went to bed, and I was thinking he actually felt it.
Out of the guys around him on offense before we start talking about his contract. He's out there fighting for his fudging life, man. I don't know what more the guy can do.
I was like,
fudging. That sounded fudging. That's fudging.
So check this out. Good for y'all. Y'all got better ears. I had to play it a few times, right?
No, you know what? On the second time, it sounded more like the bad word than the good word.
Yeah, well, because last night I thought the same thing you did, LA, especially Ryan Clark's reaction. Yeah. Ryan Clark on the set thought he said it.
Drops his head.
Yeah.
That's when you say, well, I nearly shipped my pants.
Exactly.
You know, it's that whole bit.
So
RG3's bringing it.
So I checked his Twitter timeline this morning to see if there was any reaction to that right there, and he did react to it. And he said fudging. And I was like, no, you didn't, bro. No, you did not. But then he released the receipts.
Hearing guys talking about, oh, well, Lamar Jackson needs to be better. He needs to do this. The real question we need to ask is he getting enough out of the guys around him on offense before we start talking about his contract? He's out there fighting for his fudging life, man. I don't know what more the guy can.
And then I said, who says fudging like that?
Dion's about
Dion. That would be a Dion.
He knew
Dion
what he
would
was
give you a
doing.
fudging.
Now Dion would say he's fighting for his goddamn life out there.
That's amazing.
I'm with it, man. It's fun.
Yeah. Now I need your help on this one. I need your participation here, General Dawson.
Okay, I'm in.
They went crazy in the studio after Christian Pulisic's match-winning kick. Did you see that joint?
I have not seen the goal yet.
But it did happen. Are you aware of this? No, I'm asking you.
Are
you aware of this?
I'm not sure how I did not hear about this.
Okay.
Pulisic's in my Google alerts.
Yeah.
He's your guy.
Okay, yeah.
Let me see this goal, though.
Yeah, apparently he went crazy on this match-winning goal, and so did they went crazy in the studio. Go look it up while I play this.
Okay.
Sì, Pulisic! Pulisic!
Vai.
È gol, Thomas, è gol!
Puli! Sic! Puli! Sic! Puli! Sic! Puli! Sic!
Oh
What is going on?
gosh. They got loose in that joint, man.
Christian Pulisic celebration for AC Milan. He has been playing well.
Okay.
And I know they're excited about him
Finally,
over there.
yes.
Yeah.
That's super. He said finally. Hilarious.
Well, Chelsea wouldn't play him. Chelsea wouldn't play him.
They wouldn't play him.
Well, he kept getting hurt, but now he's staying
Hamstring
healthy and he's
issue
playing
all the
well,
time,
and the coach
yeah.
actually likes him. Yeah, it's tough out there for an American. All right, you want to vote, Lucius?
Yeah, sure, man.
All righty, we got a Christian Pulisic goal celebration.
That was in the studio. They went nuts, man.
Yeah,
they went nuts.
Yeah,
you should see the video. The old man got up and started walking around and hitting everybody on the face. He had no business getting up and walking around. Looked like he needed some help, but he got up.
I do think the Italians might be the most insane about soccer. I mean, they have regular match fixing. They just want to win. And that was like 89th minute. You know, there's like 2 minutes to go, and you win the game. It was 0-0. Is it a crazy reaction to Pulisic's goal? Is it RG3 on Lamar Jackson? He's running for his fudging life. Is it Matt Hicks' grand slam call, or I'm a diehard Lions fan on Sean and RJ show? A lot of good ones. I'm going to go with the Matt Hicks call, though. It's in the air for me. How about you, Chief?
Yeah, I'm going to go. I'm going to go with Hicksy.
Lucius?
Yeah, Jeff, the Lions fan, and Keller.
Vote for the champ, Brian. What do you say? Wolchuk, what do you say?
I'll go with Hicksy.
3-1, Brian.
I'm going to go with the Lions fan, please.
By a score of 3-2, your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It's Matt Hicks' grand slam call. Can you take me higher? Creed is in the air. That's Creed. And the Rangers pregame is coming up in less than 4 hours now.
Really good cologne, but got kind of played out because everybody jumped on it at the same time.
Okay.
So you smell like every guy that's ever been over her house. So don't wear that one. Really good cologne, though.
But did it have anything to do with Apollo Creed?
No.
Okay. And not the song, not the band either?
No.
Just Creed. I guess it is a good word. Okay, Brian, where are we going now, Krusty's Corner?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you how open are these Cowboy receivers, really. We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning.
month at Classic Chevrolet, like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
We're counting you down to the Rangers. 6:30 pregame, 7:03 first pitch. The G-Bag Nation live at the Globe this afternoon. NFL News of the Day is coming up at 3 o'clock. Time now for the Krusty's Corner here with Brian Broaddus. David Murphy's coming up at 3:20, by the way. David Murphy, 3:20. Here's Broaddus.
There you go. Thank you very much. And again, thanks to John Blake for getting us Cody Bradford today. That was a good
clutch.
Good get right there. And nice to hear him enjoying his time right now. All right. Hey, when you watch these Dallas Cowboys play, we watch this offense. We all have questions about the offense. I was not. There's a reason why it's Krusty's Corner. I was not an analytics guy. I was not into numbers. I was not into. But there's things you can learn. There's things you could take these numbers that I get. I have this ability now with these next gen stats of working with the Cowboys, and it's part of their package. And they're like, hey, Brian, take a look at this kind of. And I'll tell you what, man, I have
information is good.
Information is really good, and it helps you along the way when it comes to, okay, well, why are you seeing this? Is it really, can you apply this to that and be able to kind of make it all make sense? And I've been in some discussions with folks on Twitter or on the different platforms. How open are these Cowboy receivers really getting?
That's a huge question. Watching the game, and Dak is looking, and he's kind of running around, and he ends up taking a sack on a couple of different occasions where you're like, you had plenty of time to throw it. What are you looking into right now? Just nobody open?
Right. I always wonder that, because you can watch the All-22, which I totally encourage. If you're one of these guys or gals that really wants to, you don't have to be a former scout. You could watch this stuff. You could go back, run it back, look at it. You say, oh man, that looked like he missed that block. Oh wait, what did Dak see here? You're just trying to learn. You're trying to better yourself. But I'm taking these numbers now from this next gen stuff, and I've applied it to what the Cowboy receivers and the way that next gen breaks it down is fascinating. They talk about open. If a receiver's open, 3+ yards, that's considered of separation. That's considered open. Neutral to them is if it's 1 to 3 yards. Okay. So that would be a neutral situation. Tight window is 1 or less.
Got it.
That would be the tight window.
And under Kellen Moore, there was a lot of tight window throws that Dak had to force in because receivers were not creating separation.
Right. You go through and you look at each individual receivers, and I also added Jake Ferguson to this list. Sure. Just to kind of see where the offense,
Jerry wants him thrown to the tight end.
Wants him absolutely.
And that one play might have been the most separation a receiver got.
Yeah. So you're when you look at CeeDee Lamb, of open targets he's had 17 targets that have been considered open, 16 receptions for 166 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions on those open targets. When it's neutral, he's right at that's 1 to 3. He's 16 targets, 11 receptions for 192 yards, 1 touchdown, no interceptions. So open, he's right around for the percentage of targets, right about 49%. For the neutrals, he's right about 46%. But 16 targets, 11 receptions. Tight window throws. Where do you think he's at on tight window throws? If you had to say, and it's what's sad is there's been, well, not sad but good. There's only been 2.
Sure.
Do you think he's had? I mean, tight window receptions. Where do you think he's at? He's only had 2 what they've considered tight window throws. Do you think he's got the 2 or he doesn't got the 2?
I think he's 1 of 2.
Yeah, I would guess maybe 1 of 2.
He's 0 of 2. He's 0 of 2. He hadn't caught a tight window ball yet this year. 2 opportunities, no catches there. But okay, they're finding a way to be open or even the neutral part.
What kind of to marry this with your film? What kind of routes are they different significantly from last year?
I think that's a whole nother study because I was going back and I'm going to look at that. And my next Krusty's Corner, I do want to look at the routes.
Yeah.
Because They have it broken down that way. I just was kind of curious. Well, where are they all? Are they open? Are they not? I promise you, when I have Thursdays, because we do the breakdown of the Chargers Wednesday and Thursday. Friday, I'm going to go through the routes is what they want to do, and I'll give you an idea on that one as well. When you look at Michael Gallup, 36% of his percentage of the targets. 8 targets considered open, 7 receptions, 73 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. Neutral routes, 36%, 8 targets, 6 receptions, 77 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. Tight windows, he's at 27%. He's at 6 targets, 2 receptions for 30 yards, 1 interception. We saw that the other day on the slant that he run. Now, the percentage of balls that these guys have catch, CeeDee Lamb on the open ones, just to give you an idea, CeeDee Lamb at 94% of the open targets he's going to catch. Neutral routes are 69%, and of course the tight window he hadn't had a reception. Gallup, on the other hand, open 88% receptions, neutral 75%, tight windows he's at 33%. So the number. It seems like to me, the tight window throws have been the problems here.
How tight were the windows Sunday? Would these be tight, neutral, or open?
These would be the majority of them were tight in this game or in this past game.
We couldn't get 1.5 yards of separation.
There was 40 in this game. It was the lowest the Cowboys had in open route situations. It was at 46%. Wow. That was the lowest they've had in any of the 5 games that they've played this year.
But there was an open player on 46% of pass
There
plays?
was an open player on 46% of the routes that they ran. But it was the lowest that they've had all year. This is the one that kind of gets me is Brandon Cooks. Okay? Brandon Cooks is, again, open routes, 26%. 5 targets, 5 receptions. Okay? No touchdowns, no interception. He's 100% catching the football. Neutral routes, 53%, 10 targets, only 3 receptions. That's with separation of 1 to 3 yards right there. No touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Tight window throws. He's had 3 targets, 1 reception, no touchdowns, another interception. So Dak Prescott has thrown the ball to Brandon Cooks in neutral and also in tight windows, and it's resulted in 3 interceptions.
Wow,
for him,
that turned around.
Yeah, and so, but his targets and his receptions are really, really low to begin with. Now, I looked at Jake Ferguson. Is what I did. I looked at Jake Ferguson's numbers, and his open targets are he's got 11 targets, 10 receptions for 98 yards. His neutral, 11 targets for 8 receptions, 72 yards. Tight window throws, 6 targets, 2 receptions, only 5 yards.
Yeah, these are not the tight window routes that Dak excels in.
Right.
That's number 1. Number 2, the offensive coaches have to do a much better job of getting him at least neutral routes. Neutral routes good enough at 67%. We'll take that all day.
See, this is what I see, because I go back and I think about us being at training camp, and I think about the times, and Derek Eagleton asked me this question today on the Cowboys break. He goes, if the team is playing heavy man coverage, what do you do to combat that? You get in bunch formations. Mm-hmm. You use motion. Yep. You know the touchdown that they scored with Turpin was a motion across bunch and then went vertical with the route.
It's their best offensive play of the day.
It's best offensive play of the day. So when you just line up wide and try and win routes one-on-one on the outside, you're probably going to get covered. And like I say, 46% of the routes that the Cowboys that had an open route the other day. And even Brian Schottenheimer said it as well. He's like, we didn't expect them to play that much man coverage.
When he said that it's a copycat league, we're probably going to see that.
Probably going to see some man, but they have got to do a better job of the things that we saw in training camp when it came down to bunch formations, scatter, motion. This team's one of the lowest in the league when it comes to motion again.
Yeah.
We're down to that where it starts off at a nice clip, And then now you're down to about 45, 46% on motions.
And we've never seen them struggle with it. We've never seen problems arise as a result of all this motion we got going on.
Right.
There hasn't been like a downside to it that should make them turn away from it, from my memory.
It's just disappointing, though, that a guy like Cooks, you feel like that you need to, everybody's asking, well, you need to get CD going. No, the guy you need to get going is Cooks.
Yeah, no
But
question.
you just wonder, though, is the neutral throws and the tight window throws have been, but the tight window, they've all been a problem for all these guys.
Yeah.
The Cowboys have got to do a better job on those tight window throws. Got to make something. You got to make plays.
What if all curl routes is actually the answer with Dak? It was mind-numbing for years to see these still shots on Twitter of all the receivers staring at Dak like this.
Right, but it was also a big reason why he was the highest percentage of contested throws, right? Those type of numbers that you're talking about was because of all the curls.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting a very stagnant, unimaginative route concept and passing game in this offense as well. Like I would love to see him in a new age passing attack that is just the scheme is getting guys.
Yeah, that's what you want to see. Yeah,
Purdy's not having to throw into tight windows. It's like, yes, they're going to struggle in tight windows. That's the nature of tight windows. The point is trying to avoid tight windows. Now, obviously, in games, big game quarterbacks, you're going to have to make a couple of those, and that sets you apart. But for the most part, as a play caller, I'm trying to avoid. I'm not surprised that you have low completion percentages in tight windows. Of course you do. The point is to avoid the tight windows. You're not surprised that in 3rd and long you didn't get the first down.
Yeah.
You're trying to avoid being in 3rd and long. How are you helping your wide receivers get open? And you don't you got Michael Gallup who's broken. He ain't getting himself open. That's obvious.
Right.
How are you helping these guys get open?
And they're not as a play caller, but those neutral throws, that to me, I think if you look across the board at the quarterbacks, that's going to separate the better from the good from the great right there. And that's where Dak needs to improve.
Real quick, Dawson, I flicked it over. I know we got to get going here. Hitch routes, Dak is 22 of 27 on the hitch.
Thank you.
On the slant, 12 of 17. He is 5 of 8 on crossing routes, 1 of 7 on corner routes, 2 of 4 on in-cutting routes.
Okay.
I went through it real quick. I know I was talking about I'm going to do it, but I just
I think this is what they got to be studying this week.
Yeah.
Like, do we need to go back to last year's routes? Obviously, the real answer is what Chief has. But what's the most realistic conclusion that the Cowboys are going to reach? I think it's going to be even more stationary receivers.
Right.
I think the issue is multiple players in an area moving around. Dak needs it more linear. And I think that's why the OCs ultimately come back to less receivers on the run for Prescott, Chief. Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see it. But that kind of super motion, it's so many moving parts, and the ball has to be perfectly timed and placed.
But the one time that they did it, he threw probably his best ball of the night, and Turpin was wide open for a touchdown.
One moment isn't the player. I could throw the best ball of the night. The next 40 would probably be incomplete, and I'd be broken at the end of the night.
I think it's more so the stagnant stuff that's causing an issue than it is the motion. I'd like to see more of the motion stuff.
I agree. I totally agree. But how many coaches that are out there are implementing that successfully? The guy that showed up in Denver last year was supposed to be a QB whisperer as well.
Yeah,
not good.
And that failed. It's really because, like I say, you mentioned the crossing routes. Those things are only he's getting 2.5 yards a shot on crossing routes. I mean, that's that's something when you talk about the stuff that on the move. But yeah, we'll carry that on.
Fantastic, Krusty's Corner. I think it's the most interesting Cowboys conversation going on right now. We have David Murphy coming up at 3:20. NFL News of the Day coming up next. Well, Chuck, where are you taking it?
Yeah, we got some big name players that are heading to IR. A player has entered the Dak Prescott Twitter beef, and this Packer was very honest about his team. That's next.
DFW. from our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Shoot, yeah, it's hour 2, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. We're living in a Rangers paradise right now at Globe Life Field. And David Murphy's coming up at 3:20. One of the better players on the World Series teams from 2010 and 2011. Didn't always play. But, boy, when he did, he was out there raking. Heck of an offensive player. David Murphy, big part of those World Series teams in 10 and 11. He's coming up on the show in 15 minutes. Here's Zach Wolchuk with your NFL news of the day.
Thank you very much. An hour and a half away from the doors opening. We will get to the NFL news of the day, but I do want to just give you Rangers lineup. It's out. Marcus Simeon leading off, of course. Corey Seager. Garver staying in the 3-hole. Adolis Garcia. Evan Carter batting 5th. Jonah Heim. Nathaniel Lowe. Josh Young, Leody Taveras, and, of course, nasty Nate Eovaldi.
It's time tonight, baby.
Yeah, it is. And make sure you get on to X, formerly known as Twitter, and get your home run predictions out there for Jared Sandler.
Speaking of Twitter X, I put on, I believe it was Sunday afternoon/evening. I want to apologize for everything I said about Jonah Heim's 2022 interview with us. It doesn't necessarily mean those things were not true.
Right.
But dang it, Heim, I apologize, man. That was a hell of a throw.
Best catcher in baseball right now.
Yeah.
He is absolutely phenomenal. All right, we did get a trade that went down. The Atlanta Falcons are trading for a wide receiver. They have acquired Van Jefferson of the LA Rams for a 2025 6th-round pick and a 7th-round selection in the same year, according to sources. So Van Jefferson, that just didn't seem to work out in L.A. with the Rams. He's now going to Atlanta. They need receiver help. They've got Drake London. They've got Kyle Pitts. That's really about it right now. So Van Jefferson will go over and play with Desmond Ridder and see if he can help out that offense.
Hey, don't forget to show love to our guy Mac Hollins, who is
Mac
a friend
Hollins
of the nosebleed seats. Very interesting individual who doesn't have a television. I don't believe he wears shoes.
He doesn't.
He's
and
very earthy.
You can tell because he is muscular as hell, that dude. He just lives in a weight room, I believe. And was a great interview.
I think he's a pregame baby oil guy, too.
He seems,
and
he does look like it. He glistens.
And he should be, yeah. Biceps are insane.
Sad news, Vikings. Well, we talked about this yesterday, but that hamstring for Justin Jefferson, they are going to place him. The Minnesota Vikings are on IR, so he's going to miss the next 4 games. It makes some sense. They said they were going to take this slow with him. They wanted him to be 100%, but the earliest he can now be activated is for their Week 10 game against the New Orleans Saints, and they're now, according to sources, more open than ever to possibly trade deadline deal sending away Kirk Cousins. Cousins will be a free agent after this year. So maybe there's a team like the Jets, or there's another team out there that's looking at the quarterback position. There's an injury. Washington, who knows what it is. But if a team wants to go get Kirk Cousins, I think the Vikings might be open for business.
Why wouldn't you be, man? I mean, your season, it's going to be, it's toast now. It's toast. So it would be the perfect. They are one of the perfect teams right now that are set up to just go ahead and tank it, dude. Tank it. You got your quarterback on an expiring contract. If you can flip them and try and go land you Caleb Williams or one of these guys in the draft, I think that's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
I wouldn't play Jefferson another snap this year.
Let's keep him healthy. Devon Achane is also expected to miss multiple weeks. Now, he's got a knee injury. He's a candidate for IR as well for the Miami Dolphins. This is a bummer because this dude has just taken over the NFL the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
One of the most explosive players that you can ever imagine. In college football, I remember, Zach, we were watching him play at Texas A&M. I know firsthand watching, he just destroyed LSU in a game,
yes,
that final game of the year. But you just handed him the football, and that guy that could score from any point on the field. It reminded me very much of like watching Fred Taylor back in the day when you just handed him the football and he was able to score that way. But what an explosive player he was.
I like that.
How does he 3rd round, right?
Third round. We were shocked. We thought he'd be in the 2nd round. And when the Cowboys were on the clock, he was the guy we were thinking.
This is where, and you're going to say, oh, well, they got him in the 3rd round. And to me, it's like, he's a much better player than a 3rd-round player. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, but everybody goes, oh, you can get these running backs in the 3rd round. Like, and you really can. You really can.
Well,
I mean, that showed that.
But
I'm sitting there thinking, like, okay, the scouts in the world were idiots that didn't try and think about, oh, this is a 3rd-round guy. This guy was so much better of a player than like what you would think. Well, if you put him in the third round, you're really not doing that guy a.
No,
you're not. You're thinking, well, we got running backs. You can find them anywhere, kind of a thing.
You redraft. He's not going in the third round.
There's no way in hell.
Somebody else.
But he did. Eric will remind me. He went in the third round, and
I'll never let you forget it, man. And the Cowboys felt like, we should go off an injury, hand $11 million guaranteed to this running back.
Yeah,
it's just
this non-love for running backs has got to change someday. Someday it's going to change.
Yeah, eventually. I mean,
I might be at the lake, and you might be doing a show, and I'll be listening. I bet you one day you'll say, "Oh, these running backs, you got to have them. You got to have these guys."
It's not that you don't got to have them. You do got to have them, but it's just where you
don't
can
respect
find them.
running backs.
I do respect them.
Your team, the Miami Dolphins, are a better team because of him.
Correct.
Yeah,
but
I got him in the third round.
It's not that you don't play. Yes, it's not that you don't. You neglect
don't
a running back in
backs.
your lineup.
Yeah,
it's just.
I wish somebody else. I wish Buffalo or somebody else would have drafted him.
Hey, Eric, what position did you play in high school?
Running back.
I played linebacker.
Linebacker. Pay attention. Broadus is a scout. He scouted you. Yes, you do not like running backs. That is your whole job, is to hit running backs.
In Eric's defense,
Thank you.
I would ride after
like
what
that.
Cam McDaniel did. That was some BS stuff.
Yeah,
trying to jump over.
Him and his dad are so happy they got this guy.
I'd be scarred.
Yeah, Dad, we got him in the third round. We're so smart.
Heck yeah.
He's running for a 75-yard touchdown on TD Tuesday.
Guy's a hell of a player.
Oh, yeah.
What happened? He got hurt. Should have been picking the first.
James
It
Conner.
really is the perfect example of running backs, though. He gets picked in the third round, and then also he's been good as a third rounder. Like, wow, so you can find him in the middle of the draft. You don't have to spend a top 10 pick on Bijan Robinson to have a very successful running back. And, oh, by the way, that same successful running back is already hurting on IR because of the nature of the beast of the position.
No, you're unfair.
A-Chan is the perfect example of why you can draft running backs.
I'm not listening to you anymore because of your look. This I tell you what, this Richardson quarterback, he's got the body armor. He's a good-looking guy. He's been hurt more now in his first 5 games than any other big-body quarterback that you.
Healthy.
That was your guy. This is a durable, sturdy guy. He's hurt like every game.
When your guy Will Levis gets on the field, if he gets an opportunity, then we can have
I'll tell you what. There's going to be
quarterbacks we like.
But what are you talking about?
Anthony
Will Levis? I
Richardson,
told you
he's
this Purdy guy could play. You didn't listen to me to that.
You said Purdy.
Oh, hey, Gavin acknowledges on my.
Jury's still out on Sam Howell, though.
Hey, Walchuk's got more NFL news to get us.
Well, I mean, I do have more running back news. Ironically, James Conner's been placed on IR, guys.
No.
That's a bummer for the
Here's another guy.
Cardinals as we stay on the
another
running
guy
back
that just
conversation.
lit you up.
Okay, we are here at the Globe, though.
Where did he get drafted?
James Conner.
Yeah, he had a. Remember, didn't he have the problem?
I still think he was
cancer.
I think he was actually still a second or third round pick out of Pitt. Yeah, taken by the Steelers. But we're out here at Globe Life Field. Last night, Monday Night Football, Joe Buck and Troy Aikman doing the call. Of course, Troy, he's going to go ahead and give a little love to his Texas Rangers. Here's the exchange between Joe and Troy.
Speaking of October, how about my Rangers?
Now they're.
I'm on that bandwagon. You bet I am.
I'll give you $100 if you can name 4 players for the Rangers.
You know, there was a time when I didn't have to work with you in October.
Topic change.
I don't know what happened to those days.
Those are long gone. You're stuck. My Rangers.
I tell you,
call him out for it.
Come on, Troy.
There was a time where I didn't have to work with you in October. Oh man! But yeah, you'd think that maybe he could name 4. We got a lot of studs on this lineup.
I did appreciate how he said Rangers like George W. Bush
My
does.
Rangers.
My Rangers.
Josh McDaniels got bailed out last night. According to Next Gen Stats decision guy, Josh McDaniels made that call by kicking a field goal on 4th and 2 from the Green Bay 34, up 17-13, 2 minutes left. The model recommended you need to go for this. It was one of the worst calls of the season, according to Next Gen Stats. Yeah. He gets bailed out because, of course, there's an interception that gets thrown. Now, Jair Alexander, Packers corner, who is one of the best corners in football, he's reflecting. He's looking at his team right now, and he gave a very honest response to kind of where this team's at. Here's Jair.
Yeah, I think at this point it's pretty obvious that the defense has to not give up any touchdowns, I think that's a part of being self-critical of our defense because, the offense is pretty young, and they're still figuring out their mojo. So, the defense, we gotta be the ones to score and stop them from scoring.
We're going to have to win the game for them, guys.
We got to be the ones to score and stop them from scoring. We got to do everything.
We can't give up a singular touchdown in any game if we expect to win, and we understand that as a defense.
You can't win games in the NFL and still lose.
It's rare that the player says what he says to his family when he gets home. Yeah, apparently we got to score and stop them from scoring, Mom. I don't know what to tell you.
Let me tell you, the worst coaching decision by far, Mario Cristobal.
Oh, 100%.
At Miami.
No doubt. You got to take a knee.
98% win opportunity. Georgia Tech, no timeouts, clock running, and all he has to do is kneel and they win. He runs the ball.
Yeah, it was
and
terrible.
And a fumble. And in 2 plays later, Georgia Tech scores the game-winning touchdown.
The offensive coordinator is taking responsibility for that. I don't know, maybe just covering for his head coach. The game-winning touchdown call of Georgia Tech whenever we're able to do TD Tuesday is great. That will probably be the best call of TD Tuesday.
Let's mix it into the college football hangover because I did want to address that. I thought that was hilarious.
All he had to do was kneel it. And they win that football game.
And speaking of incompetence on the field last night, at one point you saw Preston Smith, the defensive lineman, one-on-one in coverage out of the slot on Devontae Adams.
Oh, that's
so. Of course, that went for a 20-plus yard gain there. But I don't know who the Packers defensive
quarterback didn't throw 4 yards out of bounds.
No,
it's Joe Barry.
They don't all do
Joe
that.
Barry.
Apparently.
That's the defensive coordinator. I believe the
Good
Packers
spiral.
is Joe Barry.
Jimmy Garoppolo found a way to get it to him.
He was Rod Marinelli's son-in-law.
Oh, okay.
Okay, a little nepotism. I like
so
it.
Lucius yesterday played Dante Whitner talking about Dak.
Yeah, he did.
Basically said that he sucks, period. So Tyreek Hill, quote, tweeted that, said, "What's up with the old heads?" Dante Whitner replies and says, "You're fast, but you're lucky. I'd have killed you on that field. Mind your business, homie." Now he's since deleted that tweet, but I love Cowboys Nation defending Dak Prescott, and everyone now is posting old videos of Dante Whitner going back to Dak's rookie season, and he just absolutely truck sticks him as he's running out of bounds. And then Jesse Holley just obliterating by Dante Whitner when the Cowboys were playing in San Francisco as they're just digging up old trash of Dante Whitner just stinking on the football field.
He went after Clarence Hill, right?
He did.
He went after Hill, and Chill went back at him.
Chill got him good.
Chill got him good.
Keep my guy's name out your bleeping mouth, Dante Whitner.
I think I saw Dave Hillman back on the Fox show today, and Shady said Dak was ass.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did.
So that's going viral as well.
Yeah, he did. Byron Leftwich has reached out to the Steelers about possibly joining their staff as the Steelers fans are still chanting "Fire Matt Canada." Mecole Hardman is being shopped by the New York Jets for those teams out there that want to acquire a wide receiver. And how about Josh Norman, the old nemesis of Dez Bryant? He is back in the NFL at 35 years old as the former All-Pro is signed with the Buffalo Bills. And nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
What are they doing?
I guess nobody else is available that's better. I don't know.
I mean, you were picking Xavier Rhodes off his couch in the playoffs last year.
That's a good point.
I mean, that's the nature of the beast at the cornerback position.
All right, sorry, I just had a burp fit there.
You okay?
Getting after the Diet Coke a little bit here. It is Tolo Tuesday here, a Toxic Tuesday, if you will. The G-Bag Nation live at the Globe, where the pregame is going to be underway at 6:30 and the first pitch at 7:03. Yes, I am doing great. Thank you, Wolchuk. Thanks for asking. And even better now that David Murphy is set to join us, the Rangers legend, gives us his thoughts on tonight's game and what the Rangers have to do to get the dub next to the Fan.
Quality sports takes with laughs along the way.
Sounds like a show to me.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
You see them on TV these days. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Yeah, in 2010, David Murphy hit 291 and 471 plate appearances. He hit himself 12 homers. And the next year, another World Series year, 275 with 11 bomb skis and 440 plate appearances. He was a big reason for the Rangers' success 12 and 13 years ago, and he joins us now here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon to you, Dave. How you doing?
Good afternoon to you. 12 and 13 years ago, man. You're making me feel old.
You and me both. Man, I got to North Texas in 2010. That was my first year on the air here at The Fan, and man, that was just an incredible ride, and I look forward to talking about those days with you. Let's talk about this team, though, David. What surprised you most about this run they're on?
I don't know if I'm surprised. I mean, I think maybe everybody's surprised a little bit that, they hit some ups and downs big time in the last few months of the season and just played inconsistent baseball. So it was easy once they lost the division for everybody to kind of write them off. Everybody was kind of thrilled that they made the playoffs, but whether it's radio interviews, I've had a chance to speak on the team a few different times. But the thing that I loved going into the postseason, if you would have listened to any national radio source, any main TV source talking about the Rangers, nobody had them favored. Everybody had the Rays beating them. Then they move on to this series. Everybody had the Orioles beating them. So it's great to be an underdog in the postseason. You can kind of play free and easy, and when you have the talent that the Rangers have, you may be an underdog on paper. I don't know if it's something that they took it personally or, they just got refreshed after just that long, hard run and losing out on the division. But either way, it's working.
Murph, as a former outfielder yourself and a guy who actually ranks third all-time in Rangers postseason walks, what stood out to you about a guy like Evan Carter and just how his plate discipline seems every single night? This dude, Full Count Carter, he's living up to the nickname.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously when you're a young guy and there's really not a big book on you, there's not a ton of video for pitchers to go back and watch. And when you're playing with that rookie swag where it's kind of like, once again, you're playing with nothing to lose. So it seems like anything that's in the middle of the plate that's a strike, he's barreling. And he's laying off the close borderline pitches. And there's been a few close borderline pitches that he's getting calls on, and a lot of times they don't give the rookies the benefit of the doubt. So this is a talent that obviously is going to be right in the middle of the Rangers lineup for years to come. You look at him and Josh Young, and obviously you throw a guy like Wyatt Langford in there. Simeon and Seager are locked up for a while. So, man, it's a fun lineup to watch. And Evan Carter just talk about the total package. He makes a diving catch the other day. He steals bases. He hits for power. He's hitting for average. It's not like there's been plenty of guys that jump onto the scene and don't have the type of career that, their early days suggest. But this seems like a guy that's going to play in the big leagues for 15 years. He's going to be an all-star, multiple times. And that is the base. That's the bottom floor right there. I feel like, he could even be more than that in his career. We'll see.
I mean, he's just laying off everything outside of the zone better than anybody in baseball. What do you think? How does that change, as we go into next year and more tape gets out there on him? And then also, how much better can he get against lefties, which seems to be maybe his only soft spot there in his profile right now?
Yeah, I think, first question, it's huge just because we saw what a dynamic lineup this has been from beginning to end. Obviously, I mentioned kind of August and September, there were some tough spots, and you're not going to hit from beginning to end. Offense is going to come and go. But when you have the depth, you look at the top in Simeon and Seager, and then you look at the bottom, obviously early in the season it was Duran and it was Tavares. Those guys were hitting right around 300. Their OPS was around 800 or so, and they were setting the table for the top, and obviously the guys in the middle were doing their job too. So he's just another productive hitter in that chain right now. And Man, you can't ask me two questions. I forgot the second question.
Okay, yeah. How much better can he get against lefties?
Oh, I think that's that's to come. Figuring out hitting lefties in the big leagues and those left-on-left matchups. I think with a guy with his talent package and his skill set, it's only natural that it's going to come. So obviously he's being exposed in the later days of the regular season, and no matchup is going to be easy during the postseason. So I think it's inevitable that it's going to come. I think it's more of a timing thing. You got to make sure your timing is there, and you're a little bit earlier than you would be against the righty, just because you're not going to see the ball as long. That'll help you recognize the breaking ball. But he's already got such good plate discipline. I think that's going to help him to lay off the slider, off the plate, like we see so many lefties chase against the left-handed pitcher. But, it's kind of a wash. We'll see what he does here in the postseason. But, for the rest of his career, he's only going to get better, and he's going to be fine.
Rangers legend David Murphy with us here in the G-Bag Nation. And Murph, we're here at Globe Life Field. We're getting ready for the first home playoff game in this building. What do you remember from the home games across the street here at Globe Life Park, the energy, the fans? I mean, it's so special when you get into postseason baseball, as you know better than anyone. Yeah, there's nothing like it. If anything, as a baseball player, you have to calm yourself down over the course of 162 on top of spring training, and then the postseason is basically an 8th month to the season, and so by the time you get there, you're exhausted. But you're so used to playing a little bit worn down and not 100%, and then you get to the postseason, you have that little jolt of adrenaline. So it's like you feel like you're swinging at 80%, but your effort level is through the roof, and so it's like you're pulling your head. Your mechanics aren't exactly what they are, so you've got to learn to kind of tone it down a little bit. Like I always said, you're playing baseball with a football type of intensity, and that's not necessarily the way that baseball is meant to be played.
Murph, what makes baseball players so much fun? That they just they'll embrace anything, and it just seems like, it's such a long journey for the season for all these games, but it just seems like baseball players that we interact with, they're just so much fun to be around. What makes you guys so much fun?
Maybe it's just kind of getting back to what I just said. When you play 162 and the game kind of wears you down, and you have a lot of opportunity for success over the course of a full season, but you have a lot of opportunity for failure also. So maybe it's just the fact that we play every single day, so it kind of it allows us to kind of be numb to that everyday intensity and kind of taking the game too serious, because if you played long enough, you've made plenty of mistakes and you've made a fool out of yourselves at times. So maybe I don't know the right way to say it. It's not like they don't take the game seriously enough, because there's plenty of intensity there, but I think they don't, in a way, they don't take it too seriously, and they're able to kind of just be good-natured day in and day out and throughout the course of the season. And I think that carries into the postseason also.
Would you get down there and sing some Creed with them if you were still on the team? You heard about this Creed deal they're doing?
Yeah, I have. It kind of reminds me of, I know that Chris Davis wasn't on those teams very long. He was traded to Baltimore, but, he would always find a way he would just do this thing where he would go, yeah, and to any song, not just the Creed song, but, and it's funny because I talked about, feeling old, and that's just, Creed was right, 20 years ago or so. So just the fact that they're bringing it back around, I think it makes it a little bit more fun for us that are a little bit of an older generation.
Yeah, it's great. I don't know if they're laughing with us or at us, but I enjoy the bit, man. I'm sure it's kicking off the chemistry quite a bit before these games. Now, I did want to ask you about your 2011 team. Well, I mean 2010 or 2011, but I mean, just thinking of the names, you guys would put 7 or 8 out there that could really hurt you in a big way, and the other 2 guys were not slouches either. But how do you compare that to this year's group? And obviously through Rangers history, going back to the 90s as well, like when the Rangers make the playoffs, their offenses are just nasty. How do you compare and contrast them over the years?
Yeah, I think it's hard to compare and contrast over time. When you look at what we had with Ian and Michael at the top, and Josh, when he was on his game, he was as good as anybody in the middle. You throw in Beltre there in 2011. It was Vladdy there in 2010. Both of those guys are Hall of Famers. And then, Mike Napoli was hitting 7th in 2011. And if we would have pulled it off in the World Series, he would have been the MVP of that series. So man, so much depth in both of those lineups. Mitch Moreland's hit 9th, and his name has popped up a few times just, when Evan Carter was hitting there in the 9 hole, and it kind of made me think of how, Mitch was not an easy out at all. He had some great postseason runs for those teams, and very, very productive at bat. So, yeah, 1 through 9, when you are hitting on all cylinders, and even, say a guy like Marcus Semien, he hasn't even really gotten hot yet, or Nathaniel Lowe, who hit in the 3 hole for most of the season. Like, that's why it's so important that 5 or 6 year guys are hitting at one time, and then, you kind of pass the baton from series to series, because that if you give Marcus Semien enough games, he's going to get hot with the type of regular season that he had. But it's just offense is so much fun to watch. We saw the Braves get hot last night and have a big comeback win, and that's what makes postseason baseball so much fun.
Murph, not to get ahead of ourselves here, but if you're in that Ranger clubhouse, do you want to take on the Astros in the next series, or do you kind of want to avoid them a little bit?
No, I mean, obviously the Astros had their way with the Rangers a little bit in early September, and it was, at Globe Life. So I think the Rangers are playing with a lot of confidence right now, and I don't really think they care who they play. They're focused on moving on to the next round. They know that they are going to have to beat the best to get to the World Series and hopefully beyond. So since the Astros have been the class of the American League since 2017, what better way to get to the World Series than to go right through them? But obviously, like you said, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. They're in the driver's seat in this series with Baltimore, but Baltimore's a great team and very capable of winning 3 in a row, so it all starts tonight.
Well, what do you think? Are we going to be popping bottles in Club Rangers tonight and moving on?
I mean, it's hard to imagine with the type of momentum that they have that they're not going to pull it off, especially with the way that Eovaldi threw against Tampa. It's all going to start with him. So if he's anywhere close to the way that he was against the Rays, then I think definitely, because we're coming off a big offensive performance, where they scored 11 runs. And so we're not going to expect that every night, but I don't think it's a stretch for that they're going to put up 5 or 6 tonight. And if they do that, I think with Eovaldi on the mound, the odds are good.
David, we've discovered something over the course of this season about the tactics that hitters will use to make sure that they're as ready as they could possibly be at the plate, going as far as to pee on their hands, according to Jorge Posada, to toughen them up a little bit. From your experience, does that work?
I've never tried that one out on my own. You're talking about professional athletes, and they are professional athletes are as competitive as possible, and they are going to do crazy and quirky things to add success to their game. I've never tried that one specifically. I don't know if I tried anything like that was would be considered in that category, but it doesn't surprise me.
Hands were always pretty tough naturally, Dave?
I use batting gloves. Posada never used batting gloves, so he's got to do something to toughen him up, right?
Exactly. Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate your insights. Enjoy the game, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Thanks for having me, and it's going to be a fun one tonight.
There he goes, David Murphy, the Rangers legend here on 105.3 The Fan. And, man, taking us down memory lane there. I mean, Michael Young on the 2010 team plus Vladdy Guerrero, right? Young out of there. Beltre comes in. I mean, I guess the only difference back then was you still had a thin guy who hit for average early in your lineup. So you'd kick Elvis back to 8 or 9, and you'd put up a stud there in that 2-hole. But I'd love to see these teams go head to head over the years. The '90s Rangers, the 2010 Rangers, and these Rangers, just some absolutely legendary mashers that we've been able to enjoy throughout the decades. Okay, football's finest coming up next, Chief. Where are you taking us?
I think we saw something this NFL weekend for the very first time. That's next year in the nation.
Welcoming new listeners to our clubhouse with open arms.
It's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Oh, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. We're live at Globe Life Field in Arlington. We're ready to sing along and do some Creed here. If that's what the players want, that is what they get. Sounds like they have a heck of a bit going, and they've used it to take them higher. So join us here at the Globe. It's time now for Chiefs football finest.
It appears Leote just took to the podium here at Globe Life Field and was taken aback at just how many media members were there to be there for his podium pregame here. He's like, oh snap! This is I guess the way it feels. Postseason baseball. Welcome to it, Leote.
Did he say oh snap?
He said, oh my God.
Did he?
Yeah. He said
I just wondered if he said, oh, snap.
No,
like
Kennedy Landry has the quote of, oh, my God, and he's apparently, like, his eyebrows are raised, and he walks out to the podium, and he just can't believe there's, like, a sea of media members here, and it's like, this is what the playoffs are like, man. This is what the playoffs are like.
You're popular now.
Yeah.
Oh, snap.
Now, a couple of things football-wise. I think we saw something on Sunday that we've never seen before. If you guys want to go into your DMs, we'll discuss it here in just a moment. It was in Detroit.
Did you slip in my DMs?
I slid into yours.
Slid right in there.
I slipped into Walchuk's, but I slid into yours.
What name are you under?
Okay.
Now, what I want to discuss from a Cowboys standpoint, it's just maddening. One of the things they've done over the last few years where they're paying guys off injury. It's like, okay, it's Jalen Smith. You got one of these knees that we've never seen before. Drop foot. We'll go ahead and give you a contract. Dak, we don't want to pay you. We don't want to pay you. Okay, you broke your leg. Let's go ahead and pay you. They just did it. They did it with Michael Gallup. Okay, you tore your ACL, Michael, for sure. We don't need Amari Cooper anymore. We need you off that ACL injury. Let's see. Terrence Steele and Tony Pollard are also the latest. And it doesn't seem like any of these players or those contracts are contracts you wish you. Now, with Pollard, you didn't give him a long-term deal, but you guaranteed him for this year. He's eating up over $10 million of your dollars that could have been allocated elsewhere.
I think you do need some sort of an assurance at the position. And maybe they were in a spot where they couldn't have the for sure thing anywhere. So they were willing to sacrifice like dollar per production for a certainty that we're not going to be stuck with Rico Dowdle and possibly a Deuce Vaughn who can't play. You know, like, it's easy to get players out of college if you're constantly bringing him in and churning over the bottom of the deal, right? You're going to find a running back eventually. But, like, you know, Ronald Jones, they had nothing there. I don't hate the Cowboys for doing that deal with Tony Pollard. I know I agree with you, you know, in spirit, though.
Yeah. I was just surprised they didn't draft a guy. Like, this class, and Brian and I talked about it, there were loads of good running backs to take. I was very surprised they did not come
Eric
out
would
with
have
that
thrown a
draft
fit
taking
if we
guy.
had.
No, I'd have been fine if you took a guy in the third or fourth round. I think we talked about it all offseason. I would have rather done that than given 10 guaranteed millions of dollars to a running back off an injury.
It's okay, Eric. Don't worry about it.
I'm with you, man. They should have taken a guy.
You know, the thing, Eric, that's interesting, though, and this is where I really did agree with you, because the thought about bringing Zeke back and the fact that you're already paying dead money and then giving him another $4 million.
They might be missing Zeke.
That's what?
Well, might be missing Zeke.
What did he just say?
I'll show you where they're not missing Zeke here in a second, but I just wanted to the grandmaster plan of now years in the making of paying guys off an injury is not something that's worked out. And now,
that part of it, there you go.
You know, and so that's it's not just to harp on Pollard, right? But it's all these guys. Terrence Steele, you just gave him a new contract off the ACL, and hopefully he gets back to being himself. I think we'd all agree he's been a bit of a shell of himself, and then it all came to fruition versus Joey Bosa or Nick Bosa on Sunday, where he allows 8 pressures and he recorded an 8.4 pass blocking grade, which is on a scale to 100. So he got 8.4% of his opportunities were like a thumbs up. The rest of them you got smoked. So that's where he's at. We know Michael Gallup. He's the guy you just paid off an ACL. He hasn't been himself.
That's kind of their MO, though, right?
That's their track record is doing that.
That's like they gave money to Barry Church off an Achilles.
Yeah, and that's the point.
Okay, and that's even going back even further to Barry Church. Like there's great examples of this, and it's extremely frustrating. And so I just gave you the numbers on Terrence Steele there, not looking great for you. You know Michael Gallup's not looking good, and then just pulled up just one of my favorite things to look at when you're deciding about running backs and how they're performing right now. The only person who is worse at forcing missed tackles right now at the running back position than Tony Pollard is Ezekiel Elliott. They are both right now, out of 38 running backs, Tony Pollard is 37th in terms of missed tackles forced per touch. Zeke is the only one worse than him. So both of those guys are struggling right now, and it's just an issue that I have with the Cowboys wanting to pay players off an injury. It doesn't seem like the smartest thing, and to this point in the season, the guys they've recently paid off injuries, it's not really working out for them either. And so that's extremely discouraging. Kurt Warner's got a really good breakdown about the lack of details in the Cowboys offense, which is something that we know Kellen Moore struggled with, some of the fine-tuning and guys that are real good professionals, former quarterbacks, things like that, saying, yeah, there's some details that are off here. I think McCarthy lended voice to that, and now there's a 5-minute clip that Kurt Warner just put out showing you the lack of details currently in this offense.
Well, he is on the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Kurt Warner is really good, too, and he does a lot of Cowboy content.
He's fantastic.
Yeah, he's awesome. He's awesome. He's a guy from the greatest show on turf. He knows what respectable offense looks like.
People of Mike Martz.
Yeah.
There's a guy that put a lot of attention to detail.
So I'd encourage you to look at that. And then finally, here the thing that I don't think I've ever seen this before. Did you guys see the clip that I sent you?
Yes. I didn't think you could snap a ball between the quarterback's legs.
Well, Ben Johnson finds a way to get it done.
Is it off to the side? I thought it was
between his legs.
What
we have here.
Between the legs, yeah.
I thought that was a rule you could not do that.
No,
really?
you can.
Evidently, you can. I was under the impression that you could not.
So what you have is the Detroit Lions with a great young offensive coordinator, Ben Johnson, who's going to go get a head coaching gig probably in this offseason. He has Jared Goff under the center, and here's an I formation single back. He's got the running back
Robinson
lined up right behind the quarterback there. And what you'll see is the center snaps the ball between the legs of Jared Goff, who is under center.
Right.
Snaps it between his legs. It doesn't roll it. He keeps it in the air, and it goes right to the running back. And then Jared Goff just peels off, and Montgomery just hits the hole, and he gets 12 yards.
Yeah, that's a running back that the Lions did sign this free agency. He's scored a touchdown every game that he has played in a Lions.
You're not supposed to be able to do that.
Awesome.
You can go over the head if he's in shotgun, but if you go between his legs, it's supposed to be a false start.
See, the thing about it is, the thing about it is, now maybe the way they get away with it is that you don't put your hands under center.
Yeah, because he's kind of in a pistol looking. He's not technically under center.
No, he's under center, but he's like standing up and kind of acting like he's doing points.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Though his hands aren't underneath the center. So if you're not underneath, then I think that you could. But if his hands are, you shouldn't be able to.
Okay, well then that's probably it, because you can see in the video, Goff he's basically crotch to butt of the center. You know he's there under center, but he's kind of doing the mic check. He's pointing, and then they snap the ball. So maybe that's the loophole there.
That's the loophole.
I was like, dude, I've never seen this before, and that's what they got going on in Detroit right now, coupled with a bunch of victories.
Thank you much, Giafalo.
That team is really good.
An edition of Football's Finest for you right there as we're live at the Globe. Tovash is here.
He
One
is.
of the great Rangers fans, Tolos, over the years. He's been listening to the fans since I first got here.
I'm disappointed. He usually will throw down that entire Ranger outfit. He's got a uniform.
Yeah.
And I'm really surprised. He must be having to do some work tonight.
So we want to see all you Tolos out there. You're coming to the game. We're just past the center field wall up here on the suite level. You can find us if you're looking pretty good over center field. Okay, so there's 2 hours down and 2.5 to go, G-Bag Nation. A little college football hangover coming up next, guys. Where are you taking it?
Yeah, Walchuk's got you covered on all things that you need to know from a Big 12 college football standpoint, and I'll hit you with the stat of the day and a couple more things next right here in the Nation.
I got to chat with you about my friends at Window Nation before we do anything else, though, because if you want or need new windows,
our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, live at the ballpark in Arlington. Hope you're having a great day. Salute to you, sir. Tolo's everywhere here. There's Mike Leslie. There's Pat Doney down the way. All the media is here to cover this baseball team, and we are here as well. Now, lots going on in the world of sport. We got to talk Cowboys with you, of course, but the world of college football is just absolutely on fire right now, and we're going to get more on that here from the Nosebleed Brothers here in just a second. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboys scout and NFL executive, Super Bowl champion. You have Lucius Alexander back in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. Wolchuk and Chiafalo. And Carter Freeman is coordinating your video at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. If you would like to watch online, you can do that. And you can see the ballpark in the background. Pretty cool. Here they are with the college football hangover. Wolchuk and Chiafalo.
Yes, sir. Thank you very, very much. We have a new leader in the clubhouse in terms of favorite to win the Heisman. Do you guys have any particular guesses here? Everybody loves to talk about Caleb Williams coming into the season. Could the wide receiver out of Ohio State, Marvin Harrison Jr., find a way to get in the mix here? But there's a new man in town.
Washington's Michael Penix, as we like to say.
Mr. Penix, he is the man right now, +2 hundo, the odds-on favorite to be that Heisman Trophy winner. And I know our very own Carter Freeman running the video. He's a college football maven, and he was all on the Huskies coming into this year. And Penix was a stud last year, and now this is a Husky team that I think will be going toe-to-toe and is probably the number one scare if you're USC in the Pac-12. It's like, oh, my gosh, the Huskies could be a legit college football playoff team. He's a huge reason why, and now he is your Heisman favorite.
USC has a real problem playing defense, and it's really and
it's bad.
Yeah, we'll see what Notre Dame. Notre Dame is on a brutal schedule right now, and they lost last week to Louisville, but the week before against Duke, it was a nail biter game for them. We'll see if Notre Dame can throw the ball on USC. USC has really struggled. Triple overtime win against Arizona. A lot of people didn't see that one coming. Colorado, second half was just amazing on offense against that USC defense. I think that's the one thing that just could just destroy USC's chances is their defense. They get one of these games.
Eugene to play Oregon as well.
This could be a problem. Notre Dame might give them a fit, though.
Sure.
Coming up this week.
Penix is the real deal, though. I'd take him. I think he's going to be a good NFL player. Been a long time since Washington was really good. I guess they're good about once a decade.
It's so funny that when you watched him play as a young guy at Indiana, you were watching, you're breaking down tape of some of those Ohio State games and things like that. And you're kind of like, oh, this kid's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Indiana's got really no players, and then they got this guy, and they're kind of in these games. A lot of it because of
and he's a lefty. And it's always different. Like you almost got to train your eyes to just watch how he throws the football.
The ball comes out a little bit way. The receivers got to train it up too. But no, tall, accurate, strong. Mm-hmm. I bet he's got big hands too. That's the way he throws the football.
Yeah, you can tell by the way he spins it, man.
Yeah,
that guy's got some big old hands on him. Feels like at times when he spins it, like does he have a sixth finger on there that's helping that thing ride?
And it arrives into spots so quickly in places where I feel like he's taking care of the receiver by putting it somewhere the defender can't get it. Now, maybe I've just watched games where he's on fire at next level. Maybe that's not his normal, but when I watched him a couple of weeks ago, he blew me away.
Dude, did you guys see the referee absolutely smack the quarterback of Boston College, like truck stick style?
No.
It was a hilarious video. There was a bunch of we've seen a couple of things, I think, in high school football here in Texas where the refs are running into players and getting themselves in trouble. That Georgia Tech-Miami game that we were laughing about earlier because Cristobal is just insane and incompetent. At one point, Georgia Tech's near the goal line, and the center snaps the ball, but because he thinks it's the quarterback right behind him, but it's just the referee who's standing there just like waiting to give them the signals.
They hold the line. They hold them,
He snaps the ball right into the rear end of the referee. But there was, and of course you didn't see this because why are you watching Boston College football games? I only saw it because it went sort of viral on the internet. But you have the Boston College quarterback running directly into the referee. Like, he pulls the ball, he's running up the field, and he runs right into the referee. It's not the referee's fault, but the quarterback gets blown up. Like, the referee's not even trying to hit him, but the quarterback gets truck sticked.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
And it was like, oh, this is, yeah.
Was the ref even getting low for any reason?
No, he was kind of like trying to get out of the way. And the quarterback just runs into him and gets decleated.
That's bad contact balance, isn't it, Brian?
I'd say so, yeah.
I'm just thinking that does not age well for a college football player. Like, the film room after that, everybody talking about how the referee absolutely truck sticked you.
Yeah.
Less than ideal situation.
We're going to want to get in the transfer portal.
It was, and who wants to get in the transfer portal is wide receivers at Iowa. I don't know how they're even being able to recruit, like, competent offensive players.
No more Tim Dwight.
If you're a legit high school player, why would you go to Iowa? It was actually the first time this ever happened under Kirk Ferentz. It was his 307th game, but they had not one single completion to a wide receiver over the weekend.
Oh, my goodness.
You only want to go there if you're a tight end. That is tight end to you.
Well, didn't they have the Michigan quarterback transferred, right? And then he got hurt.
Yeah, Cade McNamara.
McNamara transferred and then got hurt. So and then Kirk Ferentz's son, who's the OC, got up there and was kind of yelling at the media, turn the page on my offense. So they scored 41 points against, somebody that they should have scored 41 points on. And then the last several weeks since he's done that, they haven't been worth a damn.
Really bad.
It's embarrassing.
Iowa football.
Penn State just smashed them.
You're going to want to break out bags of cash to fix that problem.
Yes, and that's a great transition here before Walchuk takes over. You had Georgia obviously putting it on Kentucky over the weekend, which was sort of to be expected there. But it was good to see Georgia. Okay, you're playing some pretty good football. There's been some questions about how well they've been playing. They're supposed to be the best team in the country. But Kentucky's head coach Mark Stoops last night on his radio show was saying, like, hey, man, I know our fans are upset. They have a right to complain, but I would encourage all our fans to just donate more, because that's what those dudes at Georgia are doing. I can promise you, Georgia, they bought some pretty good players. You're allowed to these days. We could use some help.
Yeah.
So that's what you have to do with these coaches now.
You're
like,
money so we can pay these guys.
He's not wrong.
Light a fire under your alumni base.
Absolutely.
I mean, you need alumni that are going off to big, huge corporations and have access to marketing dollars.
Sure.
Like, look for marketing colleges, business colleges to increase their edge with even more money. I think over the next 5 to 8 years, they'll probably have full control over the sport.
I did see that merchandise sale at the University of Colorado is up 800%.
I believe it.
Yes, dude.
I believe their social media following's booming.
And they're actually the admissions too.
Yeah.
Admissions is going up, and then they're 800% on their merch.
Hey, a sales guy at head coach or a guy that's going to get you eyeballs without even trying, one of those two, is going to help you big time.
Makes a difference.
Yeah.
Now, TCU, their quarterback Chandler Morris, who, of course, went to Highland Park here locally, he's going to miss some time. He suffered a leg injury against Iowa State. So their new quarterback is going to be former Rockwall Heath alum Josh Hoover. He's going to start against BYU. Now, Hoover was a stud in high school. Got to watch him play a couple times. 2021 District 10-6A MVP. He's going to make his first start. He came in for Morris, went 11 of 19 for 119 yards, a touchdown, and a pick. So we'll have to monitor how our local guy Josh Hoover does for the TCU Horned Frogs.
Well, that's good that game is not in Provo, because I was with TCU, got my ass kicked.
It's a tough
in
place
Provo.
to play.
Nicest fans in the world when you get your ass kicked. Hey, thanks very much for coming. We hope you have a good trip home and all that. And I'm like, really? I mean, they're like the nicest fans in all of football when it comes to them beating you in a game.
Well, you brought up Carter Freeman. Shout out to his Oklahoma Sooners. Of course, they knocked off Texas. They're now up to number 5 in the AP poll. Texas fell to number 9, but Oklahoma did suffer a loss as their wide receiver, Andrell Anthony, team's leading pass catcher. He's going to undergo season-ending surgery following an injury during their Week 6 win against Texas. He was a Michigan transfer, left in the third quarter. He had 27 catches, 429 yards. Both led the team. So their top wide receiver now done for the year.
Yeah, that was a tough one. I mean, it was, and you could tell too when he got hurt that you could see the bench was basically just distraught.
The Big 12, we need to look at them as the premier basketball conference in college sports right now.
Yeah.
The teams that are moving over already that are there, good basketball schools, right?
Gonzaga, maybe?
Sorry?
Are they talking about Gonzaga?
They're talking about Gonzaga now,
yeah.
So they had talks this summer that kind of stopped, but now the doors have reopened to potentially join the Big 12. And the move could even happen as soon as 2024, according to college basketball insider Seth Davis. So Gonzaga currently in the West Coast Conference, which is really, they have nobody else that competes with them. They've won 21 of the last 22 seasons of that conference. But now they're looking at maybe joining the Big 12, play against Kansas, Baylor, who have won national championships recently, Texas Tech, who was a runner-up. Then you add Arizona, who's a great basketball school, Utah, Arizona State, Colorado, and then, of course, Cincinnati and Houston already in the conference, and those are two really good basketball programs. So the Big 12 losing some firepower on the gridiron, but they're definitely upgrading when it comes to hoops.
Yeah, but they don't think about these kids and travel anymore, do they?
No, but I feel like
how about Gonzaga having to go play in Morgantown for a game?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's the same thing with the Big Ten now. With like
or
USC,
Morgantown or West Virginia having to go all the way out to Spokane to play a game.
Sure.
They're just not thinking about these
they're getting
kids.
paid, probably getting a per diem as well. You know,
yeah, they're probably getting a per diem.
Travel.
Yeah, the travel stinks. Hopefully, they're getting a private jet or something like that. Make it as easy as possible. But I love it for the kids right here in Dallas because they've been playing great basketball all in North Texas for a long, long time. And now they're making such an impact that the Big 12 is becoming a basketball power conference,
It's
maybe
awesome.
more in the Big 10.
No doubt. And then you guys know Phil Jerkovac, quarterback. Bounced around a little bit. Been at Boston College, at Pitt. He's in his 6th year of college football. And in year 6,
Must be a nice guy.
Week 6, he's decided, I need to switch positions. He's no longer going to play quarterback. He is transitioning to tight end. And I think that this is probably a good decision for him because the size he's certainly got, he's not a good enough quarterback to have any NFL future, but maybe a transition to tight end could work for him as he's finally realized, man, I don't think this quarterback thing's for me after 6 years of college football.
I mean, I could have told you that just listening to his last name.
Jerkovac, yeah.
Jerkovic is a hand in the dirt knocking the crap out of guy's name.
He is.
Smack back or hook guy.
I
huh?
got him as a three-point shooter. You got him as a 3 guy.
And he's 6'5". I mean,
the Polish rifle or something?
Yeah. He's a big boy, man. So
he's 6'5" what?
I don't have his pounds, but he's got to be at least
Get
225.
this guy on the wing, bro. Let him be a floor stretcher for you.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I think maybe he's a guy that we need to start scouting up as a future tight end. And then the list of the highest paid coaches in college football is out. At the top of it, not a shocker. It's Nick Saban, who has made $11.4 million. But Jimbo is not as high on this list as I thought he would be.
He's 8th.
Yeah. You got Dabo at $10.8 million. Kirby Smart, $10.7 million. Ryan Day, Ohio State, $10.2 million. Brian Kelly at your LSU Tigers.
And I'm debating that one.
$9.9 million. Ari, are you worried? How long do you think his leash is there?
His assistants, man, they're terrible on special teams. They don't stop anybody on defense. I mean, come on. Recruit a little better there,
It's
too.
not good.
Yeah.
Jimbo at 9.1, but you know who's right behind Jimbo? The guy who's saying we need more money donated. It's Stoops.
Yeah.
Mark Stoops at Kentucky.
Yeah.
He's sitting there making over $9 million a year. He's like, donors, come on.
They pay.
Keep giving
at
us
Kentucky,
money.
they pay that Calipari and they pay him.
Yeah.
They pay 2 guys.
It's crazy.
Yeah, we can't stop at just paying the head coaches anymore, guys.
No,
You got to pay the players, too.
I'm glad you guys paid me, but I need to go ahead and pay my players. Josh Heupel, Lane Kiffin, and then James Franklin round out the highest paid
Is
coaches.
Stoops even that good to be getting 9? What have you won?
I'll tell you what.
I'm going to take 7
Kentucky,
of that and give it to
come
the
on,
players.
Man. You win 7 games, 8 games at Kentucky.
Yeah.
Seriously. They're happy. It's kind of like, it's kind of like that situation. You're trying to get to another season. Kentucky basketball.
Yeah.
Mark Stoops, there's people that have tried to get him to go to other jobs and stuff. I'll be interested to see what Michigan State does with their money and trying to get one of these coaches to see if they'll leave.
I know the AD there at Kentucky, Mitch Barnhart. He was at Oregon State when I worked up there. I'll call him. Let him know. Dude, kill it.
Get him out of here.
Yeah, it's not the way.
Not even good enough.
Yeah.
All right.
Appreciate you, Wolchuk. As always, he and Chiafalo deliver your college football for you as you've known to love it and trust our coverage here at 105.3 The Fan. I think we're the best at the college football as well, guys.
Yeah, that Washington, I just looked down that Washington-Oregon game's this weekend. 7-8.
Ooh, that's going to be a blast.
All right.
Great rivalry.
All right, here we go.
Great
Husky Stadium.
rivalry.
Let's go.
Okay, we got to run a top 10 with Wooly Bully coming up next. Zach, what kind of a day is it?
Yeah, let's keep the Rangers excitement going. The top 10 Texas Rangers of all time. Who's your favorite Ranger? What are some of your favorite Ranger postseason memories from the 2010-2011 years as we get set for the first home postseason game here at Globe Life Field? That's next.
I'll tell you my favorite way to get a new vehicle. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It sounds like Zach Wolchuk has some news on the Orioles starting pitcher tonight. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Yeah, Dean Kramer, pretty vulnerable against lefties this year. What do you have for us on him beyond that, Wolchuk?
Yeah, so he certainly is, but he's also an Israeli-American, and he got the news that he was going to be starting on Sunday, and he's got family that still is living in Israel right now. So he was asked about it. He said, quote, "I still want to pitch, but I mean, it's going to be in the back of my head," said Kramer. So the team's giving him his support. I'm sure he's going to be thinking about that while he's on the mound. He said, "I'm very grateful for the team and all the support that I've gotten." He's 13-5, a 4.12 ERA. He has made one other start against the Rangers this year, allowed 3 earned runs, and he was fantastic as the team clinched their 100th win and the AL East title as they beat Tampa Bay back on September 17th, going 5 1/3 scoreless. But just something to acknowledge and know as Dean Kramer takes the bump with a heavy heart tonight for the O's.
Yeah, and it's not just that incident, but I guess it's a continuation, and an inflammation of that drama and everything that the people in that region experience, I think, on a daily basis, worrying about their loved ones in one way or another.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I know my fiance has family there as well in Tel Aviv, and they're fortunately okay right now, but certainly thoughts and prayers there with the people in Israel. Now, 877-881-1053. I do want to know, who is your favorite Ranger? And maybe what is your favorite Ranger memory, as the gates are about to open here in 5 minutes for the first ever postseason home Ranger game at Globe Life Field. I've got a list of the top 10 best Rangers of all time. And to me, growing up, my favorite Ranger, Mr. Ranger, it was Michael Young. I loved Michael Young. He certainly will be in the top 10 of this list. Defensively, and I've heard him talk about it. He's been on with KMC, talked about moving positions, and it wasn't something he really wanted to do, something he's probably gotten too much credit for by the media. But he did it. He made some selfless acts. He was always a guy that I felt like came up with a timely hit, was fantastic defensively as well, a leader, the heartbeat of those Ranger teams that went to back-to-back World Series. I loved Michael Young. In a memory, I got to go to Game 2 of that ALCS. I mentioned it in the open. Colby Lewis on the mound. Natali Feliz closed it out. They're able to beat the Yankees. Rangers' first ever CS win. It was amazing. That place was rocking across the street at Globe Life Park, and I expect the energy to be even better tonight as we rock Creed and we cheer our Rangers on to a sweep and an ALDS Series win over the Baltimore Orioles tonight.
That was special. That I was at that game, and there when Nefty struck out A-Rod, I was down the first base line about 12 rows back with a bunch of Tolos. It was incredible. That's probably my favorite memory as well. My favorite Ranger now is Evan Carter. My favorite Ranger of all time is Spike Owen. Because in 1984, my grandfather and I went up and watched the Mariners play the Angels at the Old Kingdom in Seattle. We rode the train up there. Spike Owen, I believe out of Cleburne or Burleson. He's down there in Joco. He was my grandfather's favorite Mariner at the time. And I said, "Grandpa, why haven't we seen a home run yet?" He said, "Because Spike Owen hasn't been up." Spike Owen came up later, hit a damn home run. I'll never forget him, and I want to thank him personally. I got to get down to Cleburne and say that
amazing.
to him.
It's amazing.
Spike? Look at this, dude. The doors are open now. A couple minutes earlier.
Here we go.
These Ranger fans chomping at
Let's
the bit.
go.
Tolos, loving it.
Yeah.
All
Bring the
red,
energy.
all the blue, bringing it freaking strong. This is fantastic. This is going to be
tacos.
You know what's exciting is today, this very moment over the course of the next few hours is going to be, for many Rangers fans, potentially their favorite postseason moment.
A lot of them, it's their first time.
Yeah, no doubt. And it's the first time in this building, which is hugely exciting. I mean, as an old school throwback seam head, Wolchuk, I can't help but want to show love to the guys like.
Thank you, sir.
Like
Tola from Waco,
Brogan.
gentlemen swinging through
Let's
here.
go.
A lot of people playing hooky from work to make this happen.
I love it. I love it. Bring the noise. Bring the energy. This is what it's all about. All right, we got a lot of texts coming in. Your favorite Rangers, 972. We got Josh Hamilton, 817, Petey Cavilla, Rusty Greer, Mr. Grit from the 469. 972 going currently. My favorite Rangers, Evan Carter. Former Josh Hamilton, the great Hambino.
I love Josh Hamilton, too. Once he beat up his daughter, I had to call it quits.
I can get that, absolutely.
Yeah.
Pudge
Girl
is
dad.
getting a lot of love, as you would expect. Of course, Nolan Ryan as well. getting some love.
There we go. Some of the throwbacks, some of the old schools.
Oh, I was going to go. I was going to go. My favorite Ranger of all time was Jeff Burroughs, who played in 1974 here.
Love that.
And then my other would be like another favorite Ranger was Jim Sundberg, who was a catcher.
There you go.
Before Pudge is a Gold Glove catcher here for the Rangers for a lot, and he was an executive with the team and stuff for a long time. But yeah, I go all the way back to the 1972 team. The thing about it is, I was the whole thing with Ted Williams. We were talking about Ted Williams and
T-Dub.
Yeah, I wish I still had those autographs, those programs.
Nolan Ryan as well.
Yeah.
You know, and thanks to CY for breaking that Nolan Ryan curse for us that JD put on the team. Appreciate you, buddy.
Some of the honorable mentions, you got Julio Franco, Kenny
my guy,
Rogers, Nelly Cruz, Rusty Greer, Will Clark, Charlie Huff on the list, Gaylord Perry,
Ferguson Jenkins.
Yep,
yeah,
no doubt.
Yeah.
Those guys are mentioned.
He was a Cub, though, in real life.
I do want to check in with Lucius back in studio, and I always feel weird and like bad doing this in case you're in the middle of something important, because I know you're asked to do a ton back there. Hopefully this is not a bad time, bro. Yeah. But you're a baseball guy. You have a favorite Ranger memory, favorite Ranger?
Favorite Rangers, Elvis Andrews and Julio Franco.
Let's go.
Oh, the bat, the way he used to stand at the plate.
Yep. And the Rangers 2010 playoff run, that whole season, bro, it will never leave my mind. All the late nights we stayed in the studio just having fun, drinking and talking about the Rangers, every personality through the fan coming through. What a great time, bro.
Dude, the memories, it's incredible.
We got to rekindle some of that Lynch tonight.
We can break into that, man. Hopefully they're popping bottles going on to the ALCS. By the way, scoreboard update for you. The Houston Astros are up on the Minnesota Twins 5-0 as they play into the fifth inning. The Astros putting a 4 spot up in the first with an Abreu homer. Kyle Tucker also with an RBI single. And then Alex Bregman just hit a homer in the fifth as they're looking to take a 2-1 series lead as they're playing in Minnesota right now against the Twins. All right, number 10 on this list. Top 10 best Rangers of all time. Number 10. You do have Josh Hamilton. Obviously was the number 1 overall pick in 1999. We know about the struggles he had in his career, drafted by the Tampa Bay Rays, but 5-time All-Star, 2010 American League MVP. I co-sign everything you just said there, but my gosh, as a Texas Ranger, those years, he was incredible. In 2010, 100 RBIs, 32 homers, had a .359 batting average, and we thought that maybe he would have hit the game-winning home run there in the 2011 World Series. I wish they had just stopped the game right there.
Home run derby exploits. Josh Hamilton was incredible. I mean, when you talk about Mike Trout, Ken Griffey Jr. players, he fits.
He did. Number 9, we got Frank Howard. Third most homers.
That's my guy right there.
As a Texas Ranger, 246. He's the slugging percentage leader, which he set back in 1968. Home run champ as well in 68 and 1970.
He was a Washington Senator.
And how about his nicknames, the Washington Monument and the Capitol Punisher? Ooh, that's a badass one there for Frank Howard.
He was a big man.
6'7".
Oh, a huge man, yes.
I love that.
Yeah.
Number 8, we got Buddy Bell, 6-time Gold Glover.
Third baseman.
4 All-Star appearances. He was special, man, and statistically, his most impressive season, .329 batting average, 83 ribbies, 40 walks for Buddy Bell. As we go back into the archives for some of your favorite Rangers. Number 7.
His son David played as well.
Yeah.
He was part of that 116-win Mariner team.
His dad, Gus.
Oh, wow, dude, that's badass.
Yeah, his dad, Gus, was a player, too. Big family, baseball family.
Number 7, how about Rafael Palmeiro? What am I doing?
Big Raph.
Rafael Palmeiro, 13 most home runs in MLB history, 3,000 hits in 2005 as he joined that illustrious list. Second most home runs in Rangers history. Rafi coming in at number 7.
Most notably a guy who did it the right way, you know?
No, 100% right. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Number 6, Juan Gon. We got to see him here. It was good to see him back in Arlington as he threw out that first pitch against the Mariners there during our 133 night. Number 6.
Has super long arms.
He does. Really, really big dude. 1996 and 98 MVP, all-time Ranger home run leader, 3-time AL West champ for Juan Gonzalez. Top 5 Texas Rangers of all time as people continue to text in their Ranger love.
Getting so much love for the old schools, man. Shout out to
Robinson Chirinos getting some love here. Of course, Adrian Beltre on the text.
Oh, Chirinos is the man, dude.
Yeah.
Clubhouse guy.
Oh, talk about the ultimate leader right there, Robinson C.
Ruben Sierra getting texted in.
Yeah, there you go.
Mike
like that.
Let's go Rangers.
Nap,
oh, man, the
rocking
fans
You got the Napoli jersey on today.
Hank Blaylock's getting some love
One
on
of
the
my
text
favorite
as
memories
well.
of covering the Rangers is like 2015 or 16 or something like that, where it's spring training and Napoli's doing batting practice, and Mike and Jeff and I stood up and started chanting Napoli.
Did you turn
And
around
all
and
the
say
players
anything?
turned around and started laughing. at
Hell
us.
yeah.
It was like an empty
Napoli.
ballpark day.
Napoli.
You know, one of those quiet days.
Number 5. This one might be controversial, but he was damn good in a Ranger uniform. Alex Rodriguez. 2 Gold Gloves, 14-time All-Star, 10 Silver Slugger Awards. Of course, did win an MVP. And those seasons in 2003 totaled 47 home runs, 118 RBIs. I mean, he really was a monster. Granted, we know some reasons why, but was talented regardless. Number 4.
It's the best.
Let's go to Adrian Beltre. And there might be nothing better than an Adrian Beltre moonshot off his knee. Man.
Another Mariners tie-in.
Another Mariners tie-in, absolutely. Adrian Beltre, absolutely one of my favorite Rangers of all time. 3-time All-Star, 2 Silver Slugger Awards, 3 Golden Gloves, not Golden Globes.
Golden Globes?
Spent,
what shows were those?
Those 8 years in Texas were special, as he almost hit 200 homers throughout his Ranger career.
He was so hurt at the end of 15, and they didn't think he was going to be able to play at all in the playoffs with a bad back.
Yeah.
And he can barely walk, barely get out of bed. You know how it is with a bad back, and he gets up there and dominates the Blue Jays.
Just gritty as hell, man. I mean, the dude was special. Number 3, Michael Young. Of course, his number 10 jersey is retired right behind us here at Globe Life Field. 2005, he won the batting title. 2,230 career hits. That is a Texas Rangers record. Michael Young, the captain and the leader of those 2 World Series teams.
Slightly overrated.
You think so?
I think every player you mentioned might be able to help winning more
than Michael
but
Young.
He was just
What are we
undeniably
doing over
awesome.
here? What are we doing?
Great
Super
leader.
clutch, man.
Yeah, just being objective and honest, Brian. Number 3 for Michael Young. Congratulations.
Number 2 most overrated Ranger is.
Hey, I'll be honest with you now. I'll be honest if nothing else.
He led the league in intangibles, though. Man.
Can we put,
but
can
he
we
was
put
also-
Dak
he was
in
like
there
one.
somewhere?
Let's
Can
not
Dak
be-
be number 1 or 2 in your list?
He got the Dak bump. Yeah. Dang good
Damn
player,
good, man.
perfect leader.
He wasn't a power guy like some of these other dudes are in terms of homers, but just pure contact, getting on base. The dude was a savage.
He's a 7-hitter in today's game.
In today's game,
he's a pesky out no matter what.
Hey, you got Josh Young hitting at the bottom of that lineup. He's one of your best hitters. So I think he would take
That might be the most explosive take that Dawson's had.
No, maybe all time when you're talking about third baseman and players, he might be.
Dirk Nowitzki, I'll
As a
tell you
Ranger,
what, he's an
no.
overrated guy for that Dallas Maverick team.
We're putting Dirk and Michael Young together.
Come
now.
on. There's tears to
They're like
this, Brian, and
legendary
Dirk is on a
Dallas,
tier above.
Texas players.
Number
Like
2,
legendary
though.
players.
Did I
Number
offend
2.
you?
No, I'm just
As the
kidding.
great Eric
I-
Nadel
if I need to
approaches the
apologize,
broadcast
No,
setup
I
here.
thought it was an interesting take.
Number 2, we got Nolan Ryan, 8-time All-Star, 7 no-hitters, and of course he holds the Major League Baseball record for strikeouts. But number 1 on this list, best Ranger of all time, and he got a ton of love on the text line. It's Pudge. Pudge Rodriguez, 10-time All-Star, 2017 Hall of Famer, 10-time Gold Glover. Pudge is special, and you can see him all over the ballpark when you enter. And come say what's up to the G-Bag Nation as we are out here center field 200 section getting ready for the sweep tonight as Evo is on the bump and the Rangers punch their ticket to the American League Championship Series.
Thank you, Wolchuk. There it is, your top 10 Ranger themed here on 105.3 The Fan, home of the Rangers. And we'll keep the Ranger train going. Eric Nadel joining us live at this broadcast position next on 105.3 The Fan. I got to chat about Diamonds Direct, though.